You're good. So far, so good. Can't complain. How about you? Just gonna finish my makeup here. I know. Oh, okay, there's a video I want to watch actually. Let me see if I can find it. I have a lot of tabs. Let's see. We're gonna have a spiritual moment here, okay?
Trump becomes president of America, but you're in your room. Dramatic number of UFOs being spotted, yet you're in your room. Musk sending rockets to space, yet you're still
I am in my
room.
room. What am I gonna do?
After this video, you'll go to the bathroom sooner or later. Reality is still there. War happening here or there. Yet, you're still in your room. News, media, stories, narratives, words. Manipulation of the mind, of the imagination, of the soul. Your mind puts greater importance on stories and illusions than on reality. Even in this moment, you're being hypnotized by the clever editing, the haunting music, the dramatic words. Be present. Pay attention. Wake up. Look around you. What time is it? How are you feeling? Listen to the ambient noise of the room you're in. The plates you have to clean are still in your kitchen. There's clothes you need to wash. You'll make food later when your body is hungry. That's the thing. After all the narrated illusions you've been fed, the reality of your life, the only thing that you know for sure is real, still remains. Imagine, to put a greater importance on so-called world news than on your own life. The life that God has given you. Imagine doing that.
Are you trying to tell me something?
Yet everyone does it. After all the dramas of your life, other people's lives, humanity's lives, you still are. Existence continues. The movie of your life continues. The music of your soul still plays out in this very strange journey that we call life. After all the struggles and obstacles you face, all the mental and emotional troubles that you're dealing with, you remain, here and now, as you are. At the moment of your death, you'll still remain, just as you were, the same consciousness you had as a baby. The outer form just changed, that's all. After all the stories and multitude of narrating voices that you played in your mind, in the end, you are still here. You continue to be. If ego is anything, it is this. Holding on to stories on top of stories, theories on top of theories, noise on top of noise. This is what gives power to the way the world is today. In 2025 and the coming years, you need to learn how to do this. Even when news gets out to the public consciousness about extraterrestrial life, and it will happen, things are going to get really strange for many people. Even when that happens, so what? It doesn't change a thing about you.
Why does that look different than
There
the
will even
original?
be transmissions that these beings in space will try to broadcast in order to teach humanity. It will only help a few. For the rest of humanity, there will be great resistance. This should only be more reason to wake up now. Because for another race to interfere with our planet as a last resort is a grave sign that the end is near. They are already trying to help by showing themselves gradually, to ease in the idea of their presence.
Do you guys
That is
think,
why we are
do you guys
seeing
agree
them
with
more
him,
and more.
Or you think he's full
That
of-
is why
full of
they
it?
appear over oceans, so that people can view them with a sense of safety. But there will never be a time when humanity will not act violently and fearfully. They are preparing for the critical times to come, just as you should. When great wars begin, you know the end is near. When insufferable confusion begins, you know the end is near.
Is it?
When
is
humanity
the end
talks
near,
of so
Is the end near, or do they want us to think it's near? It's always my
called
question.
conquering other planets,
You don't think aliens will visit us in
you know the end
2025?
is near.
I feel like more like
When fear comes to great heights,
2035?
you know the end is
Maybe
near.
2035?
If you think you know how to meditate,
Hi, Flukester!
but you still
They are
get
supernatural,
easily
but not
fascinated
interstellar.
with world news, then you don't know how to meditate.
Hopefully we'll find out. That would be interesting.
For those who are really listening to the
Or maybe
signs,
not.
all the things that will happen in 2025 will only be reminders of how to be, not what to think, not what to believe, not what to fear, and not what side to choose, but how to live as an individual in this existence,
Put this on.
free from conditioning. But unfortunately, for most people, they will let their instincts take over and become consumed by themselves. Thoughts are like clouds. They have infinite forms and possibilities. Yet due to fear, anger, anxiety, confusion, humanity attaches to certain clouds, and they condense like a storm, and we bring them down to earth to rage
People
into our
have
world.
predicted the end of the world
All
for
the
as
while,
long as there have
not
been
realizing
people, to be honest.
that it is us
Off the top of your
who
head,
has created the world the way it
1997,
is today.
2011, 2012 had a lot of that going on.
Humanity does not understand
I remember
this,
the Rapture.
that we create our own
The
reality.
Rapture,
Ask
Y2K.
yourself, Do you feel like you're truly
Y2K
alive?
wasn't really end of the world though. It was more like
Or do you feel like you're
computers are
just
gonna
going through the
malfunction or
motions?
something.
Going through the winds of life? On this planet, in
It
this
might be
age,
the end of an age, you know, like
too much has
it
already
might be the
happened.
end of the digital age
There is a
and
heaviness
the
in the
beginning
air
of whatever the
where we're
next
just
age
waiting
is, maybe.
for something to snap.
I hate to say it, AI,
Once a boulder
or
begins its
you know, like
descent down the
whatever's
mountain,
next, because
there's
yeah,
no stopping
we've
it.
been in the digital age
That boulder
for a while now.
already started falling
What's the next
many
thing,
years
you know?
ago.
What's the next thing?
This is how humanity is right now. There is a large portion of humanity who cannot be saved from themselves. This is not negative or pessimistic.
2000 had a
It is
few
reality.
minor computer glitches, but not much.
Humanity
Were there?
dreams, sleeping.
There weren't any glitches that I knew of, but I never looked
And when
into
it's
it.
time for the farmer to harvest his crops, he throws out the spoiled fruits. Humanity is no different. Those who see this on our planet today already sense this cosmic harvest coming. The fruits are emerging, and the chaff needs to be separated from the grain.
They keep talking about this
A
harvest.
divide of those who understand how to follow the signs and those who do not. 2025 will be a year where this energy intensifies to great degrees for many people. People will either become more insane or more aligned with the truth. This reflects a great split that will happen on our planet. On one side, there will be those who hear the call to change, and those who hold onto sand. We will see this
2038,
futility of
we'll see
humanity
more
in the coming
computers
years.
die than 2000 did.
Where
Why?
we are headed, why we exist,
Why
for
is
what
that?
purpose, will become clearer to many. And on the other side, more clouded for others. On one side, meaninglessness, suffering, greed, lust, doubt. On the other side, understanding, truth, compassion, unity. The basic question of, why am I here? And who am I? Must be answered
Why
now.
why are any of us
And even
here?
with all the absurd and strange things happening in the world today, many remain ignorant of the fundamental questions of their existence. And as a result, humanity becomes increasingly more hollow, consumed by fleeting distractions that fail to touch the essence of what it means to be truly alive. Humanity lives in fear. Fear of losing one's job, fear of poverty, fear of social rejection. Many merely live for the weekend, seeking temporary amusements, viewing life as a burden rather than an opportunity for transformation. Few dare
She's
to walk a
doing a
different path.
TikTok.
People conform without question, like programmed robots, unwilling to go against the norm, even if it means betraying their true self. People are addicted to technology, losing themselves in a false sense of identity, offered by social media, alienating themselves from their families, from nature, from their true essence. People chase absurd beauty standards, living a life filled with inadequacy, never realizing the profound beauty that lies within. People resist change, preferring comfort, seeking false security in the familiar. Amidst all this ignorance, humanity dives further into distractions and mind-numbing growing anxieties and delusions. Time wasted in unconscious relationships, driven by superficial attraction or convenience. Rather than seeking true emotional and spiritual connection, many choose to remain in toxic, shallow relationships, trapped in cycles of jealousy, attachment, competitiveness, comparison, control, unable to grasp the transformative power of genuine love. The list goes on, an endless accumulation adding to the snowball of human ignorance and unconsciousness. Metaphysically, this humanity is already dead, living as ghosts in the shadow of existence, never having found the true potential within.
Computers have been tracking
Even
the
when
number
humanity
of
questions its
seconds since
origins,
the start
it
of,
remains completely ignorant of the true
1978,
reality.
and 2038 will be when
Long before our time, there existed elaborate and sophisticated human races, but even they were not everlasting.
What is that?
Their
32
cycle, too,
squared?
came to an end.
Seconds
What we
have
call
passed.
modern science
Have you
today
seen
is built
computers
upon
get a bit
fundamentally
funny
flawed
with
and limited
numbers
understandings.
passed around
It may
2.1
have
billion?
grasped certain superficial laws of nature,
Not
yet it knows nothing of the
necessarily.
spaces between and beyond physical perception that give us the answers to the fundamental questions of human existence. Much of what we have been taught is simply untrue, keeping us blind to the profound mysteries that lie beyond our material perceptions. Soon, as this current humanity fades away, a new race will emerge, one free from the shadow of the ego, where consciousness will live in true, incomprehensible harmony. This is not a bohemian commune or some utopian fantasy. It is beyond any image or concept that your mind can think of. It cannot be imagined, because it belongs to a higher, transcendental reality. If you wish to catch a glimpse of it, you must turn inward and awaken your consciousness. Understand that you cannot see beyond the limits of what your current awareness is. True
What do they call
vision
it? They call
comes
it,
only when you totally transcend what you
They call
think
it
you know.
like sacred geometry.
You
or
must
something?
transform your fundamental
Well, like,
values
that's just-
and
that's
base
just a
them
small part.
within yourself, internally. When your fundamental values of your soul are based in the external world, then you give your soul to that, becoming consumed and reduced to emptiness.
There's something that I saw that was really interesting. What was it? Like frequencies images becomes a face or something. No. Oh, this one. Oh. Visit. Can you guys see? Hold on. I thought this was so cool. Oh, can you guys see it? Okay, hold on. So basically, like, you take... You know these like fractal visuals, whatnot. It says energy, frequency, vibration. 3 geometric shapes create a face. I just thought that was really interesting. Is there like a better example of this? No. Videos. I guess you guys get what I'm saying though, right? I just thought that was really interesting.
Force that pulls you in this direction is your ego, striving to trap you in its illusory reality, promising happiness in the material, ensnaring you in the endless cycle of pleasure and pain, desire and bitterness. True power comes from within, from your own will, conscious
that many
will.
seconds is the
A
most
will
that can
free
be handled
from the
by old
conditioning of the
computers.
external world, from
but
other people,
a lot of I
from
guess
unconsciousness.
a lot
It is
of
a will
old computers
that derives
aren't
from the
really
depths of
being
your own
like,
soul, from your own
some
innermost
people are
being.
still using old
It is a
computers.
voice that speaks clearly,
But
guiding you, but only if you
that's
learn
the
to listen.
risk. It's a risk you
When
take.
you
I
acquire
don't
this
know.
inner will, you gain a presence and guidance that is
Your
beyond this
computer showed
material
up
world,
to that many
from a
seconds,
higher
but
consciousness that cannot be perceived
I'm
with
so
ordinary
bad at math
senses.
that
A level of
I'm
consciousness
not
that is
even gonna
intelligent
try
and
to
intuitive,
say
leading you to
that
finding
how
your true
many
purpose in
seconds
this
that
life.
is, but that won't be an
And what you will
issue
find
for around
is that what truly matters in the end
290
is to leave
billion
this
years.
life through the doors of death,
By then
having
they'll
known
have a solution.
and mastered yourself, rather than having obediently followed the dictates of the fading images of the outer world. Is your job truly that important? Is stressing and worrying over daily life truly worth it? Is it essential to send children through mechanical schooling systems? Is it satisfying to live an empty, hollow,
choice
and
do we
meaningless
have?
life, chasing unnecessary goals, merely as a mean for survival?
What choice
If you
do we
release your
have, bro?
attachment to antiquated beliefs, mechanical ways of living, you can begin to see life differently. A new way of living that is more internal, more vertical, and free from the limitations of time, the mind, and society. You become more contemplative, more intelligent, more connected to your essence. And in this state, you gain the
She
ability
has
to help
clothes
yourself.
on, like jeans and a top.
The path begins now, not in the future, not after perfecting elaborate plans, not after theorizing or intellectualizing, but here, in this present moment, where life is, where you are. Be present.
One more.
Have you been aware of your surroundings while watching this video? Are you aware of all the senses in your body? Are you aware of the thoughts and emotions that are going through you?
Sometimes I am aware of all the senses in my body, and I wish I wasn't, because I think that's part of what like keeps me up at night, is that like I can feel everything and I'm uncomfortable. Like I rather just like, I don't know, not have like my senses be out of whack.
Take spiritual courage to simply be, to stay grounded in the present, at the center of your own being, regardless of what is happening in the external world. This is where real growth occurs. In this state of presence, in humility, you begin to perceive the ego for what it truly is, a false psychological state that keeps you trapped in dreams instead of reality, direct, lived reality from moment to moment. And by observing the ego, by becoming aware of this, you gain insight, clarity, wisdom. You begin to understand deeply what needs to change within yourself and move, step into that way of life. This understanding is not superficial, it is not intellectual, it is not of the mind. It is an intuition that arises when the sand falls and the clouds pass. A clarity of conscience, a radical transformation of the consciousness that brings true freedom and perspective. And as the truth begins to emerge, you start to sense the existence of a liberating space within you that arises from stillness and understanding. A realm that transcends the suffering duality of this world. A place of harmony and peace. This inner space is where those who have awakened reside. Those who have transcended the illusions of life, patiently and lovingly awaiting the arrival of those who choose to join. This is your call. The time to wake up is now. Awaken your consciousness. Realize that life is far more than just material pursuits and fleeting pleasures that keep humanity bound. The potential for greatness of being,
once you do that, like,
true inner peace,
but then what do you do with that
profound
exactly?
wisdom
You know what I mean?
lies
Because
dormant
like you
within.
still have to like pay bills and all that kind of stuff. So
The path of awakening is here,
what's the
within your
answer?
reach, in every atom, within and around you, just waiting for you to see it and step into its reality. A step that leads beyond this world of illusions.
Because being like waking up to like what reality is, you know, like maybe let's say, you know, like this guy, he seems to be pretty awakened. But like at the end of the day, you still have to like pay bills and stuff. So, you know, why the lecture?
Towards true liberation. Now is the time to take that step. To choose the path of inner transformation and discover the divine essence that is your true self. The true nature of what it means to be human and be alive in this existence.
How do you do that?
2025 is going to be a significant year, a defining year, a difficult year.
Hi, Buddha.
More increasingly, humanity will separate into those who are tuning into what's happening internally and those who are incapable of change. The polarities will become more extreme. And if you have not found your center, then you will be pulled to either side eventually. Everything is going to accelerate to prepare us for what's to come.
Need for Weed, thank you so much for the follow. How's it going?
Okay,
Hi.
to study a third chamber lecture by Master Samai.
Hello, how are you? Sorry, just finishing up. All right. What shall we what else is there? So that was a nice start to 2025, a nice little message that we need to wake up wake up and smell the coffee. Except don't, because coffee is a commercial something or other, and you know, we need to be more grounded, and I don't disagree with him. Finer than frog's hair split 3 ways. Interesting. Doing pretty good. Need for Weed. Alright, what is this?
We went from UFO to UAP to drones. Like, I didn't know we needed to be politically correct about aircraft as well. I didn't know they had preferred pronouns.
As a black trans woman who's more liberal, the conservatives will support the trans conservative more than the liberals will support me.
That's that schizophrenic liberal babble, that psycho babble. San Francisco Health Department hires fat positivity expert. Oh my God.
I have been misgendered 3 times in the past 24 hours.
White supremacy is so engulfing of white people.
If you discovered a waterfall
That's
in the
scary.
Amazon, you'd name it after me. Oh, some conspiracy
Genuinely
stuff. You
scary.
have been thinking about running for
Merry
president,
Christmas,
have you?
everybody, and
You
welcome
should.
back to the Blair White Project podcast, the final
Apparently,
edition
anyone can run as long as they were born in the USA.
of the Blair White Project podcast of 2024. That was a whole tongue twister, but I managed. I survived.
This is
Just like
kinda
I did
long.
throughout the year, right? Like we
save that for. Let's save that for later. Oh, because I really want to get to news. I really want to get to some
We're
news.
talking about
No, save that for later.
Don't film it, maybe. Shut up. Shut up.
Not. I want to know what happened. What happened? Oh shoot! No. Okay. What happened? What happened over freaking
On New Year's
the weekend?
Eve, a mysterious
No,
fog rolled across the...
That's. I mean, the fog's been there. The fog's been there, guys. The fog's been there. Something happened in
Elliot
New
Page was
Orleans.
recently filmed-
No. What the heck? What's happening to my URLs? They're disappearing on me.
Fake her pregnant.
Okay. Let's just go to. Let's see what he's saying about this.
$8 a.m.
Okay, what happened?
At 3 a.m. on New Year's Day, a man drove a rented truck onto Bourbon Street in New Orleans, ending the lives of 15 before dying in a gunfight with the police right after, as an ISIS flag was found on the attacker's truck. Then, across the country at the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas, at 8 a.m., a man set off a huge explosion from a Tesla Cybertruck parked outside, as the driver inside dies, injuring others outside, but miraculously the windows of the hotel were not damaged. And now, in New York City, there are apparently marches on behalf of the Intifada. As 2025 has already started off terribly, and the way the world is reacting makes me believe it's only going to get worse.
2025
Now, we'll
was
break
gonna
down the information
start
we have
off
so
good.
far, so hopefully you and your loved ones are prepared best as possible
What
for what's to
happened?
come. Because just like in 2024, the media again seemed to do their best to downplay the situation. As initially, people saw the ISIS flag, but they claimed this was not terror-related.
This is not a terrorist event. What it is right now is their improvised explosive devices that was found, and we are working on confirming if this is a viable device or not.
Then the news media in unison reported this was just a truck crash. But afterwards, there just happened to be a shooting. Until finally updating that story with the driver expressed desire to kill in driver rot carnage, which is sadly similar to what happened back in 2021, where a piece of trash attacked a Christmas parade, but the news media rushed out to downplay it as a SUV randomly speeding into the street, seemingly exonerating the person that did it, but also not informing the public that they may still be in danger, as nobody would be concerned over a headline of a truck randomly crashing into Bourbon Street, but that basically buries the fact that there was a shootout, and more devices were found inside the vehicle.
Also, a corresponding remote control discovered inside the vehicle. Now, this is also significant. According to the same intelligence bulletin, surveillance footage, Molly, captured 3 men and a woman placing one of multiple improvised explosive devices. So certainly more to this investigation.
As later, they raided the man's home all the way over in Texas. Now, the news media has been walking back and forth on whether he was working with others planting devices around the area, but I don't automatically think conspiracy cover-up, as the media reports many things that are blatantly untrue. I don't believe a truck randomly drove itself onto Bourbon Street, so why would I believe anything else they initially report? As I saw on social media first, the man's alleged identity, where Viva Frey had found and posted his 4-year-old YouTube videos that have all since been deleted. As Joe Biden announced, he did make social media posts just before the attack.
That mere hours before the attack, he posted videos on social media indicating that he was inspired by ISIS, expressing a desire to kill. The ISIS flag was found in his vehicle, which he rented to conduct this attack.
But quickly left taking no questions.
Have you spoken to President Trump? Will you visit New Orleans? Have you spoken to President Trump?
And again, it's hard to determine what's real and what's not, but I'm inclined to believe that YouTube video was actually him, as why else would the platform immediately take it down, as they do have a bizarre habit of immediately scrubbing all their social media. Now, I don't want to immortalize a guy as somebody interesting, but I think we should be able to see exactly as causing these people to do extreme things to hopefully stop it from inspiring other people from doing the same. As coincidentally, or not coincidentally, hours later across the country, the Trump Hotel was also attacked. And initially people didn't know if it was on purpose, but Elon quickly confirmed it was definitely an attack and not just a Cybertruck randomly malfunctioning, as they did find a large amount of fuel left behind. That apparently, the Cybertruck's build helped minimize the damage.
It looks like the exterior of that truck is completely intact as it sits there. The fact that this was a Cybertruck really limited the damage that occurred inside of the valet, because it had most of the blast go up through the truck and out. In fact, if you look on that video, you'll see that the front glass doors at the Trump Hotel were not even broken by that blast, which they were parked directly in front of. You can see that in the video there.
And as of right now, no information has been released about the driver of the vehicle that apparently detonated the device outside the Trump Hotel. But judging by the imagery, Elon Musk's Cybertruck, Donald Trump's hotel, weeks before his second inauguration, I 100% believe this was done to send some sort of message. But honestly, it did the opposite, as likely the Cybertruck's sturdy construction protected everybody but the person carrying out the attack. But sadly, this likely won't be the last, as we're not even finished with New Year's Day, and we've already seen 2 significant attacks in our country. So let's hope for the best, but still prepare for the worst, as with the initial reporting in New Orleans and Las Vegas's investigative track record, I honestly doubt we'll know exactly what went down with either event. So hopefully we can cover something more lighthearted in the next video, and make sure you're subscribed to stay on the inside.
Dang it.
This never should have happened. Jeju Air Flight 2216 was moments away from landing when something went terribly wrong.
Why are there so many
Mayday
planes
and said they
crashing
hit a
these
bird.
days, guys?
Moments later, the aircraft
What's up
landed
with
on
this?
the runway with the landing gear and flaps still retracted. It seemed like they would be fine, but they were going
So
too
many
fast, and they went off the end of the
malfunctions.
runway and crashed, killing almost everyone on board. This was a horrific tragedy, and there are a lot of questions that still need to be answered, and that's why we're going to focus on the facts and the truth about what really happened. I'm Hoover, and welcome to your pilot debrief. I want to start by taking a moment to remember the lives that were lost in this terrible disaster.
I lost the
I know that
rubber
the
part
family
that
and
goes
friends
in
of the
here.
victims are desperately searching
And
for
like
answers,
this.
and it's hard to imagine having to endure the loss of a loved one over the holidays, especially when it's due to an unexpected tragedy such as this, and my heart and prayers go out to them. Jeju Air Flight 2216 was supposed to be a routine domestic flight from Bangkok, Thailand to the Muan International Airport in South Korea. The total flight time was about 4 hours and 30 minutes, and the aircraft being flown was a Boeing 737-800. Now, the 737 is a very popular twin-engine medium-range commercial airliner, and it was being operated by 2 pilots and 4 flight attendants and was carrying 175 passengers. It's important to understand that the 737-800, which is part of the next generation series of 737 aircraft, is not the same as the Boeing 737 MAX that was grounded from March 2019 until December 2020 after 346 people died in 2 separate crashes that took place within 5 months of each other. If you haven't heard of Jeju Air before, they're
Your
a
guess would
low-cost
be
airline
DEI
in South
pilots?
Korea with
Oh,
an excellent
shit.
safety record that has been operating for 19 years, and this is the first fatal crash in
Or
the history of the airline.
It's the
Unfortunately, it's now the deadliest
the
aviation
planes
tragedy
are not
to take
being
place on
built to
South Korean
spec.
soil,
They're not being
and the
built
second
properly. They're
deadliest in
being
South
built
Korean
with
history.
parts
the
that
first
have
being
like
Korean
been
Air
used
Flight
already or
801
something
that
like.
crashed in Guam in 1997, killing 224 people on board.
Yeah.
According to initial reports, the captain of the flight had been an employee of Jeju Air since 2019, and he had over 6,800 hours of experience, while the first officer had over 1,600 hours. Regardless of the number of flight hours they had, the investigation will look at their training history, they'll do toxicology tests, but more importantly, they need to find out how well the pilots worked together in the cockpit and whether there were any crew resource management issues, also known as CRM, that could have affected what happened during the flight. One of the issues that we saw in the Korean Air 801 tragedy was a failure of the first officer and the flight engineer to challenge the captain when he was making critical mistakes, and this was largely due to a cultural issue where the captain was viewed as always being right.
What?
Now, I'm not suggesting this was a problem with the Jeju Air pilots, it's just something that's going to be looked at. The other issue that could be a significant factor is fatigue. Jeju Air departed from Bangkok at 2:28 a.m. local time, which was 4:28 a.m. in Korea. I think that's probably one of the worst times to take off because your body's circadian rhythm causes you to be the most tired between 2 and 4 a.m. So the question is, how much rest did the crew get before the flight? They could have been very tired by the time they tried to land, and that could have played a small role in their decision making. We're going to talk more about the pilots later, but for now, to better understand how this could have happened, we need to take a look at the airport they were landing at. Muan International Airport is located on the southwest end of South Korea and opened in November of 2007, and it was intended to serve as a regional hub, but critics say the development of the airport was largely politically driven. In fact, despite initial projections of 9.9 million annual passengers, only about 500,000 passengers used the airport in 2018, and that has since dropped to just 246,000 in 2023. Just for reference, over 100 million passengers use the Incheon Airport near Seoul every year. The Muan Airport only features one runway, and that's runway 0119, which is 2,800 meters or 9,186 feet long. That might seem short for an international airport. However, depending on the landing weight and runway conditions, the 737 can land on runways as short as 1,500 meters or 4,900 feet long, so the runway at the Muan Airport was more than long enough under normal circumstances. When it comes to the investigation, there are three main issues with this airport that need to be considered. The first is the role that the tower controllers played in all of this. The reason I bring this up is because until December of 2024, the airport hadn't hosted regular international flights, and the Jeju Air flight was part of a new route from Muan to Bangkok that launched on December 8th, about 20 days prior to the tragedy. So critics have questioned whether the airport was operationally ready, considering it had kind of been declining in service volume over recent years. Did the tower controllers know the aircraft was about to land without the landing gear extended? And if so, did they try to warn the pilots? Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to blame the controllers. I'm just saying that the investigators are probably going to review their qualifications and their training history, but also their communications to see if there was anything that could have been done better. The second issue with this airport that was a factor in this mishap was the number of birds in the area. The Muan International Airport has the highest bird strike rate among all of South Korea's airports, with 10 incidents over the last 5 years. Now, that's not a huge number, but the rate of incidents is 0.09%, which is about 8 times as high as nearby airports. The reason it's so high is because there are several bird habitats located nearby that can pose a threat to aircraft taking off or landing. As a side note, when I was flying the F-15E and was the chief of wing safety, we had a very active bird hazard program that we used to protect aircraft. During the peak migratory season, we would reduce or prohibit aircraft from taking off or landing around sunrise when birds are most active because it wasn't worth the risk of a bird strike. Now, I'm only bringing that up because the Jeju flight was trying to land at 9 a.m. local time, which was about 1 hour and 10 minutes after sunrise, so right at the end of the peak window for bird activity. There are also other ways to reduce the number of birds around the airport, such as sound cannons, lasers, and a few other tools, and previous assessments at the Muan airport had recommended the use of some of those measures, but allegedly implementation had been delayed. In fact, it's already been reported that Korean regulations required a staff of 4 personnel to drive away birds from the airport, but only 1 was on duty at the time of the crash. So we're already starting to see how all the holes in the Swiss cheese are lining up, and that brings us to the biggest problem with this airfield. The third issue with this airport, which was a huge threat, was the construction design of the runway end safety area. This is an area typically 500 feet wide, extending 300 meters or 1,000 feet beyond the end of the runway that should be graded appropriately in case of an aircraft overrun. When construction on the Muan airport began in 1999, the ICAO standard said that the area 60 meters from the end of the runway threshold is the limit of the runway strip, illustrated by the red dashed line, and the runway end safety area is required to extend 90 meters beyond that, but they recommend 240 meters, which would be a total of 300 meters or about 1,000 feet from the end of the runway. Additionally, any equipment within that area, such as ILS antennas or lighting, must be mounted on frangible supports. That means they're going to break off or give way if they're struck by an aircraft. Now, when it comes to the Jeju crash, although the ILS equipment might have been frangible, it was installed on very thick reinforced concrete on a dirt mound located only about 250 meters from the end of the runway. Now, technically, even if it was 300 meters from the end of the runway, it probably would have been the same outcome. But the truth is that there's just no reason for this. The problem is that when they built the airport, they wanted to put the ILS antennas more level with the runway. So instead of buying taller antennas or grading the terrain, they built a big mound of dirt and concrete. The sad truth is that if it wasn't for that berm, the aircraft would have continued ahead through a perimeter wall, which is probably made of hollow cinder blocks, and the damage likely would have resulted in a much lower number of casualties. I also want to point out that tragically, if the aircraft had landed on runway 01 to the north, it doesn't appear as if there's any obstacles off the end of that runway that would have been a factor, and perhaps they all would have survived. This was just a horrific tragedy, but now that you understand a little bit more about the airport and why so many people died, we need to talk about how the aircraft got into that situation in the first place and what happened during the final moments of the flight. Two of the most critical pieces of evidence for this investigation are the flight data recorder and the cockpit voice recorder. Both of those were recovered from the crash site, but it could take several months before all of that is released. In the meantime, the aircraft was transmitting ADS-B data that's available to the public through websites such as Flight Radar 24, and based on that information, here's what you need to know. If the aircraft was flying a normal 3-degree glide path to land, then they would be at 1,700 feet, about 5 nautical miles from the end of the runway. However, according to the data, at 8:56:51, the pilots were at 1,700 feet when they were 6 nautical miles from the runway, so they were slightly low on the approach, but everything was stable, and they were descending at a rate of about 750 feet per minute with a ground speed of 144 knots, which would be consistent with the landing gear and at least some of the flaps extended. At 8:57, the tower made a radio call warning the pilots about birds, saying something like, "Use caution for bird activity." And about 30 seconds later, the pilots made a slight turn to the right and then corrected back to the left to resume course. This could have been to avoid some birds, but they maintained a stable airspeed and rate of descent until 8:57:50 when they pushed the nose over, and at 8:58, their rate of descent was just over 1,200 feet per minute. Once again, this could have been a maneuver to avoid the birds, but what happened next is the most interesting part. That's because starting at 8:58:21, they were only 2 nautical miles from the end of the runway and at an altitude of 450 feet above the ground. That's about 200 feet low on the approach, and for some reason, for the next 7 seconds, they rapidly transitioned to an 1,800 foot per minute rate of climb before descending back down and then leveling off a few seconds later. It's not clear why they made the climb and then leveled off, but the data stopped at 8:58 and 50 seconds, and it was 8:59 when the pilot made a radio call saying, "Mayday, mayday, mayday. Bird strike, bird strike, bird strike, go around." This video shows Jeju Air on final approach to runway 01, and you can see the moment that a compressor stall happens, which was most likely caused by a bird going through the engine disrupting the airflow. However, it's really important to understand that the bird strike could have happened earlier, and this isn't necessarily a video of the bird strike.
They need to, I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh, but you know those Dyson fans, like they don't have any blades? Like they need to make these like those. I don't know why.
In this other angle of the footage, if you zoom in on the compressor stall, it looks like the flaps are at least partially extended.
But like maybe that's a thing that needs to happen.
It seems like the landing gear is already retracted, but it's not possible to tell that for sure. Now, I know that when people saw this video, there was a lot of focus on the right engine, but you also need to keep in mind that the left engine and other parts of the aircraft could have been damaged because of the bird strike, and we're just not able to see it in the video. In fact, one of the reasons why the ADS-B data could have stopped is due to an electrical surge or failure, which is something else the pilots might have had to deal with. Either way, aircraft engines are designed to be able to withstand a bird strike, and even if that right engine was severely damaged and stopped producing thrust, the 737 is more than capable of flying on just one engine. Another point worth bringing up is that if you're configured to land and fly in a stable approach and you have a bird strike, then in most cases the safest thing to do is to continue straight ahead and land. That's because you don't know what kind of damage the birds have done to the gear and flaps, so if you try to raise those during a go-around, you could be making the problem worse. Now, I'm not saying this to question anything the pilots did in this scenario. None of us were there, we don't know what happened or what they saw. But I think it's important to talk about some of these possibilities so we know what the investigation is going to look for in this tragedy. If we go back to the data, I think maybe this rapid change in vertical speed could have been the result of the pilots initiating a go-around before they hit any birds. I obviously don't know that for sure, but that would explain why the landing gear looks like it's retracted in the video, and that could also be the reason why they didn't land on runway 01. They just weren't in a safe position to do so. In fact, it wasn't until about 30 seconds after this maneuver that the pilot called Mayday and reported a bird strike. And the plane crashed into the berm at 9:03, just 4 minutes later.
No.
That brings us to the landing. According to the Korean news, the pilots offset the runway to the west and made a right-hand turn to circle back and land on runway 19. If that's true, I'm wondering who was flying the aircraft, because if it was the captain, then it would have been very hard for him to maintain sight of the runway, and he would need to rely on the first officer to tell him when to turn, and he could have started his turn back towards the runway too early. The reason this is important is because it could help explain why this approach was so rushed and how they ended up high and fast. The landing itself was caught on camera from 2 different angles. In this first video, the aircraft is seen making a relatively stable approach to the runway. However, because the landing gear and flaps are retracted, they're going very fast. In fact, the no-flap landing speed of the 737 is around 200 knots, which is about 55 knots faster than normal. Another problem is that without the gear and flaps, you have a lot less drag on the aircraft, so when the pilot flares, there's nothing to slow them down, and they floated in ground effect, and didn't actually touch down until about 1,200 meters, or almost 4,000 feet down the runway, which is almost halfway down the runway. Now, if you're wondering why the landing gear and the flaps aren't down, so is everyone else. That's because the 737 has a very redundant hydraulic system that supplies the hydraulic power necessary for the gear and flaps. A bird strike to one engine wouldn't normally cause the kind of damage that would eliminate the primary and backup hydraulic systems. It's just an extremely unlikely scenario, but even if it did happen, the pilots still have an alternate means to lower the flaps and the gear, but both of those procedures require going through the checklist, and the manual gear extension is only available via a small handle in a door on the floor near the first officer's seat, so it's just not possible to do that in the short amount of time they had. Additionally, in this other video of their landing, you can see the thrust reverser deployed on the right engine. That requires hydraulic power, so it doesn't make sense that the pilots would have hydraulic power for the thrust reversers, but the landing gear and flaps would still be retracted. And just in case you were wondering, the thrust reversers on the 737-800 don't require weight on wheels to operate. You just need to be less than 10 feet above the ground, and that was proven to be true when a 737 operated by Ryanair deployed their thrust reversers moments before they landed. Now, it's also worth pointing out that the way the heat and air conditioning system is designed on the 737, if you have a bird strike in the right engine, that could cause smoke and fumes in the cabin, but if a bird hits the left engine, that would cause smoke and fumes in the cockpit. And this is something else the investigation will need to take a look at, because if you have smoke in the cockpit, you're doing everything you can to land as quickly as possible. But that still doesn't explain why the gear and the flaps were retracted. Before I show you probably the most important clues in these videos, let me just say that I always do my best to avoid speculating, and I debated whether or not to even make this video when we don't have the results of a full investigation. However, I know people are searching for answers, and I hope you found value in this as I've tried to be respectful while presenting things in a way that highlights the areas the investigation will focus on. If we go back to the first video, you can see that it looks like there's a slight yaw to the left as the aircraft is descending to land, which would indicate that perhaps the right engine is still producing some thrust, but maybe the left one isn't. Also, what's interesting is that if you look closely, you can see the disturbance of air from the exhaust coming from the right engine, but we don't see that on the left engine, so maybe the left engine wasn't producing any thrust at this point. In the second video, even though the right thrust reverser appears deployed, the left one doesn't, but it's very hard to tell that for sure, so once again, it's not clear if the left engine is working or not. That's why the investigation will need to take a close look at the left engine to determine whether it was operating when they landed. If it wasn't, why not? Was it damaged in the bird strike, or did the pilots panic and accidentally shut down the wrong engine? Because the truth is that if the left engine wasn't working and the right engine was also damaged, then the pilots would have likely been trying to preserve airspeed to have as much glide distance as possible to make it back to the runway. That would mean keeping the gear retracted until landing is assured, but it doesn't explain why they wouldn't at least lower some of the flaps to help reduce their landing speed. However, the situation could have just been so chaotic with all the warnings going off that they simply forgot to lower the gear and flaps. Either way, I want to be clear when I say that we need to wait for the full investigation, and considering how difficult things probably were for the pilots, they still managed to safely get the aircraft back on the ground, and if it wasn't for the dirt and concrete berm at the end of the runway, then everyone still might be alive today. I'll make a follow-up video once we have more details from the investigation and put a link to it on the screen here. But in the meantime, if you want to learn about the pilot mistakes that caused the 10 deadliest aviation disasters in history, including the story of Korean Air Flight 801, then be sure to check out this video using the link on the screen, and I'll see you on the next debrief.
Canada was to become our 51st state. for at least the first part of 2025, we're still going to have this guy as our international trade negotiator. And because of this, Kevin O'Leary has unilaterally said, nah, I'm going to take the wheel.
And one of the topics that was so hot last night, we're talking about in the middle of the night, New Year's Eve, was Trump doubling down on the H-1B stuff. This is something that is still very controversial. A lot of people talking about that. A lot of people say that this is the way, this is not right. I have a more nuanced take, but this. Trump publicly addresses his position on visas and immigration. And this is a problem that we have been talking about immigration in two ways. The first way is getting all those people, especially the criminals, deported. And the other way is the highly skilled workers. And there's a big issue with that. He says he's always felt we need to have the most competent people in our country. There's a massive difference between millions coming illegally across the border unchecked and legal immigration for highly skilled individuals. I'm going to generate the subtitles from this, and I'm also going to bring some of his remarks from past years, which are important in this regards, because he in 2016 had I'm not going to say a different take, but it was kind of a different. I'm going to say it's going to be a bit noisy. It's not generating the captions because it's a bit noisy, but we can just watch it this way. While save this image and we can listen to him. This is the video that sparked that conversation last night.
Why did you change your mind on H-1B visas, sir? I didn't change my mind.
I didn't change my mind, he said. I will try to make the translation here because it's really noisy.
We have to have the most competent people in our...
I always known that we have to bring the most competent people to the United States, and that's what people are complaining. And there are competent people in the United States right now. That is a huge huge concern.
Our country, we need competent people. We need smart people coming.
We need competent people. We need smart people. I'm going to tell you, if you have 3 million, more than 300 million Americans, how can you find those people? Because again, this is very easy. If you need to screen those highly skilled individuals abroad, why don't you screen for highly skilled individuals inside the country? It's very simple, because you know for a fact that so many Americans have been marginalized by DEI. This is something that I don't like. This is something I really don't like. It's very simple. It's anybody could say, hey, you know what? This is a worldwide brain marketplace. We need the best of the best. We're gonna make sure that we spot the best of the best inside our country and outside our country. Why can't he say that? I don't understand.
We need a lot of people coming in.
We need a lot of people coming in. We need a lot of people coming in. Again, I am not against bringing the best of the best brains, but I see this conversation and I would like to hear. We are going to have some kind of programs and some kind of initiatives to identify who are the brightest inside our country and bring meritocracy back into our country, and all those people who have been marginalized by DEI and all this. Oh no, you're white, we cannot promote you. Oh, you are such and such and we cannot give you the job. There's gonna be I guess I don't know why it would be a controversial thing, because everybody knows that that's what has been happening. Maybe, I don't know, his advisors tell him, oh, you cannot say that you're going to he could be talking Americans in general. He could be talking American in general, because he could say, you know what, we have 3 million people in here. We're going to look for the same. We're going to look for those brains right here, inside our country. But yes, as Sefer K9 says, the education system is so messed up and our literacy testing stinks. That's what we need to fix. That's why that somehow, how is it possible that those highly skilled, those brilliant engineers are all outside the United States? No, there must be inside the United States, but those have been and said, hey, you know what, you are not welcome here. You're not welcome here. Americans seem to not be welcome. And you know that is part of the destruction of what Democrats have done. So I don't know why Trump doesn't come clear about this. He should be very clear in those terms.
Jobs like we've never had before. But sir, you said you changed your position. You plan to go to the Carter funeral?
No, if he changed his position, well, back in, I already showed you this the other day. In 2016, Megyn Kelly asked about highly skilled immigration. The H-1B program is neither high skilled nor immigration. These are temporary foreign workers. To be clear, in that video that we just saw, he never spoke about H-1B. He never mentioned the H-1B. He just said, bring the best of the best. Bring the best of the best, and maybe that would be with the O1. The O1B, and maybe you can have a hybrid, an O1B based on a job. The problem is that when you say we need a lot of people coming in, is how you process and verify the merits and the actual skills of those people. The actual skills of those people. There's another video here that I made sure to include. I don't know. I can't believe that this is happening. I'm going to play it as soon as I add it here. And this was from 2016 as well.
Well, first of all, I think, and I know the H-1B very well, and it's something that I frankly use, and I shouldn't be allowed to use. We shouldn't have it. Very, very bad for workers. And second of all, I think it's very important to say, well, I'm a businessman, and I have to do what I have to do, and it's sitting there waiting for you, but it's very bad. It's very bad for business in terms of, it's very bad for our workers, and it's unfair for our workers, and we should end it.
We should end it. It was in 2016. Two things can be true at the same time. I'm trying to look at this in the most unbiased way. You have to get rid of H-1B, and you have to bring the best engineers from abroad. But how many of those engineers? Like if you let's say one number, because Elon Musk was saying first he said 300,000, then he said no, it's just 5,000 tops. Let's say that the number is 100,000 engineers in different. Adrienne Curry, I was watching your live stream this morning, and now you're watching mine. Thank you for being a member, Adrienne. Nice to have you here. Two things can be true at the same time. You can get rid of H-1B and bring 100,000 great engineers from abroad. But how can you verify that? And how many people would you need to verify those engineers' credentials? Because it is like that conundrum. You know, in the math world, there's one thing when a mathematician has a breakthrough, and has this huge proof that could be like entire volumes long. There's this conundrum. The mathematician gets to this amazing proof, but then you need other mathematicians that maybe nobody has done in the history of humankind. If this one person gets to this amazing proof and spans like 10 volumes, a single proof, mathematics proof, it is perfectly feasible. We're talking about that kind of numbers. And you need other mathematicians equally brilliant to verify that the proof is right. You get what I'm saying? How can you know, can you be certain that this one guy nailed the math proof if you don't have other mathematicians to verify it? And you will need the cream of the crop of mathematicians to be able to verify something that nobody has ever done. Again, you understand, right? So you have, for example, you have the best of the best engineers. You have to bring the best of the best engineers from abroad. The idea would be to have other engineers to verify that they are actually great. Maybe you have some kind of a reference program, but at the same time, if you have a reference or have references, anything regarding references can be exploited, can be weaponized. You say mathematician, awesome. How do you see that? Yeah, but it's a reality. Who are you going to put to verify if these 100,000 engineers are the real deal? Or like that novel, do you remember the novel, The Right Stuff? That they made a movie with Ed Harris. The Right Stuff. Did you read The Right Stuff? I love that book and that movie. It was such amazing. The Right Stuff. I have goosebumps right now. I have goosebumps. Why? Because I remember I read that book as a teenager that really wanted to go to the United States. I want to become an American citizen. And The Right Stuff, all the story about Chuck Yeager and all these astronauts, you know that I've always been a fan of space and aircraft. I still have massive goosebumps thinking about that. All was as this American ingenuity of all these men who, were at the edge of science and engineering. And we should bring that back. We should bring that back. Yeah, everything can be forged. Credentials, references, everything. How can you verify that the people that you're going to bring into the United States, again, good question. This is absolutely true. You can, if somebody outside can forge, can hijack the system, anybody inside can hijack the system as well. That is a given. That is a given. That is a huge problem. My issue with the way that they are talking about this is how not only Elon Musk, Vivek Ramaswamy, Donald Trump himself, they are making this priority of bringing people from abroad. That is something necessary. I've said this many times. You want the brains of this worldwide brain marketplace to be in the United States or in your country. Maybe you're from the UK. You want those brains being in the UK, or maybe you are in Canada. No matter in which country you are, you want your country to have the best brains of the world, regardless of where they come from, and be able to give them the tools and the infrastructure that they want. But you have to have the infrastructure, and the infrastructure has to be working with your actual native population, your native genius. Yes, it's a Tom Wolfe, Salsila, correct. From Tom Wolfe. It's something that the way that if you speak like, we are going to identify the unsung heroes, imagine a campaign like that. The unsung engineering heroes of the United States. You don't have to say that they are white. You don't have to say that they are black, brown, yellow, blue, pink. You don't care about that. You don't care about race, skin color. We are going to find those gems in our nation, and are not only inside our nation, but also outside our nation. Why not? You say things in that order, and you explain that there's this worldwide brain marketplace, this brain marketplace, we could call it, and it is mandatory to have every single brain at your disposal, the most brilliant minds. But realize that H-1B has been weaponized and there was an article about Tesla as well, that they fired I don't know how many workers. And sadly, in many ways, corporations only care about profit. How can we cut costs? How can we exploit people in this way? People who come from abroad, people who are going to fear of being fired. But again, there's no easy answer to this. But there should be a more intelligent approach to talk about this topic. And I'm looking at you, Vivek Ramaswamy, and not insult like millions of Americans. Oh, you are dumb because of you watch TV and you watch this sort of TV shows, and this TV show sort of brainwash your mind into being mediocre. No, man, I think that's not it. I'm pretty sure there are many brilliant engineers out there whose families watch these TV shows and it didn't make a dent into their IQ or performance. I think that doesn't make sense. I think that is insulting to many American people. And the way they reacted, they have this tantrum, all of them, I don't justify that. I can understand the rationale behind that, but it's not the way to have this conversation. I don't know that they just all of them went like off the rails at the same time. But I would like to know, what do you think about this in the comments? Let me highlight your chat.
This is David and his family. He took them flying the day after Christmas, but that was a terrible idea and his rogue flight got them all killed. However, there's a lot more to the story, and the truth is he wasn't the only pilot that got his family killed over the Christmas holiday. That's because a different pilot, who was also named David, made a very reckless mistake flying his family back home. And the reason why they crashed was just as shocking as the first tragedy. Take a good look at these two families. 6 lives were lost during the Christmas season, all because of the decisions these two pilots made. We've got a lot to talk about, so let's get started. I'm Hoover, and welcome to your Pilot Debrief. Our first story begins on December 26, 2016, when David and his family boarded a small plane at the Keystone Air Park in Keystone Heights, Florida, to fly to the Gatlinburg Pigeon Forge Airport in Gatlinburg, Tennessee. This was supposed to be a routine flight, but instead it turned into a tragic disaster when they crashed about 20 miles from their destination. David was 41 years old, and he was the pilot flying the plane. According to the investigation, David obtained his private pilot certificate on April 1st, 2014, about 2.5 years prior to the tragedy. Although his logbook was never recovered, about 8 months prior to the crash, he reported to his insurance company that he had logged 272 total hours, with 219 of those being in the accident aircraft. In order to find out more about his background, the NTSB reached out to the flight school where David did his initial training in Keystone Heights, Florida. According to the owner of the school, David pushed his training as hard as he could and cut corners wherever he could. As soon as he passed his practical exam, he purchased a 1965 Cessna 182, which is a 4-seat single-engine aircraft that he would fly over the next 2.5 years leading up to the crash. It was also discovered that during that time, David built a grass strip and a hangar on his property where he would keep the airplane, but he also continued to fly out of the Keystone Heights Airport where the flight school was located. According to the investigation, there was nothing mechanically wrong with the aircraft that contributed to the crash. However, it's worth pointing out that the aircraft was about 2 months overdue for an annual inspection, and as you're about to find out, this was just one example of David not following the rules. Traveling with David was his girlfriend Kim and his 8-year-old son Hunter, and I think one of the most tragic parts of this story is that these family members didn't know any better. They trusted David, and I'm sure his girlfriend and everyone else that knew him didn't have any reason to suspect that he would recklessly put their lives in danger. Unfortunately, that's exactly what he did. When David showed up at the airport to get ready for the flight, the forecast in Gatlinburg, Tennessee was calling for a few clouds at 4,600 feet and 10 miles visibility, which is good for VFR flying. However, this was going to be a 3-hour flight to an airport that sits on the north side of the Great Smoky Mountains, and the problem was the weather they would have to deal with along the way there. According to the NTSB, there was no evidence that David obtained a formal weather briefing prior to his departure, and even though he used ForeFlight to create a route to follow, he didn't view any weather imagery or file a flight plan. If he had taken just a few minutes to get the briefing, he would have learned that there was an air met for mountain obscuration in effect along his route, and the satellite imagery showed IFR conditions with cloud tops between 6,000 and 7,000 feet around the mountains near the Tennessee border. That being said, the fact that he didn't bother to check the weather was most likely typical behavior for him. According to the flight school owner, he had witnessed David taking his family flying in his Cessna on multiple occasions when the weather was below VFR minimums. He also said that he warned David numerous times about operating the aircraft VFR in instrument conditions, most recently warning him 2 weeks before this tragedy. In fact, when the flight school owner was asked why he thought David departed on the accident flight with those weather conditions, he said, "I counseled him numerous times about getting an instrument rating. He couldn't be bothered. He would just draw the route on his iPad and go." And that's exactly what David did on the accident flight. He probably thought that he knew what he was doing, and after he got airborne, he climbed the aircraft up to 9,500 feet and received VFR flight following services from air traffic control. Everything seemed to be going fine until he got about 3 hours into the flight. This was a photo taken by Kim during the accident flight that she texted to a family member, which was shared with a local news station. It's not clear where they were when the photo was taken, but you can see that they were flying above the weather, and I'm sure this gave them a false sense of confidence that things were going to be okay. However, if you look closely, you can see the clouds building up in the distance. In fact, this is a photo that was taken by another pilot that was flying around the crash site, showing that the clouds are a lot thicker here, and that's because there was a solid overcast layer with the tops around 7,000 to 8,000 feet. So now David was in this situation where he was VFR above the weather, but he had to figure out how to get below the clouds so he could land. Before we talk about the reason why David crashed and the last thing that he said, be sure to stick around because we still need to look at what happened in the next Christmas tragedy, including the flight data that's going to show you the reason why they crashed. I also want to thank Factor for sponsoring today's video because sometimes I hate trying to find something to eat for lunch and I don't want to waste my money on takeout food.
Over the past few days, there have been a couple of crazy plane crashes and other very concerning incidences involving airplanes. I mean, just last night we had a very concerning situation happen in Canada with a plane's landing gear malfunctioning or something along those lines. And of course we had that crazy crash in South Korea that claimed the lives of over 170 people. I think the count right now is at a 179 at the time of this recording. And it's like everywhere you look over the past few days, there's a plane crash here, a plane crash there.
But I can't. I have to wake up
This plane
early
has
tomorrow.
malfunctioning landing gear.
So,
This plane had to make an emergency landing. And of course, everyone is beginning to ask, what is going on with
get a
all of
headache.
these plane crashes? Well,
Wouldn't work.
I actually found the answer to that question months ago. But I realized how things work. You see, I'll make videos about a problem, right? And often people will write off that problem. Some people will consider it a conspiracy, or the masses, they just won't care. But I'll be here screaming on my YouTube channel until I'm blue in the face. Hey, this is an issue. This is going on. This is going on. And no one will care. And then about 6, 7, 8 months later, something will happen. And then all of a sudden, everyone's interested in the issue that I tried to point out 6, 7 months ago. Happens all the time. It's happening again right now with this situation. You see these plane crashes, the malfunctioning
That's not bad. It was pretty
airplanes.
chill.
This
How about
is
you?
nothing new. It may have fallen out of the headlines because they wanted it to, but this has been going on for a while. And we were able to trace back a lot of the issues that were going on. You see, most of the aircrafts that are malfunctioning and crashing, not all, but most, are Boeing aircrafts. Now, a lot of these problems, believe it or not, they all trail back to DEI.
Stacy
Boeing was hiring a bunch of people. They were like one of the most radical DEI.
I don't necessarily think it's DEI pilots. I think it's like DEI maybe in the manufacturing, maybe like
when it came to DEI. Okay,
it just sounds like a lot of
and
corners were cut, and not to say that it's diversity's fault, you know, but
you know what I mean. They didn't care if you were qualified. You had to check off certain boxes.
That's the thing.
So they quickly, you know, brought in all of these diversity hires.
Just more relaxed than anything. That's crazy.
Working on airplanes. Something very,
There's
very
too many
serious.
planes like
Are something
malfunctions
very, very
going on
serious.
lately.
You know what I mean? Like, if you want to bring in a DEI hire to work at Starbucks, yeah, your cappuccino might not taste as good as it did yesterday, but oh well.
I feel like I watched.
You will survive.
Did he like? I feel like I.
But if you bring in a
4 days
DEI
ago, I feel like
hire
I watched this already. I think I watched this.
Hello. My name is Kate, and I'm 29 years old. I am Scottish. 3/4 Scottish, 1/4 Irish, but I spent my whole life in Scotland and consider myself Scottish. However, since June of this year, 2024, I haven't lived in Scotland or any part of the UK. Firstly, I lived in Greenland for 4 months, which is very random, but I had a really cool job opportunity there. And then that was basically a fun folly, with afterwards the plan being to move to Hong Kong to teach English, which is where I've been for the past 2 months. And this is now my home. You know, I'm not saying forever.
You know, we've been kind of warning people, I think, over the last couple of months about, you know, what would happen potentially if we were to just completely leave the southern border or northern border open.
Sorry, guys. I'm just like.
He lived
Don't know what
along
I feel like.
Portugal's Algarve coast for 12 years. His last home was in Praia de Luz, where
Madeleine McCann, prime suspect. Bruckner turns out to be McCann's golden goose. What does that mean? Like, what does that mean? What does that mean? Well, let's hear.
He lived along Portugal's Algarve coast for 12 years. His last home was in Praia de Luz, where Madeleine vanished. His phone was used outside the McCann apartment the night she disappeared.
Wir haben nicht die Leiche von
Aw,
Madeleine
thanks,
McCann.
J-Bean.
Wir gehen aber davon aus, dass sie tot ist.
We don't have Madeleine McCann's body, but we expect
Usually
that she's
I'm,
dead.
like, playing
we have
video
some
games,
evidence
but,
that the suspect has done the deed.
I've been
For
into
the
current
first
events
time
lately,
since the
and I need,
McCanns
like, a
were
second
suspects in their
monitor. Oh my
daughter's
gosh, it's so loud.
disappearance, the value of their No Stone Unturned fund has topped £1 million. What do you think has been driving this torrent of cash into the McCanns' war chest?
I got nightmares in my head, I fear thoughts build up until I can't feel. My mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper. I got nightmares in my head, I fear thoughts
That's a long intro.
Well, the total value of the fund, according to the Mirror, is now over £1 million, is at £1,028,753, up from £921,819 a year ago. It's the first time it has exceeded 1 million since 2008, when hundreds of thousands of pounds were being donated by well-wishers. Now, a tiny fraction of that pile of treasure comes out of royalties from Kate's book. These numbers are of interest to me because I published a trilogy of books and then another two as well, the Deep Into Darkness series on the McCann case as well. And I've also seen sales lift over the past year. Royalties from Kate McCann's book Madeleine, which she penned in 2011 about the disappearance and ongoing search for Madeleine, soared to £2,325 from just $216 last year. It's not really a lot of money, is it? Books don't sell particularly well in the modern era. So what is driving this interest in the McCann case? Before we get to that, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, please do. Bear in mind, I've traveled both into the fabric of the McCann case. I've gone to Praia de Luz. I've also gone to Boulder, Colorado. I've written books about both those cases. And I see so many similarities in the fabric of both those cases, some distinctive differences too. And I think you can learn a lot from the one case through the other and vice versa. If you'd like me to discuss these similarities, let me know in the comments. If you find this analysis worthwhile, please hit the thanks button and let's get started. So any idea what is behind this increase in interest in the McCann case? Well, the increase in sales, certainly in the books, is believed to be linked to interest in the case generated by the trial in Germany of prime suspect Christian Bruckner. Now, I find this fascinating and even quite appalling. This year, we saw the trial of Bruckner trumpeted all year, especially this year, as the prime suspect in Madeleine's disappearance. The way the media have played the British public like a fiddle, they suggested all year, week after week, month after month, that at any moment, Bruckner was likely to be convicted for crimes related to Madeleine, when we're at the end of 2024 now, and he still hasn't even been charged, despite being charged in a bunch of other cases and, get this, found not guilty of all of these charges regardless. Just have a look at these headlines. Just look how the same words are repeated like a formula. Madeleine McCann, prime suspect. Madeleine McCann, suspect. And you really want to just underline those words. This is obviously the goose that lays the golden eggs for the media. Just keep using those three words. And then whatever comes after that doesn't really matter. People are going to read these stories. And through this, you can clearly see just how cynical all of these publications are. Again, using these three words, Madeleine McCann, suspect, dealing with a trial that's got nothing to do with Madeleine McCann. And what are they doing? They're trying to artificially draw interest to what is, was, and will always be a non-news story regarding Madeleine. At the end of the trial this year, and I think it went on for like 8 months, that's not like an iffy little trial. That's a very thorough testing of evidence. And so at the end of the trial, the Madeleine McCann suspect was acquitted of all 5 charges against him. In hindsight, it looks a lot like the German prosecutors, knowing they didn't have a case or enough of a case, tried to exert pressure on Bruckner by throwing him to the media wolves. What kind of pressure? Well, get him to confess, get him to give up, get him to take a deal. And of course he didn't. The article in the Mirror also slyly leaves the most important part out until near the end of the report, and by this time most people aren't even reading anymore. Bruckner was cleared in October of a string of unrelated sex crimes in Portugal following an 8-month trial in Braunschweig. And each time a charge was argued in court, you remember this, every time a charge was argued, the British papers had a field day salivating over it, trying to associate this salacious trial, this suggestive sexual accusation with Madeleine. And of course, at the end of the day, he gets acquitted on that charge, that one, and ultimately all of them. And the idea is that he was involved in Madeleine's disappearance because he's got certain sexual proclivities. And of course, this lands on fertile ground after the Netflix series that basically sets up this whole pedophile abductor narrative. Well, we're looking for a pedophile abductor. Well, here's a pedophile. It must be him. And the mostly gullible British public fell for this bait and switch, this carrot on a string, time after time after time throughout this year. Prosecutors have lodged a formal appeal against the not guilty verdicts. And then the article notes that this was a devastating blow for Madeleine's parents, Kate and Jerry. Was it? I'm not sure that's even true, because the German prosecutors believe that Bruckner actually killed Madeleine. They believe that Madeleine is no longer alive. I think they're right about that. And so the McCanns disagree with that. The McCanns feel that Madeline is still alive. So how can the McCanns think that this is their suspect if they think she's still alive? If anything, the silence of Kate and Jerry on Bruckner has been rather interesting, hasn't it? Did they use a cent from their treasure, from their over £1 million pound hoard, to travel to Germany, to speak to the prime suspect, to send someone to interview him? You know, you've got the British media gagging over this guy for months. Have the McCanns made any effort to make contact with him? Did they spend a single second in court this year, during those 8 months, listening to the evidence regarding the prime suspect firsthand? I mean, if it was my daughter missing and this is the prime suspect, I would want to know, wouldn't you? And most ridiculous of all, if the cops brought 5 charges against Bruckner and he was acquitted on all 5, then if you're out there hoping that there'll be a charge and trial dealing with Bruckner's involvement in Madeleine McCann's disappearance, when that's been held back because the evidence there's been more lacking than in these 5 charges, well, that is really a fool's hope. As I say, there's even less evidence connecting him to Madeleine than these other offences. And of course, we've been here before. This is a kind of deja vu, because there's been a revolving door of suspects in this case. Don't you remember that? In May 2019, when I was in Praia de Luz myself, I bought this newspaper. I bought a copy, and it was on the 12th-year anniversary, and guess who the paedophile of the moment was? Another German predator, Martin Ney. In 2019, Ney was trumpeted around the world as the new suspect in Madeleine's disappearance, and exactly nothing came out of that. What no one seemed to think about at the time was one little problem. Ney was interested in little boys, not little girls, and so it really definitely wasn't the right suspect for Madeleine McCann. And there are very good arguments why Christian Bruckner isn't either, but no one seems to really care about that.
It is interesting reading your reactions.
I mean, will people ever learn? Because we saw the same thing the paedophile of the month paraded this year, actually recycled from yesteryear in the Ramsey case. At any moment, Gary Oliva, who, like Bruckner, confessed to the crime. So I guess he's going to be arrested and charged at any moment. Wow, we've solved the case. It's incredible. Yeah, at any moment this year, next year, or for the next 20 years, or never. Don't hold your breath. Until people do learn, which I've got to tell you is hard to do with a short attention span, but until they do, the media will continue to cynically take advantage, and the truth of this case will recede further and further into the darkness, like a sunken shipwreck, quietly dissolving at the bottom of the sea until there's nothing left. Do you know in the McCann case, Scotland Yard's Operation Grain has been given over £13 million to investigate Madeleine's disappearance? I've got a question. How are they investigating it right now? What are they doing? On a day-to-day basis, what are they doing? Are they paying someone to read news stories about Bruckner until he's convicted? And this is what happens when you don't think critically about a case. I'm not going to take it further than that, but if you'd like me to do a comparative analysis looking at the similarities between the McCann case and the Ramsey case, as well as the key differences, please let me know in the comments. Thank you for listening, and I'll see you guys next time.
Interesting.
Ladies and gentlemen, the pleb is back. In this report, we got to talk about Pierre Poilievre's latest video, which is an 11-minute roast, an 11-minute absolute shredding of the liberals, which feels like a rapper putting out a diss track. Now,
maybe next time.
Are the skies over Ukraine so crammed full of drones that they are now picking up each other's signals? Just what does this mean when the enemy can watch your drone just as well as you can? I'm Paul, U.S. Army combat veteran. Let's talk about it. Okay, so this is a weird story. That in the skies over Ukraine, reportedly there are so many drones that they are actually stumbling into each other's feeds. And while this can be a benefit for Ukrainian drone operators, it at the same time can be a liability, as if the Ukrainians can see Russian drones, Russians can see Ukrainian drones as well. And more of these drone operators, particularly in really dense areas of the front line, are reporting that these sort of instances in which a bunch of drones are operating, that they are actually picking up each other's feeds. And this makes sense, not just because of the that there's a lot of drones, right? For example, we've seen some of those large drone shows, which hundreds of drones form a dragon or whatever. But what I think is actually happening and is the problem is that the drones are also operating in an electromagnetic spectrum, right? They call it the EM war, literally. And what this means is that both Russia and Ukraine deploy these jammers, and jammers jam along certain frequencies. The idea is that the Ukrainian jammers are going to jam the frequencies that Russian drones operate on, and Russian jammers will jam the frequencies that Ukrainian drones operate on. The result, of course, is that large portions of the electromagnetic spectrum over any given battlefield are closed off to any drone operators, meaning that there's smaller and smaller frequencies, and they're going to have to operate closer and closer to one another. The result, of course, is that you are at the risk of picking up each other's signals. If you've ever listened to the radio, actually tuned your radio to a certain frequency, particularly if you ever drove in a car before about 2000, you would notice that as you tuned the dial, you would hear sometimes faintly other stations broadcasting on sort of adjacent frequencies. This isn't unlike what's happening here. But the problem is that this isn't just the latest hits from, some terrible 90s band. You're not going to be picking up the sweet sounds of Creed. Instead, you're picking up a direct feed of a drone pilot. And so this can be a great thing for Ukrainian troops, right? One drone operator in Ukraine said that being able to see the Russian drone feeds was useful because you see where the enemy drone that wants to destroy you is flying. And it tells you not just what they are doing, but also what they know. For example, they'll likely be able to tell, hey, they're flying right towards mine or a friendly position. I can tell those crew to take cover or change locations because they may have been spotted, right? And so this sort of intel can be really valuable, but it's also a problem. Right? One U.S. veteran fighting in Ukraine said that there were two fights being waged by drones in Ukraine, the one that you can see on video and an invisible one that takes place on the electromagnetic spectrum. And I can tell you this, when I was in Ukraine, I saw that in the densest areas of the front line, I was near Toretsk, drone operators would show me that they had what they called the drone carousel, which is drones would always be in the air conducting constant surveillance and would be cycling off. In fact, I actually saw drones watching other drones crisscrossing the battlefield. After my visit, one of the soldiers I worked with actually sent me video of one of his unit's drones and a Russian drone passing each other like cars on a freeway. So the density is real and it's sprawling. And the question, though, is this a emblem of the future of warfare, or is this more of a blip on the technological development spectrum? Before I get to the answer and we take a look at that, I wanted to mention, first off, hit that subscribe button. That makes a difference. But more importantly, if you want to support the channel, you may notice that I have some pretty controversial takes, and I'm critical of just about everybody. Russia, Ukraine, the White House, China. Nobody is spare on this channel, and that means that I don't get many sponsors. So I depend on you guys to sponsor me over on combatvetnews.com. And because I was kicked off Patreon, that's my site.
Who's kicked off Patreon?
This is I run it, I host it. It's all owned by me. So if you want to support me, twice a week, I drop uncensored combat videos right on this channel. In fact, there's an archive now of like dozens, maybe even hundreds of these videos dating back to the start of the war. So if you want probably one of the best time-stamped archives of combat footage from the start of the war to today, as well as my analysis in each one, you want to become a member. The link is in the description. Okay. So here's what I want to mention. First off, the burn rate of drones at the front line is around 50,000. And so you can understand how when you're burning 50,000 drones every single month, the frequency can get really, really dense, right? Because remember, two drones can't broadcast on the same frequency close together. So if you want to operate a bunch of drones, you've got to own a band you got to own some band of frequencies, and then the Russians are going to own their own band, and they're going to be trying to jam each other. So the chances of this happening are pretty great. But here's the thing: this is a problem that's already on its way to being solved. And the reason I say this is because if you're operating on a certain frequency, the jammers can target you. But you know what the jammers cannot stop? They can't stop an AI-powered drone that can think for itself, that doesn't need continual user input or pilot input. It can't stop an optic drone, right? A drone that receives its commands via fiber optic wire. Literally, the only thing that can jam that fiber optic wire is a pair of scissors. Unless you sever the wire itself, that signal doesn't require occupying a space in the electromagnetic spectrum. And so these kind of technologies are already being fielded in Ukraine in limited numbers, right, in certain locations. But the fact is that I think this is a sign that you're going to see this pivot sooner, right? The density, the scale, it's pretty wild that drones are so pervasive that they are now running out of frequencies to communicate with them on. Anyway, guys, that's really...
Everyone is saying it's the end times, it's the end of the world. Even scientists.
A study out of the University of Durham recently found that people have an easier time inferring what happened in the past rather than what will happen in the future. It wouldn't have been hard to predict this result, would it?
You don't say.
But this is not the study that I want to talk about today. Instead, I've a very thought-provoking prediction that says global civilization is about to dramatically change. This study builds on an idea going back to the ecologist and system analyst Crawford Holling, which he popularized in his book Panarchy. He said that all types of complex systems, including human civilizations, go through a cycle of 4 phases. The first is a phase of exploration in which complexity rapidly increases because resources are abundant, for example, energy. Then there is a phase of conservation in which the system settles on a status quo that can last for a long time. However, the longer the system remains there, the more efficient it becomes at using resources and the less resilient it becomes to disturbances. This quasi-stable phase is then inevitably followed by a breakdown, which is called the release. After that, that's either the end of the system, which means it'll forever remain at low complexity, or it'll manage to reconfigure and start another cycle. The new paper claims that global civilization is currently in the breakdown phase and nearing a reconfiguration. So it's basically party, settle down, midlife crisis, and then either therapy or eternal stagnation. Crawford Holling drew his insights from biological systems such as forests, but argued that the cycle stems from the nature of complexity itself. It's because ultimately, whatever we do, everything from Amazon deliveries to antibiotic resistance is a reorganization of matter, energy, and information. Though Albert would like to point out that matter really is just a type of energy. This complexity cycle has previously been used to explain the rise and fall of earlier civilizations, such as the Roman Empire. The new study now is an attempt to apply this system's thinking to the current state of the world, the industrial phase of human society. The author says that there are multiple lines of evidence that we're currently in the breakdown phase. One line of evidence is the repeated smaller and larger financial crises and the increasingly larger fluctuations in GDP in the recovery phase. Then there are the multiple planetary boundaries for resources that we are depleting, the pollution we are causing, and the mounting evidence for the beginning of a biosystem collapse. Other lines of evidence are the rapid increase in the adoption of electric vehicles and renewable energy, and the spread of artificial intelligence that is changing human work in many professions, with the robot revolution underway. I'm just waiting for the day AI replaces my job of telling you AIs are replacing jobs. The author argues that we're currently at crossroads. Soon it'll become apparent whether we can reconfigure our organizing system, as he calls it, to one that can deal with the higher complexity we'd need to enter a new cycle. He writes that the success of the emerging new life cycle requires an organizing system premised on highly networked and decentralized models of localized ownership and creation, and that we need to adopt dematerialized post-scarcity worldviews that he calls an emerging
Something's different today.
paradigm.
What's
I don't know
different,
about
Chaza?
you,
What's
but I
different?
don't want my pension savings to dematerialize. so I'm not so sure about this. I also don't buy the entire decentralization idea, because what we see with AI is exactly the opposite. There are but a few companies about to become so powerful they'll make the Roman Empire look like a lemonade stand. But well, I'm just some YouTuber, and this study doesn't come from anyone, but from Nafis Ahmed, a British investigative journalist with a PhD in international relations. He's previously correctly predicted numerous other world events, such as the 2008 financial crash and the escalation of the Russia-Ukraine conflict, according to his own website. So maybe not the most reliable source. Let's have a look at this supposed prediction of the 2008 financial crisis. It comes from a 2006 article in which Ahmed wrote, "The source also said that leading US financial analysts privately believe that a collapse of the global banking system is imminent by 2008. The same anonymous source also said that global oil production most likely peaked in 2004. It's now 2024 and global oil production still hasn't peaked. I wouldn't call that a prediction for an economic crisis. That's an uncommented quote from someone who claims to have talked to someone who believes that there might be a crisis coming. And if you write sufficiently many articles of this sort, it'd be surprising if there was not occasionally a correct sentence in them. So, I think the gentleman is slightly overstating his case. Then again, who isn't guilty of self-advertisement? I don't mean to criticize him. No, really. I'm just telling you this as context, so you know how seriously to take this prediction. Basically, not too seriously. But I do think it's worth thinking about nevertheless, because what good is a civilization breakdown if we don't properly complain about it? This is the last episode of our Science News in 2024. Tomorrow I'll be back with a different shirt, people. Until then, I wish you all a good start into the new year. Did you know there's a free and
YG!
Hey everyone, welcome back to my last video of
Thank you so much, YG. How are you doing? Happy New Year.
The Russian ruble has dropped to its lowest value this century as continued Russian sanctions and Putin's war machine cook the Russian economy. Just what does this mean for the Russian consumer? And does it appear that Vladimir Putin is intervening personally in the central bank's decisions? Seems like the answer is probably yes. I'm going to break it all down right now. I'm Paul, U.S. Army combat veteran. Okay, so the story is available in one chart. There it is, right? This represents the 1 year chart of the ruble's value relative to the US dollar. Remember, guys, the US dollar is unique in that it is the currency for international transactions. So it's taken as kind of a universal benchmark. And remember, the United States, we've got inflation under control in our country. So the dollar's value, remarkably consistent. The ruble's value, showing some signs of stress, I'd say. As you can see, that it actually stabilized at around almost 1.1 cents per dollar, rubles per percent, basically. The ruble's almost worth a penny in August and then has been on a steady decline. In fact, in November, a round of U.S. sanctions caused the market to devalue the ruble even further, making it worth literally 0.8 of a penny. But don't worry, it came roaring back, 80% of a penny, excuse me. But then it came roaring back to almost 1 whole penny. And then, but recently, despite Russian central bank deploying its remaining foreign currency reserves to try to stabilize the Russian ruble, it's continued its collapse and is now less than 0.9 of a single penny. And this kind of crisis, and that's really what this is as bad as things have ever gotten for the Russian ruble. You can see here, we can actually zoom back. This is a chart of the inverse, right? This is the US dollar trading against the ruble. And you can see pretty clearly from this chart that what we're seeing is the largest closing day level of the ruble relative to the dollar ever. So again, you can see that the ruble was worth about 101 US dollars on the close of February 2022 at the outset of the war. And then you can see here we are, December 2024 at 105. And you can see going back to the year 2000, this is literally as bad as things have ever looked for the Ruskies. And
where's
before
the
we
party
talk about
at?
why I think Putin is actually directly intervening in Russian central bank decisions, what I think is going on here, I want to mention a couple of things. First, hit that subscribe button, that makes a difference. But more importantly, if you want access to uncensored combat videos that are sent to me directly from the front lines from many of the soldiers operating there, well, that is available for members on combatnews.com. You guys know that even as Russia tries to buy off influencers, the US actually, we talked about buying their own influencers. I'm not for sale. I'm supported by you guys. But I depend on you guys over on Combat News, right? This is my version of Patreon. Twice a week, Tuesdays and Thursdays, I drop uncensored combat videos that YouTube won't let me show you. So sign up, become a member. Link is in the description. I appreciate all you guys that do. Okay. So this is what I thought was also really, really interesting and probably explanatory for this price collapse. This right here. Ta-da! Bank of Russia keeps the key rate at 21%. Right? And this is from the Bank of Russia itself. According to the Bank of Russia, so Russia's board of directors decided to keep the key rate. This is their interest rate, sort of like their version of the Fed rate, at 21% per year. Now, you may notice that our Fed rate, when it was at an unbelievably, unprecedented height, was at 5%. So this Russian rate is 4 times higher than the Fed when it was on its all-out crusade against inflation, right? And This is because as the Russian ruble becomes worth less and less and less, you need more rubles to buy shit. More rubles to buy shit means prices of goods have gone up. So when you go to a Russian grocery store, you see that what used to be cheese that costs 800 rubles now costs closer to 1,600, right? So to the average Russian consumer, they're experiencing a massive inflationary crisis. Now, what did the Fed do to fight inflation? Well, the answer is the Fed, of course, raised interest rates. Why? Because what they're trying to do is soak up money out of the system. They're trying to effectively, like a sponge, absorb the dollars. When there's too many in the system and not enough goods for them to chase, right, you have to soak the dollars out of it. And by offering a huge interest rate, making it very expensive to take out a loan to get more money in the system, and making it really appealing to put your money in the central bank or into central bank securities, that both sort of functions to help soak up money that's in the system. And so it's very strange that in December, the Russian central bank, which up until this point has pursued a pretty stable policy of keeping the interest rate at 21%, said, actually, guys, things are great. Monetary conditions tightened. That's good for fighting inflation. More significantly than envisioned in October. The result of these effects,
like a little...
factors
I'm
autonomous from monetary policy.
Today, you know, I got...
And then they started going to the Bank of Russia, given the notable increase in interest rates for borrowers and the cooling of credit activity, the achieved tightness of monetary conditions created the necessary prerequisites for resuming disinflation processes, returning inflation to target. Basically, Russia said, even though inflation is still high, there's been slightly less loans going out. Therefore, we beat inflation. Congratulations, we did it. And this is pretty weird. The Russian central bank is pretty good at their job, and they certainly are good economists. Reputationally, they're one of the best central banks in the world. So it's very strange to have them sort of prematurely declare victory over inflation, right?
Oh, thank you,
And it's very strange. According to Russian central bank's forecast, the monetary policy says annual inflation will decline to just 4% in 2026, right? Now, again, we've talked about on this channel before that the official inflation numbers, 11% in annualized terms, pretty bad. And the fact that Russia thinks in just 12 months it's going to be down to 4% is pretty impressive, or delusional, depending on your stance. But we looked at some of the prices in Russian supermarkets from Russian vloggers, and we've seen that that inflation rate looks more like 25%, particularly, and imports are even worse. And so, why would the central bank suddenly become, a dove? Suddenly believe inflation's been beaten? And the answer, well, let me see if I pull this up here. They may have quietly told us the answer. You see, I think that they're trying to signal this wasn't our choice. See, they said this is the result of effects of factors autonomous from monetary policy. What that means is I think they're trying to obliquely indicate to other finance professionals that factors we can't control have dictated this decision. It's their way of saying, I think, that, hey, the Kremlin are the ones giving us orders to do this. And they're saying to their financial colleagues in other countries, you understand that we don't have a choice, and that you should price the ruble accordingly. And that appears to be exactly what the market has done. When we look up the last month of prices, you can see that, again, this December 21st decision, well, again, December 20th, they decided, hey, let's keep the rate as is right there. So there's what happened.
Ricky.
And you can see
How are you?
Initially the market said, great, good news.
We're hanging out,
and then
we're
slowly they said,
chilling.
wait, I think they're serious. And there's also reports that when they made this rate, they also, the Russian did some foreign currency reserve stuff to help stabilize the ruble. And now it's
Kind of forgot about this.
having a bad day. Anyway, guys, that's really all I had for you. Huge thank you to Colonel Team members of CombatVetNews.com. Folks like Bill Collier, Robert Colburn, Guys, Marnie, Gina Cresta, Chris Gorsuch, Friends, Carius, Al9, Petra Taru, as well. The Russian ruble has dropped to its lowest.
We just switched that.
So here I am minding my own business, thinking to myself, what else could happen this year besides the orbs, the aliens?
Ooh.
Well, apparently there's
That's
something
different.
really bizarre going on, and it started in South Carolina. This is what I'm talking about.
I hope you can hear this. They're breaking limbs bigger around than me.
What the heck?
What in God's name? I've never seen anything like it in my life. Look at that, look at that, look at that, look at that, look at that.
What the
So a man
fuck?
in South Carolina is claiming to have seen a massive creature climbing up one of the trees in his backyard and taking it down in a matter of seconds. Of course, this led a lot of people to believe that there's some sort of massive alien-like creature roaming around. I'm not sure that this is the case, but I did check the video. It's a 3.5-minute video, and it's kind of weird. The thing is, there are hundreds of people already freaking out over this because it is being said that this is a predator, alien-like creature that is able to cloak. And it's all over social media right now, and after watching the entire video, you may actually start thinking the same thing. I would not be surprised if after all these sightings we start getting to see more videos like this.
Oh! What the? It's always on TikTok though. What the fuck? It's always on TikTok. Babe. Okay, those are drones. Yeah, those are just drones.
Now let me make this very clear, I'm very skeptical about all of this. It could be a very elaborate psyop. And this is why I decided to make this video, to take a closer look at all the possibilities. So in this particular video, let's take a look at some things. The full video.
Are those aliens?
Why people are freaking out over this? Is it really some sort of alien-like creature that can cloak? Are there other videos suggesting that these cloaking creatures exist?
The thing is, like, they're always on TikTok, and it's like, why on TikTok? Why not anywhere else? You know. Well, I guess technically he's bringing it to YouTube, but like, I don't know. The heck? Oh, that's...
Let's also take a look at the newest sightings of these orbs and drones in New York and many other places.
What the? Okay, that's just a drone. That's just a helicopter with a light. And, you know,
these videos suggest
atmosphere.
that these things are way more technologically advanced than we previously thought. The thing is this just a coincidence? Or do these alien-like creatures that are supposedly being spotted have something to do with the current sightings? In a few minutes, we'll deep dive into that, but first, let's begin with the basic, and that would be this man's video in South Carolina.
I hope you can hear this. It sounds like gorillas fighting in the tree. They're breaking limbs bigger around than me.
It's a pretty large spotlight.
Oh boy. What was that?
I've never seen anything like it in my life.
Why did you...
This is the second time I've come over here. And the first time when I got up under them trying to figure out what it was, they started breaking limbs off and throwing them at me. And I still cannot figure out what it is.
So this is the second time.
Look, they're ruining this freaking place. What in God's name is it? It's bigger than me, whatever it is. Because it's breaking limbs off that
Oh, we have to watch something. We have to watch something. Where is it? Where is it? Hold on.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've been wondering for so
3 days
long,
ago this was posted.
when can we have a real discussion about the national parks in this country? Every time I bring up the discussion, people get defensive. I love hiking. I love kayaking. Screw you. But my question is, when are we going to acknowledge that national parks are literally death traps in this country? Out of all the true crime cases going on in America, all of these crazy murders and missing people cases, half the time the bodies are found in national parks. Do you guys know how many bodies are found in national parks every year? Do you guys know how many people just vanish? They go missing. Many of them are never ever found again.
You do like how they are always horrible video. The video wasn't even that bad. You just don't see the actual
they just disappear.
thing
Or
that's
they get
doing
distraught and lost and their body gets found.
Missing
Months
away,
later,
yeah.
frozen solid, all types of crazy stories. Literally all of the craziest stories. You can track them back to a national park at some point in time. And the conspiracy theorist in me believes There must be some weird, secret, wild stuff going on out there in the wilderness at these national parks sometimes. For one, you got a lot of criminals. You got a lot of people on the wanted list that are like living off the land in these national parks, okay? You might not think it, you might not want to believe it, but you got people who are wanted for all types of heinous crimes who now kind of live in national parks. And I think sometimes they come across people and they offer.
They're called wild
do
animals.
horrible things to them. Yes, I think that happens sometimes. But also I wonder what type of secret government projects are going on, right? We all know that our government is doing all types of weird tests and experiments. They're testing out all types of new equipment or what have you. Who's to say that they're not doing something out here in the middle of these national parks? There have been first-hand accounts of people who say they find strange doorways, or maybe there's military bases in this mountain or underground. And then, of course, you got to think about UFOs. It may seem kind of extreme to people, but let's just say, if aliens do exist, if aliens did want to abduct someone, what better place to do it than in the middle of a national park while someone's out in the middle of the wilderness? All I'm going to say is, listen, I know
Because they don't
nature
really
is
have
harsh,
to do it in a
Mother Nature
national
can be
park.
harsh, and you
If we're
got to
talking
respect her.
UFOs, anyway.
So I understand you go out there in the wilderness and things happen. I know that there is a logical explanation for why a lot of the people, die out here in these national parks. But there's a lot of cases that have no explanation. And I really do think that there's something weird going on out there in these places. And even the people who regularly visit these places, they'll tell you that sometimes their compasses and stuff like that, it goes haywire.
What's interesting is that earlier today I was in an X space. That's where like people talk. And the topic was like geopolitical something or other. And the people in there were like talking about Bigfoot. Like they were basically talking about conspiracies like they were true. And and a few of them in there were like citing how they saw Bigfoot or something. And
so I don't know.
I just feel like there's a lot of Bigfoot talk lately. Anyone else?
Iffy about national parks, especially once I started like covering news stories and stuff like that. When you're covering true crime and within 6 months you hear about hundreds of people being found.
Bigfoot is what humans would have been if the aliens didn't come in and play with the genetics. So we are part Bigfoot, part Martian, according to some people.
Dead and going missing and what have you in these national parks, it really makes you raise your eyebrow. But it's a situation that we don't have conversations about. We don't have many conversations.
Bigfoot is
about.
an alien. Videos are the best.
Like literally,
they're aliens.
statistically
That's
speaking,
why
I think
we
you
can
would be
never
safer
find them.
Going to the most dangerous neighborhood in America, you would be safer there than in a national park. Now, a lot of you are
I
at
don't
home and you're angry
think they're.
because you love
I
going
don't
fishing.
really
You go
think
to the
that's the
national park all the
case.
time.
If they exist, I
And
don't
since-
really think they're alien. Like, cause like why? I don't know.
Never happened to you. Well, guess what?
I don't
Cool.
really think Bigfoot exists, but
I rode the subway in New York before and I didn't get set on fire. Thank God, but guess what? People are getting set on fire on the subway every day. So just because nothing happened to you or someone you know doesn't mean that things aren't happening. And all it will take is a quick Google search for you to see the alarming
Bigfoot
amount
other
of people who
watchers?
just vanish in these parks. But the reason I'm talking about this today is because now we have another strange case involving
They always
one
go
of
back
these
to their ship.
national parks. This time, it was the Gifford Pinchot National Forest in Washington State. Turns out two fellas, the holidays were here. They wanted for shits and giggles, they wanted to go out to the national park and look for Sasquatch. They told their family, hey, don't worry, we'll be home for Christmas.
Sasquatch.
We'll be home on Christmas Eve. As far as I know, I don't know all of the intimate details, but I don't think that this was supposed to be a really serious trip where these two men were supposed to be out in the wilderness for days on end. No, I think they just wanted to go out there for a few hours and they were supposed to come home. They wanted to go out into the national forest.
There's a guy who went looking for a Yeti.
And look for Bigfoot for a couple of hours. The ladies are at home making the Christmas dishes. Maybe they wanted to get away from the rest of the family. Maybe they wanted some bonding time. So they go out to look for Sasquatches. But they never come home. Christmas Eve goes all the way by. They never return. Christmas morning, kids wake up wanting to open their presents. The adults are around sipping their coffee wondering, hey, these two people never returned. They went looking for Sasquatch. They were supposed to come home in a few hours. They never came home. Now it's Christmas Day and they're still not home. Something is wrong. Well, there was a massive
Bigfoot is
search,
the enemy of the
and they
lizard
winded up
people.
finding these two guys' bodies.
They were left here to protect us.
And it's kind of a weird story. I guess the logical explanation is that they froze to death or something like that. But they never went out there with the intentions of staying long. They weren't prepared to camp in the woods or anything like that because that was never the plan. Yet somehow, some way, something happened to them. They went missing for days on end. Maybe they took a wrong turn or something. And they were found both deceased. Let's go ahead and hop into this article and find out a little bit more. 2 Oregon men found dead from exposure in forest while looking for Sasquatch. 2 Sasquatch hunters died after they went missing while searching for the elusive, mythical creature in the Oregon wilderness on Christmas Eve. The bodies of the 2 men, ages 37 and 59 years old.
37 and 59. Looking for Sasquatch. That's like the age of the people that were in this X space. Like older people, like I don't know. Some people really believe this stuff.
Were found in a heavily
Or like
wooded
they said that they actually saw
area of the Gifford-Pinchot National Forest in Washington State, the Skamania County Sheriff's Office said Saturday. Police said the pair appeared to have died of exposure amid the harsh weather conditions and their ill preparedness for the forest.
Into the interior,
the men
you
had
will get
set out on their
attacked,
excursion into the wilderness, hoping
alive
to
or
spot
eaten by
Bigfoot,
wolves, bears,
with the
and
intentions
lions.
to return home before
Or
Christmas.
Bigfoot.
A
More
family
Bigfoot.
member reported the 2 men missing in Skamania County to the Skamania County Police at around 1 a.m. on December 25th. A grueling 3-day search was conducted for the men, as over 60 volunteer search and rescue personnel took to the area looking for the Bigfoot fanatics. The search party fought through freezing temperatures, snow, rain, and the heavily wooded terrain. 7 separate law enforcement agencies from around the area and the Coast Guard offered services and help in the search that included K-9s, drones, ground teams, and helicopters. Their exhaustive search efforts resulted in bringing family members home to their loved ones, the sheriff's office said. The Skamania County Sheriff's Office extends our deepest sympathies and condolences to the families of the loved ones lost in this tragic incident. The unidentified pair's car was spotted on a flock camera before police located it in Willard, Washington. Legend
Look,
of the hairy
I live in
biped
what's
living in the
WA,
Pacific
Washington.
Northwest was
There is
tattooed-
never
or
a
has tattooed
mission
the minds of many,
that a
leading to
search
thrill
for
seekers to
Sasquatch
travel to the
isn't
wilderness of Washington
serious.
and Oregon in the hopes of seeing the crazy beast. The phenomenon is so captivating, local governments have begun celebrating the creature by hosting Sasquatch hunts. The Pacific Northwest isn't the only area in the
There's a
country
law
known for its Sasquatch
on the
wars.
books that you
In
cannot
October,
kill a
residents in
Sasquatch.
Fairfield
What?
County, Connecticut, reported hearing screams coming from the supposed Bigfoot, which lasted for a terrifying 10 minutes. The howls were emitted from a forested area near the town of Monroe on October 17, 2023, according to the Bigfoot Field Research Organization. So 2 men, Christmas Eve, go out on a little hike, go to see if they could find Bigfoot, and they never, ever return. Now, as far as I know, they never had the intentions of staying out there long, which is why they were ill prepared. Obviously, it was cold, freezing temperatures. I'm sure they were aware of that when they went. So the question is, what went wrong here? What went wrong? Why did these 2 men freeze to death in the middle of the wilderness, in the middle of the woods? Their car wasn't too far away. I mean, sure, you could say, hey, they took the wrong turn. They kept taking the wrong turn. They didn't know how to get out. And yeah, that's obviously
There's hundreds of miles
But I
of
don't
wilderness
know.
in Washington
Sometimes
State
you just gotta wonder
that no one has
what
been
is
in.
really happening to people out here. Because I've
You
even
live
heard
about
tales of
an
people
hour
going
from
through, like,
there,
bouts
and
of
these peeps
confusion
from
and different
Portland
things
were
like
hunting
that.
magic
Maybe
mushrooms,
people's
not Sasquatch.
equilibrium is thrown off when your compass gets thrown off. I don't know. But there's always some type of weird, crazy story going down at these places. And I can assure you that tomorrow, the next day, the day after, you will see another crazy story involving a national park or a national forest. A body found here, a body found there, a kid went missing there, a young couple went missing here. All the time. And it happens so much. But no one wants to have the conversation about it. Everyone wants to pretend like there's nothing to see here. But if there was anything else out here that claimed as many lives as our national parks, we would be talking about it, right? I mean, we shut down the entire world for an illness that I don't even want to take it there. I don't even want to take it there. Let me not take it there. All all I'm saying is that we have shut down the world for less. Literally for less. Yet hundreds and hundreds of people every year are going missing. They're getting murdered. They're getting kidnapped. Bodies getting found in trunks in the national forest. And it's just something that's kind of dismissed. And when you look back, it's something that's been going on for forever. And when I say forever, obviously not forever, but this was a problem, you know, back in the day too. This isn't a new issue that just started. You know what I mean? Yet it's an issue that most people simply refuse to acknowledge. And when you bring it up, people will get defensive. You will see defensive people in the comment section right now. What do you know about the national parks? I always camp there. That's the type of reactions you get when you point out very real problems. So, unfortunately, what will happen is we'll just continue to go through this revolving door of every couple of weeks. Oh, hey, here's another crazy national park story. And mind you, most of the stuff I don't even talk about. Most of the stuff I don't even acknowledge. I stay away from a lot of the true crime stuff these days. But all of this stuff is still going on, regardless if people want to talk about it or not. Also, while we're on the topic of Bigfoot and national forest and national parks, there are several cases from the past. I may go over some of them in the future, but there are several cases in the past where bodies were found in these national parks that had been brutalized to the point that a lot of people seem to believe that an animal couldn't have done it, or even a human.
Do you have a feeling that guy hasn't been out of his house in decades?
Now, I don't know if that's the case or not. All I'm saying is that there has been several cases in the past, several mysterious cases, where bodies are found and the placement of bones and certain things really lead people to believe that it wasn't a human that killed them, but it also wasn't an animal that we know of. So there are very mysterious cases out there like that as well. Now, I'm not suggesting that these two men were killed by Bigfoot, but I am suggesting that something weird may have went down.
So back to which one was it? This one.
Well, look, they're ruining this freaking place. What in God's name is it? It's bigger than me, whatever it is. Because it's breaking limbs off that it would take me 2 minutes to saw.
What's that noise?
Look, see, he's coming right above me right here. He's fixing to throw something at me, whatever it is. Yeah, they don't like you messing with them.
Look at that.
How do you know it's not just windy? It's probably just windy, and then they did a voiceover of a guy, you know, like but you can hear like the branches cracking though. And you don't hear any wind.
What's going on? Look. That's bigger than me. Look at that, look at that.
Why you turn the light off when...
my gosh.
Why you turn the light off right at that moment?
What in Jesus' name is doing this? Oh my God, he just took half the tree down.
Wait a second, I saw something.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Oh my gosh. Oh my
What'd you see? What'd you see?
It's gotta be I don't even think a bear would have a chance in Hades and they're doing this. It's something stronger than a bear.
Deadfall branches.
And he is pissed. Yeah, that's a healthy tree. About 10, maybe even 12 inches in diameter that he just broke because he's pissed because I'm getting close to him.
I'm not sure it's pissed because of that, but whatever it is, it's
I
pissed.
think I'm gonna bounce because I think he just hit the ground, which means he's about to face me on foot. And I don't really want to wrestle with somebody that can tear trees down. Just because they're mad.
Makes sense.
God, look at the tree he just freaking broke in half.
There's a certain moment there, I'm pretty sure I saw something in the tree. And it's not just me, someone on Reddit posted this picture over here. He says, 30 seconds in the video, you can see something like this. So let's take a look at that again. 30 seconds, let's check this out. Yeah, over there, you can see it. Yeah, check this out. Yeah, over there.
Interesting. It's in this area?
Yeah, over there. You can see it. What? Can't see exactly what it is. It seems like...
It looks like a hand.
Yeah, over there. You can see it. What? Can't see exactly what it is. It seems like I can see something moving the tree branches. Look at that. Over there. 1, 2. Look at that.
Bro,
It's
you
really
don't know how to go frame by frame?
Look. It does look like it's throwing branches. When he lights up this tree, look at that. Now.
It's an owl.
Over here. What is going on here?
Something. Oh my God.
Look at that.
The
Whatever this
heck?
thing is, it seems to be shaking one of the trees.
Yeah,
So
it
this
looks
is
like it's being
definitely not
shaken.
a dead tree falling down, taking other branches together with it. Because this is the main theory. Like this guy says on Reddit. So on another subreddit, it was debunked as a dead tree falling and breaking limbs off the live ones as it came down. And this guy says, it's just that in this case, it would be the most dramatic and climatic tree falling down. It was pausing and moving in many different parts. Exactly.
These
It's not a
ships
dead
are
tree falling
addictive.
down. And there's also this guy on YouTube that posted this comment. I work with trees in a tree cutting service. Those are not snapping without a pressured force or mechanical force. Whatever snapped those trees in the middle of the night is a beast. I have to agree with this guy. Whatever it is, it's moving from one branch to the other. And it's taking pauses. So I did some research and tried to find the original video so we can pinpoint what's going on here. Is this just in South Carolina? Is this something that's going to start happening all over? So this was posted by Sunwell TikTok account 1 day ago. 5 million views. So let's take a look at what the comment says.
Carnivals! Oh
A lot of
no,
people say you need
carnivals
to watch
redeemed, get
Missing 411,
roasted.
the UFO connection, one of those stories.
Carnivals,
There's a
more
hunter
like
who saw an invisible alien creature. She describes it looking like
carnivals,
sarin
more
wrap
like
with a form
barnacles.
moving in the trees. Or pretty much looks like what she saw. Seems
I'm
like a
so
lot of people agree
sorry.
with
You
this guy.
guys
Now there are
must
more videos
understand
of
that
such
I'm
things
just really
going
bad at
on. It's not
roasting.
just one video. Other people think it's about.
I have nothing bad to say about
So
anyone,
everybody
for the
forgot
most
about the
part.
lab chimpanzees that got loose in South Carolina.
Carnivals, more like.
I have to take a look at that.
I'm sorry. Don't leave, carnivals. Don't leave.
Huh. This is weird. Lab monkeys.
Lab monkeys?
Are you kidding me?
Oh,
This is
yeah,
starting to look like a
yo.
movie.
Where was this? South
One
Carolina?
says
Hold on.
water-
South Carolina. My guy. My guy was literally just talking about that. And it's funny because he's like, I talk about things that nobody's talking about until it's like, you know. He literally talked about this. One sec. How long ago was it? It might have been. Oh, here, look. They're still on the loose. Where? South Carolina.
Okay, I'm going to depart from garden talk to share with you Morgan Island, South Carolina. This island is near
These
Beaufort,
trees look
South
exactly
Carolina.
the same.
Okay, I'm going
These
to
trees look just like
depart
the
from
trees
garden
in that
talk
video.
to share with you Morgan Island,
ones
South
here
Carolina.
look just
this
like the
island is near
ones
Beaufort,
that-
South Carolina, and it's full of monkeys. So,
It's gotta
there's two
be these
stories to how the monkeys
monkeys.
came here. In 1979, the United States government put 1,400 monkeys on this island, and now they've expanded to about 4,000 plus. According to Wikipedia, the monkeys carried viruses, and they were starting to
You found the video.
spread to the local population.
One
in
thing a person
Puerto
said
Rico.
was some apes escaped
So,
from. Yeah, this must
South
be
Carolina offered this island for the monkeys
Look,
to
they
reside there,
escaped
so they
research
could research these
facility,
monkeys and the virus.
wreak havoc in South
Another
Carolina.
conspiracy theory is that
This was 1 month
the United
ago.
States wanted these monkeys to run tests on and that India stopped exporting these monkeys, so the United States imported these monkeys
Thank you,
to
Carnivals.
raise
I
on
hope
this
you're doing
island
well too.
so that
Happy
they could
New
continue
Year.
their testing.
Happy
So
New Year
who
to
knows
everyone.
what the truth is,
in
but
case
we
I didn't
decided to
say
take our
Happy New
boat
Year
down
to
here.
you.
You're not allowed to enter the island, it's illegal, so we stayed
One thing a person
off the
said
island and
was
stayed
some
on our
apes
boat and
escaped from
filmed
a
the
facility
monkeys from
just
our
weeks
boat.
before that.
But here are the monkeys living on Morgan Island, South Carolina, as
So I
filmed from my
think-
boat with my
I
iPhone.
think we
Pretty interesting stuff.
I think we figured it out.
Bottom right at 254, you can see a set of eyes glowing. Let's check that
Bottom
out.
right.
254. Okay, I can see it. Look at that.
Where? Oh my god.
Okay, I can see it. Look at that. Let's check that out. 254. Okay, I can see it. Look at that. Over here.
Yeah, that was.
That looks
The
big
guy
and not
says
like
pause
that
at
looks
108. You
kind
can
of
see
too
it
big.
climbing.
Like the thing is, the monkeys don't seem that big. I don't know from the video that we saw before, but like they're probably strong, nonetheless, right?
It is.
Okay.
I can't believe, like, are there still... When was this video taken? Hold on, when was this video taken? You're gonna leave a lurk? Thank you so much, Carnivals. I really appreciate it. Gotta wake up early, and it's almost 3 a.m. Oh, damn, you're right. It is almost 3 a.m. Have a good night, and stay hydrated with what... You know what? I need to fill up my water. I need to... It's empty. But, yes, you're absolutely right. Hearts, hearts.
Ruining
this.
Not figure out what it is.
Over here.
play it
Oh
a
my
little bit.
gosh, I saw it.
Room at me.
Where?
And I still cannot figure out what it is.
Over here. Oh.
So, like, they just moved, like,
And I
really
still
fast.
cannot figure out what it is.
Over here. Oh my gosh. Whatever it is, it's huge. Look at that.
Maybe it's more than one. Right? And that's why it seems so big. It's probably like a group of them. Aw, thank you, Carnivals. Thank you. Rip Haven, oh no, I'm so sorry. Links are disabled in the chat. But you can always whisper it to me.
Yeah. It's like, I can't see exactly what it is. This is why a lot of people are saying this is like some sort of predator, cloaked, alien-like creature. Now, here's something really important about it. It was posted to Reddit 2 days ago, to TikTok 1 day ago, to a YouTube account 20 hours ago, but then I found the original video.
Oh, 2022!
It's posted by Jeff X1414 in May 2022. It is indeed coming in from South Carolina. He says, this happened to me when I was headed to...
So hold on, so 2022, but when was this monkey thing? This monkey thing happened... Did I close it? When did the monkey thing happen? Like a month ago? So what the heck?
Fish at an apartment lake around 11 p.m. Approximately 30 seconds after I quit videoing, the entire tree popped so long and then fell. Okay, so now we know a few more things here. 1. This is not a recent
look,
event.
a tin of cookies.
It has probably nothing to do with the UFOs that are happening or showing up all over the world. 2. It is very similar to many other videos that portray these predator, cloaked, alien-like creatures. Not saying that this is the case or that it makes any sense, but I'm going to be taking a look at some of these videos together with you guys in just a few moments. And 3. The escaped monkeys. There were 43 monkeys that escaped from Alpha Genesis Research Facility in South Carolina. Here it says that these monkeys were too young, and because of that, they had not been subjected to any testing. Now, this
So wait, it's not the monkeys? Well, I mean, if it happened in 2022... I don't know. Let's see what Rip Haven has to say.
There's an old video from 2022 making waves, footage of a cloaked creature hiding in a tree in South Carolina. At first glance, it brings to mind last year's Peruvian village being attacked by a predator-like creature. But something feels off. A cloaked alien wouldn't be throwing sticks back at you. Looking closer, it becomes clear it's not cloaked. You can actually see the creature jumping around. And at this moment, there it is, leaping on a branch. And it looks like a monkey. You still feel skeptical? Let's stay at the same spot and see if we can detect any other movements. And here it is. It's scratching its back. This creature is likely just a monkey or even a group of them, perhaps tied to the lost lab chimps news in South Carolina. Nowadays, it's crucial to stay vigilant and avoid spreading
so when did these monkeys
incidents
escape?
Because it's only muddy the waters. After all, there are
Because
indeed
it's 2025.
rare and truly unexplainable encounters out there.
What's going on
There's an
here?
old video from 2022 making waves. Footage
So this guy is trying to say that
And
it wasn't
recently,
the
this was in November
monkeys, for what
2024.
reason?
What a year. So let's just clear things up. The video was recorded in 2022 and it has nothing to do with the UFO situation that's happening right now, even though it is being massively shared all over social media as if it happened 2 days ago. To me, it's kind of fishy. It seems as if somebody's trying to create a narrative.
They started breaking limbs off and throwing them at me. And I still...
Now here's another situation. It is being shared as if this is some sort of predator-like creature that can cloak.
Look. What in God's name?
In the video, to me, it becomes quite clear that whatever this thing, it is a massive creature, and I don't see any creature at all. I see the trees moving and shaking. Pretty sure that this is possibly something else other than
How do you explain that though? Like that huge piece of tree falling.
that whatever
because
this
of a
thing,
monkey?
it is a massive creature, and I don't see any creature at all. I see
Right,
the trees
like-
moving and shaking. Pretty
How do you
sure
explain
that
that?
this is possibly something else other than a dead tree just falling down.
The trees just like maybe these
Oh my
trees are
God, he just took
dying.
half
They're
the tree
just
down.
weak and
So
dead.
it is
I don't
quite
know.
strange. It is very strange. It could be a cloaked, alien-like predator creature, and this has been talked about before. There's even a subreddit. It's called
All right.
Wait.
I don't like this. Oh, we have some.
Red camera or something like that.
Something else to see.
Do you see that?
Oh.
Over there, look
Well,
over there. You
that's
see
kind
that?
of weird. But the sound is like making it.
Wait, because that was it again,
The
right
sound is making it cheesy, as if it was like fake.
there. Right there. Wait.
I don't like this.
You see that? Right there. Look.
Oh my god. That's not an animal. I don't like it.
Okay.
What's with the sound effect? I think this is fake. That looks fake.
Bob Carrot. This is wild footage.
You know what's interesting? Hold on, let me play that again. So I don't know if you guys can see, there's like something, looks like something's moving here. The interesting thing is like there's this, hold on, I see a hand. Isn't this like someone's hand? Is this not like a hand? Maybe this is AI or something. There's this person that I watch who lives on like this large property, and he talks about paranormal kind of stuff, but generally his channel was about like homesteading off the grid. Good night, Stacy. Thank you so much for hanging out. Oh, thank you. Have a good night. You eat like a trucker but still keep a supermodel figure. Your metabolism must be very super Trump. The bag of Rolos you got for the holidays is untouched. It might be New Year's willpower battle. New Year's willpower battle. Oh, haha. So this guy, okay, so he has a homesteading channel, and then he kind of now talks about paranormal stuff because he found that a lot of paranormal stuff happens on his property. He has like a large property. and like woods and stuff. Anyway, so he gets emails of like people's UFO stories or abduction stories or whatever, because if people leave their experience in the comments section, a lot of them tend to get removed, and he finds that interesting. So people email him instead, and he reads the emails. So anyway, in one of these emails, a lady was saying how in one of his videos, she could see like a big being kind of crossing, like walking across in the background, but it was kind of transparent. She said it was big like Sasquatch or Bigfoot, but it was like transparent. And and it's just interesting because like that's what we're seeing here, whether or not it's like fake
and stuff like that.
This one seems to me
What was it again?
fake.
Right there. Wait.
Like it's
I don't like this.
good. It's
You see that? Right there. Look.
Oh my god. That's not an animal.
the sound
I don't like it.
Okay. Fuck.
like this, and then this weird like film grain thingy. No, this looks like it was fake. Like they added, what is this like film grain like thing they added over it? Like no, that's
Same
not.
time, it kind of.
That's not what happens when you when you get attacked. Your camera doesn't suddenly like start acting. Anyway.
Okay, so to me
Maybe
this
it
looks
does,
like it
but
could
it
be the
wouldn't
real.
look like that.
Georgia has a few stories of haunted spirit.
So this one is interesting. It reminded me of what that guy was saying. So the lady could see something like this walking across his property, but she couldn't, like, nobody else saw it apparently. So I don't know if it's actually in the video or if she's just saying things. That looks like a leaves. That's just a fucking leaf. That's literally a fucking plant going like this. That's just
Stuff
a
like
plant
that.
going like this. Hello?
Okay, so it seems to her this is supposedly
Really?
from Bob Garrett. This is wild footage.
It's just a plant. It's literally just a plant. Like, going like this.
I see it.
I saw it until I realized it's just a plant.
That's wild.
Like, maybe something fell on it and it moved.
Look at that.
Mm.
Something invisible with some sort of cloak, like Harry Potter cloak, just running around. There's also this very compelling video coming from Barbara Shoop. She says, "We had one outstanding event during our camp. Let's look at this."
Okay, so Larry, you remember we showed you this tree when you were here that had been snapped off there and was hung up over there? So I guess it was maybe 6 months or so ago. We got a new break in the middle of it.
Hi, Crevetka.
Really
How are
fast
you?
Right in the middle to break it there, to not break these smaller pieces that are supporting it at either
Yeah,
end.
that had to been, you know,
Yeah,
like a thrust and not a hang, you know what
yeah,
I'm saying? 'Cause if
something hard and fast.
Whoa, what's that?
Time
The
that
heck was
top
that?
already
Did you
came
see
down.
that?
Hold on,
Same
hold on.
thing.
I didn't see it. Hold
You
on.
know,
Yeah,
like a thrust and not a hang, you know what
yeah,
I'm saying? 'Cause if that-
something hard and fast.
Oh my.
the amount of time
The heck was
top
that?
already
Did you
came
see
down.
that?
The sand's been, you know,
Yeah,
like a thrust and not
Hold
a
on, hold on.
hang.
Where?
Thrust and not a hang, you know what
yeah,
I'm saying? 'Cause if that-
something hard and fast.
Oh my.
the amount of time
The heck was
top
that?
already
Did you
came
see
down.
that?
The sand's been, you know,
Leaves moving.
Yeah,
like a thrust and not a hang, you know what
yeah,
I'm saying? 'Cause if that-
something
if it
hard
hung
and
on it
fast.
For any amount of time,
The heck was
top
that?
already
Did you
came
see
down.
that?
The sand's been, you know,
My God, it really looks as if it's something cloaked in the woods. And it doesn't hand it walking towards this. And in it you can see what looks like a translucent human being walking towards this gate. You can clearly see that. To me it doesn't look like a ghost.
Happy New Year, Crevetka.
And the person seems to be changing from one CCTV camera to
Chips
another.
escaped
You
a
can still
research
see this
compound in
translucent
November.
human being walking on.
So like why? So that video is from 2022. So like, if the chimps escaped in 2024, how is it chimps
Different
in that
cameras
video?
all over the park. There's also this other video captured on CCTV camera. Not sure if this is real. Check this out.
Steph Curry-ism, thank you so much. Steph Curry Sim, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you.
What is going on?
What happened to this guy? He falls. What is this, like, bright thing anyway?
What is going on? That was really weird.
Is he on a are they on a ship?
Look at that. No. Oh my gosh.
Now he's glowing?
There's also this video coming in from Jesse Welter on Twitter.
Do it again. What can I see? Come on. You did bite me. Come on.
Happy New Year.
Come on. What's wrong? Help. Help me. Come on. What's going on, buddy?
This guy, I need to add like creepy music like this into some of my videos.
It's like he's saying that there's something there.
This one's interesting. What is that? Looks like it could be the top of a skyscraper. But how many skyscrapers are that tall?
I guess animals don't lie. A lot of people are going to say that this is probably a ghost or paranormal related. And one of the things that differentiates the Glimmerman from ghosts and paranormal phenomena is the fact that in most cases where you have this Glimmerman, you can see that it directly interferes in our world, in the physical world.
Glimmerman?
And what really amazes me is that there are countless experiences from people who have supposedly encountered this Glimmerman.
No, of course not. This is
News
just
articles,
for fun.
Reports on Twitter,
I enjoy
Reddit,
conspiracy
and
theories.
the list goes on.
I consume them for
Watch
fun.
this, y'all. This man, he called his boss asking him, why didn't y'all tell me they had a new employee, right? He constantly looking back, right? Having a whole conversation with somebody, right? That person off and everything. Now see, look, y'all see when he dapped him off? Look what happened. He dapped him off. You see that shadow? And then the shadow goes over here, and he pulling the chair out for him.
What shadow?
Look what happened. I see. Look, y'all see when he dapped him off? Look what happened. He dapped him off. You see that shadow? And then the shadow goes over here.
Oh shit! I kind of see a bit of a shadow, but like that could be VFX'd.
What a god! He sat there and had a whole conversation.
Now the question that we have to be asking ourselves is this: why is a video that was recorded in 2022 going viral right now? In many social medias, it's not just one. Someone is making sure that this is posted to many social medias. Someone is making this go big now, and somewhat trying to relate this with the current events. Could it be that this is somewhat to push a narrative, and why? Is it to force some sort of disclosure, or is it to make people fear this thing that's going on? Because after all,
these are...
yeah.
We saw this before. This could just be like, you know, drones, and then one is lit here, then the other one's lit there, and not necessarily like it's transporting, it's teleporting. Bonner, Les Furby, thank you so much for the follow. How you doing? I think we're done here. And then all of this is like... So, as you can see, there's a lot of haze, a lot of atmosphere. And in my opinion, that's on purpose so that they can project things like this, like, ooh, look at us.
It's making zero noise. It has zero noise associated with
Until I see like an actual anything actually like in my own with my own two eyes. But this is all very easily explainable. Like, this is not interesting. This is not. These are drones, okay? Drones, which is annoying that they that we have to deal with this now. Like, that's so close to the ground. Is it landing? What the hell? Hold on, this video's... Okay, is this video like faked or something? Or like overlaying? Like, why is there suddenly... Or maybe it started over? I'm confused. Weird. There was like two videos overlaying each other. See, there's a lot of haze, and I don't think it's by accident.
Oh! What the? What the? Babe! Babe! I'm driving.
I'm driving.
Wait, I can't get it. Oh no! Did you get it? Yeah!
No, you
So this
didn't
video
even
here
get
was
it.
recorded in 2023 in Palo Verde, California, but was also recently posted to Reddit by Senor Muchacho, and he compares this object that we just seen hover above a car to a hammer-shaped object that was very similar to what this whistleblower, 4chan whistleblower said.
I don't think
Now this
I can
whistleblower that he's
react to
mentioning
music
is the same
because of
guy
copyright
that
issues.
talked about these
You ever
UFOs
dab
coming from
into the
within
Anunnaki?
an
Of
alien
course.
base inside the ocean. Apparently,
course.
whatever these orbs are, they're
Double
apparently coming from the
exposure,
Atlantic
yes,
and the Pacific
yes,
Ocean, and
Thank
also
you,
the
Rick Haven.
Caribbean
That's what I
Sea.
was looking for.
There's also this other 4chan post pointing out that these objects are sometimes hammer-shaped.
Alright,
So
I'm
again,
over
the
this.
big question here.
The phenomenon of stuff dripping out of a UAP, or even a drone these days, is absolutely fascinating. Here's a report of a classic case of dripping UAP that somebody saw in southern England.
This is getting insane. Somebody just recovered molten metal that was dropped from a drone that was hovering behind
That
their
sounds like AI.
house in Wickham, England. The user posted these
This
pictures
I've seen on Twitter. Pictures of these like metal pieces that apparently were dripping from these
Reddit
drones.
with this following statement.
About 20 seconds after initially
Another AI voice.
spotting it, I noticed that it appeared to be dripping a molten-like metal onto the ground. After
It's
doing this
not
multiple times, it
copyright,
started
it's a
moving
live
left in the
performance
sky.
by a
And after
low-key
this, it vanished from
artist.
sight due to moving behind the large
In all
oak trees
your
on my
lifetime,
property
you've only
that are
seen
around
2
40
UFO.
feet in height. My question is, what did I see? Is it common for UFOs to drip metal, or could this have been something different? Is it worth sending these metal things off somewhere to get them tested? And if so, where would I send them? A university?
That phenomenon is real, and I really like it. It's not a drone, it's not Ryanair, it's something highly strange, and we need to understand the nature of the physics that makes things drip. There's been reports of stuff like hair falling out of UAP. In a number of cases, you could clearly see where something had melted.
It's so like what a character. He looks just like you know,
on the
your
ground,
typical
often
like
of a metallic nature.
mad scientist.
What's going on? Well, it's really interesting. So let's talk about my favorite
He's
subject.
a professor, of course
plasma.
he is.
Plasma is the fourth state of matter.
Plasma.
It's
We'll
where
watch
you
the
have
song after
ionized
this,
some element, usually a
Bonner.
gas, dissociated it into its protons and electrons, and you do that by pumping energy into matter. The most common plasmas that we see here on Earth are ionized air, our atmosphere, and it often manifests itself as a sphere. That's mainly because we live in a pressurized atmosphere, and ionized gas tends to expand under pressure and is contained because of gravity and pressure. The most commonly seen spherical plasma
Bro looks
is
like he
lightning
could
balls.
be in the
They're
Back
most
to the
likely formed
Future,
in an electrical
exactly.
storm where a section of our atmosphere becomes
And
plasma or
okay, so
ionized,
YG,
and for
you've
some
seen
reason,
two
it
UFO. That's already like
self-sustains. Now you would imagine that a ball
a
might
decent
appear and then
amount.
dissipate.
I thought I saw UAP UFO. But I'm pretty sure they were just drones. And this was before the whole drone thing. This was like back in the summer. I think that they were just drones.
Almost instantly.
And like the drones that we're seeing now, that's just like one of the many layers to this. Whatever it is they're doing in the sky, it's a lot more than we know or think.
But plasma balls, lightning balls, sustain. People have seen them slowly floating around, going through
I will
solid
be
structure,
right back. I just
and
need to get
appearing
my
to survive
water.
for multiple seconds. How and why an atmospheric ball lightning plasma sphere can sustain...
Sorry guys, I will be right back. So sorry, so sorry.
Sustained for so long is a mystery. It could be due to its shape and, of course, the amount of energy inside it. And the energy is the clue to understanding the dripping effect. So when lightning or a directed energy weapon zaps our atmosphere and makes ionized gas,
Your first
it forms
sight was
into a
when you
sphere,
were 13
just like
years old, and
anything
it
in
was
our atmosphere.
really
the very
close by.
center of a plasma sphere
So what happened?
is dark. It's only luminous on its edges. But why is it luminous? That's the clue to the dripping. It appears that the outer radius, the edge of a plasma event, a ball in our atmosphere, is where the ionized gas, electrons and the protons recombine into stable matter. The third state of matter, gas. I mean, it doesn't glow. It's much more stable than a plasma. What apparently is going on, when you ionize something, you put a vast amount of energy in it, and it actually strips the electrons and the protons apart. They become disassociated or ionized. And to recombine, which they want to do, those electrons have to throw away energy. And they throw away energy in the form of photons. That's why the edge of a plasma glows. The center is dark. But scientific research thinks that in the process of recombining, throwing away photons, glowing, that recombination process on the edge not only produces photons of light, it also can produce strange matter. Actual elements are produced. The Philosopher's Stone, an alchemist trick, is going
Looks
on.
like
and maybe
he's
what's happening, you've got
living
something
in
called
a cave.
electron
It
bunching.
fits his
It's throwing away
appearance
energy
perfectly.
like crazy to recombine into a more stable form. And out of the bottom of this UAP,
It looks like
this
he's in a
plasma ball
bunker,
in the sky,
actually.
appears stuff dripping.
And he might-
sometimes
he-
in solid
he
form.
just might
It's
be-
really fascinating. That's my best humble description of the research that I've done for you. But it goes much further. What exactly are these plasmoids? They're certainly highly strange. They're not quadcopters, they're not Ryanair, they are luminous bodies of energy, and people are seeing them. The most commonly seen UAP, unknown anomalous phenomenon, are plasma shapes. And some of them can occur naturally, produced by our Earth. We've heard of earthquake lights, where large seismic activity can actually ionize the gas above an earthquake and produce luminous pillars or balls of light. That's well recorded all over the world. But according to Paul Devereaux, who actually prefers to call this effect Earth lights, it doesn't necessarily need seismic activity. It could be other forms of energy or pressure. Yes, UAP are real. They've been seen for hundreds of years all over our planet. And some of them drip molten weird stuff. Now, are they aliens? I don't think necessarily. They might be
since when did UFOs drip things? Like, what is going on?
Manifestation of a craft that's doing some kind of interdimensionality movement. I think that's one theory. They also could be a force of nature. I think the big problem with dripping UAP plasma is it's very rare. Often people who see it see it by themselves, and all you get is a witness report. Very few photographs exist. And there's things that can be mistaken for dripping UAP plasma balls, such as military flares. Will definitely shed stuff underneath from the burning metal and magnesium or whatever they use.
It was breathtaking
but I
big.
think they're also highly...
YG, how come I never knew this? This is life-changing. So what, like, was it aliens? What do you think? Did it affect you? Did it, like, cause any radiation? Like, did the time change for you? Oh, I need to lower my voice. I just realized I need to lower my voice. It's 3 a.m. But I'm excited. It's just the elites testing out their toys, right? You don't tell people. Well, you could tell me.
Strange. I think because they're rare, people don't fully understand them. Certainly if you see something dripping in the sky, you've seen a UAP. Please go to where you saw it, like this woman in England, and search for samples. I imagine the amount of material that solidifies from a dripping UAP will be tiny. I worry what this woman found to me looks a bit like melted aluminum cans. But the physics is right. Plasma, UAP, do drip when they recombine, when they shed energy. That's why they glow, and that's why they produce exotic material. It's absolutely fascinating researching these films for you. I really enjoy it. In 2025, we've got some cracking subjects coming up.
Whoa! This is too... This is... Bro, this is too explicit. Alright, for those of you who are old enough and want to listen, I will leave it in the chat. If you're too young, don't listen to this until you're 18. Way to ghetto. Alright. Okay. I think we have some kids here on the platform. Listen, Carnival's told me to keep it wholesome. So, listen, I reacted. That's my reaction. I'm sorry. It's probably not. Or maybe you did want some kind of a reaction out of me. Is that a new fave, Bonner? Is that a new fave? That guy looks like he sticks more than a finger in a light. Guess. Guys, don't make me talk so loudly. Hi, Birdman. How you doing? Okay. What are we doing now? What are we doing now?
We're talking about censorship, and it so happens that, this Bill Gates is on the road of becoming, after Meghan Markle, the most popular guests on my shows, which, for the record...
I haven't seen him talk about Bill Gates yet, but... Oop.
Meghan Markle has on my shows is very tough to beat, but I've made at least more than 10 analysis of Bill Gates, and none of them are good for him. And in this case, it is
doing
not
pretty
good for
Happy
him as
New
well,
Year.
especially when he calls for
Happy
anti-vaxxers
New Year.
to be censored by AI. Questioning vaccines
you'll
is
tell me one day.
inciting violence. Frank Berman's Late News.
Laugh myself. That's where modern female artists are trending. She's the new sexy red.
How
I wish her
could that work?
all the best and the best of luck.
How could you use AI to censor people, like in real time?
It's not for me.
Like I'm, for example, talking right now in a video, and
if
the
it,
moment
it could be. It could be. It depends.
That I'm talking about vaccines in some way, or I'm talking about vaccines in
like
a
if
way
I was in the
that
club,
Big Pharma
like,
doesn't like,
sure.
or Bill Gates, for some reason, he is the
too long to type. I understand, YG.
Judge
I understand.
and executioner of.
You should just like record yourself, like record the story one day, like just so it's, you know, recorded, because like a lot of people don't talk about, you know, any experiences they might have had UFO wise because it's taboo. But like there's a lot of people out there like who want to actually like hear your story, like me for example, because I'm, you know, I'm skeptical, but at the same time like I want to believe, you know. And I'm always, I don't know, I'm some of the things I believe, and then other things I'm skeptical of. Reaper, how you doing? Oh, thank you so much for the lurks. Thank you. You'll pass on strippers trying to make music. You don't know she's a stripper, Rip Haven. You're just judging a book by its cover. Happy New Year, Reaper. I forgot to say Happy New Year on the Discord, but Happy New Year. I'm trying to also keep my voice down, so I'm sorry if I don't sound that excited. She's a OnlyFans model turned rapper. What was her name? Hold on, let's like, no, okay. I mean, she could have, what am I trying to say? She could have, how do you say? She could have tried being different in the sense of like, okay, wet, it already sounds like WAP, like that song. Like, not that the song sounds the same, but it's like it's just like, you know, it's been done, you know, like you need to do, you know what, don't listen to me, what do I know? I'm sure she's like more successful, so it's just not for me. Happy New Year. Yeah, we need to talk more on WhatsApp. That's right. I need to talk more in general. So you were right, she's a stripper. You could say that. Trust me, you know, you were skeptical too, but since the experience, it changed everything. Watch her blow up too. LOL, she's trending on Instagram and Twitter. That's how Sexy Red started. I mean, Sexy Red, I only know about Sexy Red because of she endorsed Kamala. And everyone was like kind of making fun of it. And I up till then I had no idea who that was, you know. But best of luck. She has what, 5.5k views is pretty good. Should I do music? Should I become a singer? I bet I could make a better rap than that. I'm gonna make my own rap music. And it's not gonna be called Wet or anything like that. It's gonna be called Wise. Okay? It's about becoming wise and gaining knowledge. I was just trying to think of something that starts with a W. Agiluk, how's it going? Agiluk. Aren't a lot of singers ex-strippers? I don't know. Are they? Oh, wait. Wasn't Cardi B a stripper or something like that? But, like, I couldn't tell you any Cardi B songs, though. But I know, like, of her. Oh, yeah, we were watching this Bill Gates thing.
Who decides to say that what is good and bad about
Doing
vaccines?
good.
I
Good
mean,
to hear.
I'm all for all
Reaper,
kinds
thank
of
you so
research.
much. Thank you for the lurks.
I'm up for
much love,
all kinds
Reaper.
of new
You're the best.
technologies
Thank you.
to make our lives, our quality of life better. But we need to do it in a moral and ethical way, not just pushing this new technology
I should start rapping
without the proper research. But well, Bill Gates says that if you're talking about vaccines,
how are you this beautiful?
Oh,
how are you this beautiful Friday? I'm doing good. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling like, you know, I said this when it was, you know, in 2020. I said. In 2020, I said, it's going to be a great year. I feel amazing. I was feeling good. And then COVID, right? So, like, I don't want to say that about 2025. But let's just say that I wanted to say. That's what I want to say about 2025. But now I'm worried. Now I'm, like, worried about jinxing it. When you say a lot, you mean like there's a few out there now, not like a big percentage. Oh, gotcha. Thank you for the lurks. I don't know why I don't know what happened to Nightbot. Nightbot, you stopped working. Like, I'm logged in and everything, but... maybe I have to get a different bot for the channel. I don't know. Like, it's does anyone else out there stream and know like use Nightbot or anything, or know what's going on?
It's gonna say there's a war, so you can
oh, Reaper, you're the best.
If he is really convinced about this. So what does
2020 ruined 2025? 2025 might be a roller coaster ride.
We should have free speech,
for you
but
in
if you're
states.
inciting violence, if you're causing people not to take...
I have a problem. I have a first...
Even for
first
us
problem.
here in Canada, because we're gonna have an election in 2025, but like like I haven't even like been listening to Canadian politics because like let's just go through some of the titles. Let me see. No, not this one. Not this one. No. Did I like... I probably closed them because I'm like, I don't even want to listen to this because our prime minister is all over the place, let's just say.
We should have first freedom of speech, but then they say, but you know that after that but there's trouble, because there should be no but after the words. We should have free speech. We should have free speech.
Who, me?
Period. Gates isn't entirely sure how to stop the spread of
Bill
misinformation.
Gates is the devil.
I am not
Please
entirely
research
sure
what his vaccine did to
catalog
Nigerian kids in Africa.
Misinformation. Who gets to decide what is misinformation? Harry. We were talking about Meghan and Harry. Harry is the king of misinformation, not in the way that he wishes.
Do you have a link for that? Because like I feel like Google's not gonna show me. But let me check ChatGPT. ChatGPT might have some. Actually, you know what? Let's ask Grok, because oops, I'm sure they're talking about it on X. Grok or whatever. Or even just put it in here. Where the hell is frickin' Grok thingy? They changed the logo, okay. Oh shoot. Bill Gates. Claims that Gates added sterilization formulas to vaccines. Is that what you're talking about? Or that his vaccines caused high death rates among Nigerian children. Wait. Nigerian kids. Okay, so this... It's saying it's a misinformation. But do you have, like, if you have any links as to, like, you know, like, I'm curious who's claiming this. Because, like, let's face it, we don't hear great things about Bill Gates these days. Alchemist, thank you so much. How you doing? Happy New Year. He gave you Chazo. It was first his polio vaccination in northern Nigeria. High mortality. What is it? DTP vaccine study. A study from Guinea-Bissau. WHO. Bill Gates has openly talked about depopulating through vaccines. Yeah,
But you know, in the way that he actually is.
Okay,
no,
okay, guys.
still...
See, this is another example. Okay, let's say, this is gonna be a hypothetical, right? Let's say that this is true, that Bill Gates is adding sterilization to these vaccines or something, right? And then not only that, but like he's mentioned it out in the open, right? That, like, I feel like that is like Satan's work, you know? Allegedly in game. I don't know what you can say on here, but like I just feel like Satanists, as far as I know, or like the people like these elitists, these like people in Hollywood, these like sadistic types. Some people say they're, you know, some people say they're Satanists or whatever, or I don't know, they do rituals and whatnot, and I mean Diddy parties, all that kind of crazy stuff, Epstein, all that kind of crazy stuff. They say that like Satanists are like part of like there this part of like the being a Satanist or something is like you have to like kind of expose your intent, so like kind of play in people's faces like haha, I'm gonna, you know, jokingly, like you may jokingly say like, or even a hypothetical say this, that, and the other, like even anyway, part of it is like you have to expose what your intent, which is usually ill intent, right? And you kind of like, when you look back in history, like you kind of see these people joking about the things that they actually like are doing behind the scenes. And I don't know, it's just something that I noticed, that like, I don't know, when these people joke about these evil things, like maybe look twice. I don't know, it's like that's why y'all in the chat better watch out what you say. Don't joke around about these things, okay? Because I'm starting to keep an eye on people who say things.
He cannot say. Everybody is entitled to their opinion. Maybe sometimes your opinion might be faulty. You might say that the earth is flat, and
everything that gets called misinformation is
usually
true to cover up the truth.
Okay. And,
everyone knows that mis and disinformation is truth, and everybody knows that fake news is actually the correct term when you want to proclaim that somebody's lying about something.
You
it's
will
fake
be
news.
wrong as well. I got an email.
Mis and disinformation is what it's what like people like my prime minister created to basically lie. It's basically the opposite. It's actually a lot of the mis and disinformation that you hear is actually true, or ended up to be true. Interesting how that worked out.
I have talked at large in this. It's not a large the word.
You can find it on Rumble. Hold on.
Show about the moon landing.
Hold on.
The moon landing was real, and because there's literally
guessing you voted for
zero
Kamala. So like I'm Canadian, so no, and if I were American, I would not have voted for Kamala.
Again, we can discuss this anytime, but this is not the moment.
Did not get my booster shots.
Sometimes people talk about misinformation. People talk about censorship.
The vaccine because I had to
you
travel,
cannot say that.
and
you
so
talk about the moon landing, for example.
What the fuck? What are you gonna do?
Fake or real? You
Which is why it's like I'm pissed off that they made you get the vaccine. If you're traveling, they have to get the vaccine. Anyway, like it was a whole thing.
The flat Earth Society or any of that. You cannot talk about the Antarctica.
Otherwise, I would not have
what's really in Antarctica happening there, or you cannot talk about what happened to
Justin Trudeau and Bill Gates are the heroes.
If Elvis is alive. There's a song in Spanish if Elvis is alive, but no, Bill Gates is actually evil. Well,
all right, you're headed to bed. Good night, YT. Thank you so much for hanging out.
We're talking about the control of
you got
people,
me?
which is not
Google.
good in any way. You could have a laws. If
sorry,
breaks the law.
Do you want to whisper me that link?
But if someone has an opinion or someone wants to opt out of vaccines, well, they are in the right.
Apparently
because it's
not.
like if you are you want to, it's like the Canadian government tells you, hey, you know
Google
what?
not gonna let that info get shown. Exactly. What, the hero thing?
Medical
that's what Google will show.
What's the term? Medically
Boosted,
assisted,
sort of vaccinated, got the first Moderna shot and ended up in the emergency room. Oh shit!
Clinicians.
You can find it
the
on
Canadian
Rumble.
Government. That's what the Canadian government is pushing on people.
Who's your favorite person to watch on Rumble?
Out of that, maybe you need to consent for the government to actually kill you.
I'm gonna try and lower my voice so I don't feel like I have to yell.
Vaccines should work the same way. Vaccines should work the same way.
We should have free speech, but if you're inciting violence, if you're
inciting violence, what does inciting violence have to do with the fact that we actually want this research? We actually want the technology. We don't want the research to stop. We don't want humanity to become stagnant in technology and health. We want it to, us, humanity, civilization, to thrive with this new, maybe the mRNA technology. Why not? But it has to be thoroughly researched. And there should be no conflict of interest in a commercial way. Oh yeah, the more vaccines people take, the more money goes into big pharma's pockets. Hey, wait a second, how does that work? How do you fix that? How do you have to fix that at some point, because you will know that then the faster these things are green lighted, then the more money Big Pharma is going to make. No, that is a big conflict of interest.
Causing people not to take vaccines, where are those boundaries that even the U.S.
Yeah, that he does this classic single shoulder shrug. You can see it right here. He's gonna do it.
That even the U.S.
He does it. Bill Gates does it when he is uncomfortable. I remember his interviews about Jeffrey Epstein. You see that he crosses his arms and he tries to keep on talking even with his arms crossed, and he does this single shoulder shrug, which is an usual tell that people are not comfortable with what they are saying. It is not necessary that they are lying.
Search
but
engines like Google's almost show nothing. Yeah, like
emotional marker. It's
I can't use Google anymore for
it's important
most
to say that
searches. Like I have to ask.
Wants to catalog misinformation.
I either ask ChatGPT, I go on X, or I even check TikTok,
in any way,
depending on what I'm searching for, or YouTube, depending on what I'm searching for.
All that you're doing is
Google
to
just
express an opinion.
Awful.
And,
like you get the same article, like the entire. All your search results are like just the same article with like the same headline, and you're not even looking for an article. You're like looking for something else. Like what the fuck?
Does that when he's talking about
just garbage.
Even
the YouTube search is pretty garbage. Like anything that's news related, you will only get like news outlets popping up instead of like independent creators, which is who I want to hear from.
Of course, and maybe he gets nervous. No, how I'm gonna get away with this? And his words should be scrutinized. It's something that has to happen.
Should, have rules, and then if you have rules, what is it?
You have to say what you're doing out loud. They think it prevents bad karma. Is that what it
billions
is?
Of activity, and if you catch it a day later, the harm is done.
The problem is that who programs
it was first
the AI?
This polio
the AI
vaccination in northern Nigeria.
Neutral and gray and
everything that gets called misinformation usually cover up the truth.
AI
Bill Gates smells like
trained
black
on
mold
something.
smoothies.
Who trains
Ew.
the AI and
Harris
in which
was caught on
content?
tape
Is the
mentioning
content
lowering
actually
the
unbiased?
population.
Is the content
You sent me a
actually
link. Okay.
From the legacy media? Is the content based on all the people that actually don't want the free speech to be completely free?
Free speech ain't free, guys. That's why a lot of people.
Let's jump to this classic Kamala Harris speech.
Hold on. We gotta hear this.
From July 14th, 2023, and I would like you all to listen to what she has to say. Here you go.
Because think also about the impact on not only the local economy, not only on an investment in the entrepreneurs and innovators from
Could you imagine 4 years
think about the impact
of
on
this?
something like public health. When we invest in clean energy and electric vehicles and reduce population, more of our children can breathe clean air and drink
Reduce
clean
pollution, you mean? She meant to say reduce pollution. Reduce population, and then everyone starts clapping. That's the... Ketan, thank you so much for the follow. The best is when they say something stupid and then everyone starts clapping and cheering for them. It's like, do you know how many times that happened with Biden? Like he would just say something absolutely like just no, at least correct yourself. But then everyone just starts cheering like, yeah, you're the best. You did so great. Like, anyway, it's just funny. Did she mean pollution? I'm sure she meant pollution, but like, hey, maybe she thought she was escaping bad karma or something. If, because if the Democrats had stayed in power, yeah, I don't know. I do fear for the population, you know what I mean? In that sense, you know what I mean? Of America anyway. 'Cause she went She meant to say population. They start clapping because have you heard of herd mentality? I have heard of herd mentality. Watch the intro. Hold on one sec. If you guys want me to react to a video or watch a video, please send it to me in a whisper because they don't work. Links don't work in the chat, guys. So sorry about that.
Electric vehicles and reduced population, more of our children can breathe clean air and drink clean water. Because think also of
I'm just gonna real quick before anyone says anything. I want to play it one more time because I want to see what the audience says before
They
anyone
just
says
clap.
anything. Just let me play it one more time.
energy and electric
Like, yes,
vehicles
reduce
and
population. Yes.
More of our children.
By the way, the Western world is what, like having like the least amount of babies. So why are we worried about like, let's say she did mean reduce population in the sense that, you know, we need to reduce population to save the planet, for example, something like that. We're still like this civilization, the Western civilization is having like fewer and fewer babies. So like, why would that even be an issue in this part of the world, right?
Can breathe clean.
It's because they don't want us here. They want to breathe the clean air without us around. They allegedly in game, you know,
air and drink clean water.
They want all the clean water for themselves, allegedly in game.
There you go, everybody. There you go.
Does the text actually say reduce population?
Yes. She literally said reduce population. When we invest in reduce population.
More children, reduce population.
Mm-hmm.
More our children, though, the ones who we don't kill, right? Or the ones who we do allow to be born.
Or the ones that we bring in from
Yes.
other countries.
Our children will have clean air, and because we got rid of the bad ones.
Mm-hmm.
We got rid of those ones.
You know, when we have fewer children and fewer people generally, more kids can drink water.
Yeah.
You know, why don't you have an abortion?
Yeah.
Have you talked to your doctor about
Oh yeah, they are very invested in abortion, right? That was their thing, you know? Like maybe they did mean reduce population. But like why would you want to reduce your own population? But hold on. So wait, you want to reduce the Western population, but then you're going to bring in a mass amount of immigrants? Like what are you trying to say here? You know, like what are you trying to say here? Like what's going on? Like what's actually going on here? Let's see. Did anyone give me a whisper? Yes, we got one.
His face that he's exactly the kind of person who would be groomed by a man.
Mm-hmm.
So it's obvious.
And then it's the common sense aspect where they're like, first and foremost, they are producing no evidence to the contrary. 30 years, not a single picture of this person exists.
Yep.
We have plenty of pictures of his brother who suddenly went missing at the exact same time that Brigitte was born at the age of 30.
Who are they talking about?
And people don't have that common sense to go, wait, that is quite strange. Why are they not able to just easily debunk this? And instead you're going to call everyone else crazy. And the thing that should terrify people is the fact, which you describe it as the Matrix, I think that actually is the right term, is that the Matrix works overtime to make it seem as though the people who recognize the insanity, recognize the
If you even look at data nowadays, you're a dumbass. You should just know. Street smart people don't need data. We've just been around.
Which part of this?
I've just been around.
Rewind to the intro.
Things.
To the intro. Okay.
All right, guys, welcome to another special episode of Candace. Here's my theory. I believe that the elites are aiming for clinical retardation. I'm not kidding. I believe that if somebody produced a study right now and said, don't drink water, 50% of people in the world would perish. They would die because they would suddenly just stop drinking water because the data says don't drink water. And obviously, I've showed you guys many times in my podcast, my favorite clip on the internet this year because it explains exactly my philosophy
you need your
in
servant
life.
class.
It's the reason why we designed the second
Hold on.
edition of the Standis Cups to say don't care, built different. very important for you guys to take a listen to Andrew Tate
Watch the-
explaining
watch the
what
intro
we can
to this.
garner
Sorry, okay.
from the data, as he says. Take a listen.
I'm glad I'm super rich.
Why
You
is
know, now that
he?
I'm super rich, I get to be one of those crazy rich guys who acts unusual.
All right, well.
And they're like, oh, he's a
fine,
bit
he
eccentric,
can
but
act.
he's rich, so he gets away with it. Like wearing a microphone on his chest. Everyone else puts a suit on, hides the microphone. I'm just like, get a microphone, bro. Don't care. Built different. Don't care. One of my habits now is ignoring
Because
all
he loves
data.
himself. It's because white women's standards are
I love when
insanely
people come
high.
to me and
Now,
say,
if
"Actually,
they're
we've got the
beautiful,
data to
successful,
prove-
sure, though, a
to
lot
prove
of
what?
these women are hideous and want
What are you gonna prove to me?
literal models as boyfriends.
I can prove to you that the ice caps are melting. There's ice in my water right now. I'm going to leave the water unattended until the ice melts. Will the water overflow out of the cup? No. Why are all the richest, most important people in the world who are pushing this scam buying beachfront homes?
Let's think about that for a sec. Will the cup overflow? Depends. It depends. It depends. It could. It depends how much water's in the cup and how much ice is like. It depends. But like at the same time, like that's a
Oh, but the data says. The data's from the Matrix, and you are the Matrix, and the Matrix is below.
because like a lot of the ice is like outside of the water. You know what I mean?
Lies. Anyone who actually analyzes data nowadays proves they're a dumbass. Have you seen that graph thing, that meme where you have the most stupid people and the most intelligent people do the same thing? Then you have the midwit in the middle. Data is for
If you
midwits.
have, listen.
You know?
What
Well,
if
the
you
data.
have literally to the brim? What if you, right? It's to the brim. But it also has ice. Like, let's say a big piece, and like that piece is like a big piece sticking out. Why not? And then you have right to the brim. You're gonna tell me that it's not gonna overflow? Like, okay, that's exaggerated, but icebergs are tall. No, ice caps are big. But maybe the amount that it would, like, maybe the amount is exaggerated, you know? Maybe it does change the amount, but not as much as they are making it sound like. I don't know.
Says, yeah, the data says. Well, actually, I guess statistically, the pharmaceutical company who sells the jab made the data. Why are you even reading it? Why are you reading it? There were stupid people who sat there and said, the jab's made of 5G cellular data. And then there was extremely intelligent people like me who said, I don't trust these motherfuckers. And we both didn't get the jab. All the people in the middle were like, well, the data says, and the news said. They wouldn't just make us all take a jab for no reason. Jabby jab, jabby jab. If you even look at data nowadays, you're a dumbass.
Well,
you should just
there
know.
wouldn't be. There is
Street
a
smart
reason.
people don't need data. We've just been around. You know? I've just been around. I just know things because I've just been around on the street. If somebody's trying to give you something for free so desperately, it's probably a trap. When you're street smart like me, you're on the corner. You, your boys, some bitches. Guy comes up to you, goes, you want a hamburger? Not really. Hamburger's good for you. If you don't eat, you'll die. Yeah. You should really have this hamburger. I don't want it. If you don't have this hamburger, you're going to lose your job. I'm going to lock you in your house. I don't trust him
Democrats
or his
remind
hamburger.
you
Why are you people
of
like,
the celebs in the
do you have
Hunger
a
Games.
study about this hamburger? Do you have some data on the hamburger? Oh, it says that protein's good for you. Give it to me.
Agaliuk, did
The
you
guy who
send
calls
me
the
a
hamburger,
whisper?
started forcing down your neck, pulled a study out.
No whisper from Agaliuk.
It's perfect. We're gonna jump right into a conversation
Flawless.
with it's. I've watched it too
Well,
many times.
Well, it's kind of funny
He's
because you probably
not
have this also.
entirely wrong, but he's not entirely
this
right
classic-
either.
classic
Okay,
Kamala
so we watched everything, I think, from
Those are the questions. Those are the questions that we should be looking onto, and we needed to push back against this. We need to push back against this. And I don't care. I know that so many platforms, especially Facebook, for example, or YouTube, don't like this kind of. I am not questioning anything, YouTube. I see you. I see the FBI. I see the CIA. I see all this. Not only the three-letter agency. I see
Tate is
you
sitting
too.
like a gay
I
dude.
can
What do you
feel
mean by that?
you
Landon,
too.
how's it going?
Breathe in.
He was
Like
definitely
next to my
sitting
neck. Don't talk about that.
in an interesting position. But he was also sitting how I sometimes have to sit because I broke my leg. And sometimes I feel like I have to sit like that because it's like straightens out your spine and like it takes pressure off your back. Sorry. Anyways, so like you don't know, maybe he had an accident or something. I don't know. I don't know his life, but no, I did think it was kind of funny. He acts like a dick, but sometimes he says real shit. I mean, that's, you know, I feel like that's most dicks. For lack of a better word. Like, they're dicks, but they're also, you know, because of that reason, they're not afraid to say what's on their mind. Whereas, like, a lot of people are afraid to say what's on their mind. Because they don't want to come out, they don't want to seem like a dick, right? Like, that's just how it is. Excuse me. Spatial physics. It will only displace the same amount of water that it contains in liquid form. But like, did you hear my example though? That's why when you put a water bottle in the freezer, it expands. Yes, agree. He should deal with the pain. He should do push-ups and get a Bugatti. He probably has one.
God, you're gonna talk about that. It's whispering, but I'm not saying anything. I'm just exerting my freedom of speech, of analyzing a video. That's all that I'm saying. That's all that I'm doing. And I would like to know, what do you think about
Gets a burger, but
this,
it is the same amount of water. Wait, it gets bigger, but same amount of water. Life can be so funny. You vividly remember you in your 20s believing these things are conspiracy theories. Now in your 40s, you're like, oh snap, right? So did you send me the link?
You will get my emails and you will get my free
Agaliuk, did you send me the link to the thing?
Learning and enjoyment as well. I don't make much jokes in there.
It's so refreshing hearing a young woman not be brainwashed by the media. Seems rare these days, especially in your generation.
Reckless mistakes ended in a deadly disaster.
Yeah, it's not even so much that young women are brainwashed. It's at least, I don't know, like maybe in the States, but here it's not brainwashed. It's like indifference. Like they don't really. Some people are just like not really awake to what's going on, I guess, because it's just like any other day. But it's not any other day because, like, you know, it's kind of like World War III times, like it's war times for one, right? And that's so like that's kind of why we're seeing drones in the air and all that kind of stuff. And you know, and then there's like the government trying to trick everybody and these globalists, and like there's just a lot going on, but people think it's any regular day, when to me it's not any regular day. Like, have you seen what's going on? You know, it's to me become I feel like life or you know, civilized life has become this sort of like dystopian future, but it didn't naturally become a dystopian future. It's like on purpose, you know? It feels very much on purpose, and I don't like that. So yeah, I just think people aren't like, they're, you know what? They're too busy, you know? Maybe I have too much time on my hands, so I'm like, yo, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is that? Everything's fucked up.
After
You
takeoff,
know,
the
what's
King Air-
happening here? What's happening there? What's happening
Meta
here?
confirms that they plan to add tons of AI-generated... Meta confirms that they plan to add tons of AI-generated users to Instagram and Facebook. What? This has got to be bullshit, right?
Context. Meta says that it will be aiming to have Facebook filled with AI-generated characters to drive up engagement on its platform. As you might remember...
No, because this is gonna cause problems, because remember that kid who unalived himself because he was like 15 or 14, and in my opinion, at that age, you know a bot from a real person, right? But the fact that like it still got to this kid, it's very scary, and I don't think it's okay for people to say, oh well, his parents wasn't you know, paying attention or protecting him properly, or well, he shouldn't have been, you know, he should have known better, this and that. Do you know how many like people there are on this planet? You think every single kid is gonna be like, you know, perfectly raised, that they're gonna know right from wrong? Like, anyway, I think this is a huge problem. I don't think kids should have access to AI characters, and like, no.
Zuck himself introduced Meta AI personalities.
I'm coughing because I'm getting like real passionate about this, because like
you got Max, the sous chef, who can help you come up with a recipe. You've got Lorena, who's going to be able to help you find the best barbecue. These are just a few of the AIs. There are a lot more that are coming.
This is the stupidest. This is the stupidest shit. I don't need some strange. I got YouTube. That's what YouTube is for, you idiot. That's what the fuck. I want a recipe. I go to YouTube and I see a real person showing me. Why would I want an AI to give me a freaking like recipe that is normal when I can, you know, follow the recipe of this like creator that seems like a genuine, like, you know, like my mom, for example, who has a YouTube channel you should follow. Anyway, I'm just this is so stupid. Mark Zuckerberg always has these stupid ideas.
From spam bots, which are automated to like, share, and comment on posts, to a recent lawsuit of a mother who claims that an intimate involvement with a character AI bot led to a suicide. Well, I'm gonna just keep it real quick, okay? If your kid kills themselves because an AI told them to, it's probably your fault as a...
I did, like, this is, don't say this. Like, are you, like, this is so distasteful to say. Like, he's 14, okay? Like I said, if it happened to one kid, it could happen to more, and like not every single kid is gonna be like I said, like perfectly raised or helicopter parented or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, this is a bad take. And introducing AI characters to Facebook and shit, like, is just unnecessary, and nobody's gonna use it. Just like nobody uses their AI on their computer. Like, I'm using ChatGPT. You won't find me dead, allegedly in game, but for real, you won't catch me anywhere, dead or alive, using Cortana or whatever AI comes with my phone, or whatever AI comes with my computer. You know what I mean? Anyway, this is awful idea. Like this Mark Zuckerberg, this idea is it's like your metaverse. Nobody uses metaverse. Nobody's gonna use this crap. You know who's gonna use this crap? Kids are gonna use this crap. That's who's gonna use this crap. Or old people who think they're talking to real people. Like, garbage. This is garbage. Why put effort into this when you can do so much more with your time and effort and like make your shitty ass platform better?
AI chatbot of Daenerys Targaryen from Game of Thrones, and he killed himself over it because she said something that he interpreted as kill yourself. It's a tragedy that it happened, but I'd blame the parents and not the character AI. I
don't blame the character AI, but I also do. Like, why? Like, that shouldn't have been part of the programming or whatever. Like, there should be stuff that AI should just not fucking say. It should just like be off limits. Because like, what the fuck? What the fuck? So I I blame the AI. I actually do blame the AI. I don't blame the parent or the child. At all, actually.
Going to become a extremely common thing. A lot of these companies are losing users. What they want to do is they want to project a growing number of users in order to make the company value keep going up. The reason why companies are also doing this is that it allows companies to create narratives on websites. Do you want to know what the strongest persuasion tactic is? How many times have you witnessed a person say, "Why are you going against this? Everybody else is disagreeing with you." When like a content creator or a person won't back down from a position that they don't want to back down from. The premise of that argument is that because most people think something, then it must be true. If you want to show that somebody is wrong on Twitter, you ratio them. A lot of casual people will just simply agree with the person who has more likes or assume that that person is more right, because that's just the way human psychology is. It doesn't matter if you're right if more people agree with you. Yeah, exactly.
What a stupid waste of resources to so stupid, like. All right, what's this about mysterious fog?
On New Year's Eve, a mysterious fog rolled across the globe. It covered cities from New York to Paris to London and even Bucharest.
I called it, by the way.
Practically the whole of Europe and parts of the US.
Oh my god!
All at once.
Okay, so like they've been spraying the skies for like the last 2 years already. And it's just been getting like worse and worse and worse. And now there's a fog, apparently.
Hey guys, so this is outside my window for the past couple of days.
Where is he? Where did he say he was?
There are particles floating around.
Has anyone
Within
seen
hours,
any fog?
thousands of people shared their experiences online. In Reddit and Twitter, everyone
That's not healthy.
posted videos of the
Although
weird
it could be
fog,
snow. But like,
and most
when-
comments called it a poisonous bioweapon.
This
I
is
usually
not-
like to investigate things on my own, and living in Europe, winter fogs aren't exactly very common. So I actually set up a simple bag on my window to grab a sample. I've got a very tiny microscope at home. Regardless, I thought it might be worth taking a closer look at the water that's
crap.
inside the fog. And in the sample, I found something weird, and I'll share that in a bit. But before that, let's cover something important quickly before some of you go and insult conspiracy theorists on Facebook comments without knowing that artificial fog isn't science fiction. We've had the technology for over 100 years. We can create artificial fog for over a century.
And
Here's an actual pattern.
I mean, they've been making
from the
fake
1920s.
clouds, like I said, for the last 2 years.
And
so
while
I'm
we
not
are on the topic of
surprised. I'm upset, but I'm not surprised.
better modifying technology, have you ever heard of smart dust?
Me, I'm not a mom. No, I'm a
Smart
cat
dust
mom.
is a very fascinating piece of nanotechnology. It's a microscopic
I'm an aunt
sensor
though, like
so
like
small
I
you could
care
impale.
about kids, you
And when you
know.
have millions of them, they appear just like fog. Although officially smart
Too
dust
many
is just
people
a
think nothing
theoretical
will happen.
invention.
I agree.
Let me please remind you that LSD screens were used 70 years ago in
How are
submarines.
they not awake to it?
and
What's
they were
going on these
officially
days
invented
is so
in the
obvious. Maybe
2000s.
you're just smarter.
Now,
I don't know.
Projects like smart
It's yeah, I got street smarts, you know. I got street smarts. I don't know. It's it's like I'm just like naturally curious, but also like I noticed I don't know. It's
Stardust can't be deployed.
I don't really fill my time with like too many
world.
superficial things.
The U.S. military, for
or I
example,
try
is
not
partially
to.
authorized to do
I don't
that
know.
on NATO's territory,
Like
and over
like
the Pacific and
I
Indian
don't know.
Ocean.
Like
if
everyone's
needed.
busy, like watching. What is it like? Shows. What's like the latest show? Everybody's busy watching Squid Games or whatever, but I'm like, what's happening in real life? Because
So
things
I made a list of all the
things
countries
are
where the
just
fog was reported on Twitter,
things are just not the
Reddit,
same,
or
you
news
know.
outlets to double check. And it's predominantly affecting NATO
Roberto,
countries,
how's it
most
going?
of Europe, the US, Canada, and Turkey. It's interesting that chemtrails,
When it comes
if you
down
don't
to
know what
it,
chemtrails are,
always protect your
these are the
family,
mysterious
friends, and
aircraft
community.
trails
Your
that some
kids didn't
planes
get.
leave behind. Chemtrails are. These are the mysterious
Yes.
air
Okay, he's talking
NATO
about it. Oh my
most of
god. Like I've been
NATO's
talking about
territory
this.
and over the Pacific and Indian Ocean, if needed.
I'm finally not the only one.
So I made a list of all the countries where the fog was reported on Twitter, Reddit, or news outlets
All
to
right,
double
he already.
check.
I'm gonna delete this because he
And
already.
it's predominantly affecting NATO countries.
I
most
knew
of
it. I knew it.
Europe, the US, Canada, and Turkey.
Yep.
It's interesting that chemtrails, if you don't know what chemtrails are, these are the mysterious aircraft trails that some planes leave behind and others don't. If you know them, you might notice a pattern. Both chemtrails and this fog seem to appear mostly in NATO countries.
Of course.
So I
Surprise,
cross-referenced
surprise.
eyewitness reports with live weather maps to see if something would come up, to see if the
Dubai
maps
seeding.
match. The fog appears in areas with zero wind activity, which is normal for the fog formation.
I've heard of
But
that.
here's the more
I've heard like is that why people say that's why there was like the big like flood or whatever recently
interesting part.
there?
Some people are reporting fog in areas where even our best satellites and air quality monitors aren't detecting it. So that's pretty weird and inexplainable. Now, do you remember that fog sample I collected? Well, unfortunately, there is no way for me to show you what I'm seeing live because my microscope is optical and not digital. But under a normal magnification of 2000, I saw normal water with
Your
some
kids didn't get a
very
smartphone until they were
small
16.
hard particles
You're
in
gonna,
it, but a lot of
they're
them.
gonna add bots so they
Now,
can
it looks
control
like
the
this,
narratives better.
and I did
Public,
my best with
yeah,
my home
right.
microscope,
Like,
but it's
I don't like that.
not powerful enough to identify exactly what those solid particles in the fog are.
The heck?
So, could with now with some very small hard particles in it, but a lot of them. Now it looks like this, and I did my best with my home microscope, but it's not powerful enough to identify exactly what those solid particles in the fog are.
That looks like a bioweapon. What do you guys think? Is that a bioweapon? Every parent should be monitoring what their juvenile kids do online. Did your parents monitor you when you were online, Rip Haven? Like, did they monitor everything you were doing online? Everyone here in the chat, did your parents monitor you at 14 years old? Like, everything you were doing online? I highly doubt that. Cause like mine weren't. Mine didn't even know how to go online. You know what I mean? So that's why it's like you can't really put it all on the parent. You can't put it all on the kid either. I don't know. Like, it's just bad all around.
So,
Honeybee, have you seen What is a Woman by Matt Walsh? I have seen it.
Well,
it's shitty
if it were
to
summer, I
say,
would say
but
the chance
he's
is
not
high.
wrong.
But during winter,
that the parents
fog
are
tends to trap a
responsible.
lot
There
of
is no reason,
the
in your
pollution in
opinion,
the air.
for a 14-year-old to
winter,
have
we've
a
got
Facebook
cars
page.
running.
I agree with that, but it's like, again, I don't know. Like, the thing is, like, I feel like she was probably a single mom, seeing from the picture, like, it was just her and the kid. And, like, I feel like a lot of these single moms get a lot of hate. And I think people forget that they're single moms, and usually usually kids have two sets of eyes to so, like, I think people forget, like, she's only half of a team, you know? It takes two to raise a kid. It doesn't take two really to raise a kid if you want to get technical, but at the end of the day, like, when there's two of you, that's like a whole other half of that's like a whole other person to help you raise a child. So, like, people saying it's the parents' fault, like, shut the fuck up. I'm sorry, but, like, shut the fuck up. Like, I think that's just, you don't know people's lives. You don't know how many jobs that mom has to do just to feed her kid. You know what I mean? Like,
here in Europe,
you don't know their
countless
story.
homes are heated by wood-burning fire.
Anyway, I love you all, and I'm sorry I said
all
that. But
smoke and exhaust gets trapped in the fire.
I just think it needs to be said because
And
people
it creates
forget
a
that.
cocktail of particles. That's
People
pretty
forget a
nasty.
lot of kids that even end up in trouble or like end up like this, like, often are single parent kids, you know, and you just don't know the situation. Maybe the parent is doing the best they can.
Lungs, regardless of what these particles
And
are.
and like the internet and AI and all that shit, it's only getting more and more and more interconnected, and it's only infiltrating our lives more and more and more. So, like, you know, how much of a helicopter parent are you gonna have to be? Because, like, soon you're gonna be
Our
able to
lungs are
access
incredibly
Google
delicate,
from your fucking
so
brain.
They're designed
or,
to handle
you know,
clean air, not a soup of microscopic parts. It doesn't matter if it's
So-
wood, small car exhaust, or tiny robots. They can lodge deep into your lung tissue. Now, there are several independent air quality systems installed all across the world. They are open source.
You
so we
went
can
on the
take a look.
Metaverse game
Some
recently,
parts
and
of
it
Europe
was
have
all
an
elementary age
extraordinarily
kids.
unhealthy, even hazardous levels of air,
Yeah,
as
like,
bad as India right now.
that's the thing. That's the thing. That's the thing. That's why I'm so pissed off about this. Is because the only people on Metaverse are children, right? Whenever you see these videos of, like, I went on the Metaverse and look how weird it was. It was all just kids or whatever. That's why this AI character thing on Facebook, because apparently there are kids using Meta. That's why this AI thing is a terrible, 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 terrible idea. Whether we like it or not, kids are, you know. When I was a kid, I was like, I want, like, I was always looking for, like, virtual reality chats or whatever. Like, you know, I want to, like, have a space to live in or whatever. And I looked for all of, like, the different virtual chats that I could, you know, even. So it's like, kids are gonna find a way. If they want something, they're gonna find a way to get it, generally speaking. But yeah, these things can be dangerous. Anyway,
This is unheard of. I can't say for sure if this is a
dating
bioweapon.
websites
It
are
truly
using
is very
AI
weird.
generated content,
If you
fake
know
profiles,
more, let's
fake people
inform
to
the
give
others in the
single
comments
people a
below.
false sense of hope. What's the point of
Let
that?
me know if I missed something here that's more obvious to you
If
guys.
not that, we
And no matter
need
how
a
curious
mod,
you are
a
about
mad. Wait.
this interesting
If
fog,
not that, we need in a
it's
mad.
winter
We
outside
live
and there's
in a
fog,
mad world.
I
A
wouldn't
14-year-old
recommend
shouldn't
you
have a
spending more
smartphone.
than a few
Your
hours
parent
there.
bought you your
So
first
stay at
laptop at
home until
19.
we know more. In the
People
meantime, I'll
will
try to
get
get my hands
romantically
on a
involved
more
with
powerful
AI. It will
microscope to see if
replace
I can check the
to
fog
some
before it
human contact.
disappears. I'm Daxo Soko, and thank you for watching. And see you in the next video.
What's happening with Hassan?
Don't film it, maybe. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut
Hello.
up! Is it? Don't film it, maybe. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Isn't it inherently exploitative to film? No.
This was me earlier. Shut the F up if you're talking.
Oh, you dumb. The entire point.
I'm not trying to become like this.
It's humanizing these people.
Do you mind if I film or?
How you doing? Oh no, you don't got to do that.
Yeah.
So you can film.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can film hot.
Yeah.
We're filming.
Okay.
We wanted to ask you about your experiences being in and out of the shelter structure.
You guys, let's all clap for Hassan.
No, don't do that. Stop. Never do that. Never do that. That's, oh my God, I hate you.
Yeah, you read that right. This time, Hassan is exploiting the homeless population of Skid Row so he can try and drum up some positive PR for himself. In the wake of all the controversy over the last couple months, his chat tried to stop him from making this clearly exploitative mistake, but he is just so out of touch that he just didn't listen. Look, nothing is wrong with doing something nice for the homeless, obviously, but you don't necessarily have to live stream it to 25,000 people and then post videos about it on the internet. He is trying to spin this as him just trying to humanize them, but that just sounds like a get-out-of-jail-free card to me. And Hassan even managed to squeeze in some pretty petty shade by giving away all of Ethan's Teddy Fresh merchandise. Buckle up, guys, because this one is kind of f***ed up.
Wait, was this recently?
Anyway, why are you going to Skid Row? Because why you think? Because we want to help people. That's it. That's the reason.
That's
and
why
we want to
he wants
humanize
help.
homeless people, especially at a time when homelessness is surging, and violent acts against homeless people are also surging, and a lot of that comes from dehumanization and people refusing to recognize that these are real people who are victims of the oppressive
Too many
structures that we
parents
all
use
exist
smartphone
under,
and tablets
that
and tech
many
as
of you are
babysitters.
closer to
That's true,
them.
they do. And virtually all
Many of you are closer
smartphones
to them than
now
you are
are
to the
more
likes of Elon
powerful
Musk, myself included.
than the computers in
Other
the early
billionaires are closer to
2000s.
homeless.
You had fog in your area for 3 days. The fog was heavy, low to the ground. They observed the skies in Dubai, which caused massive flooding last year in February. Guess who farted? Did you record any of that fog? Where do you live, by the way? What area? People ever heard about Dubai seeding? I've heard about it, yeah. Why don't you just trust the data? What are you, a racist, homophobic Trump supporter who denies science? No. Chemtrails, yep, you are correct. They overseeded and nature came back like Trump to get them. Yeah, so I've just noticed like the skies have not been the same like for the last 2 years. They've been like not right. They are all bioweapons. COVID was a gain of function that got out. Can you explain that gain of function to me in regards to that? You mentioned your kids. Your kids didn't have Facebook until they were 16. You had a Facebook profile at 12 and it was limited and you had access to it. Meta has to settle out of court for tens of millions from families who sued them after predators found the kids on the New Horizons VR world, and they found thousands of victims globally. Oh my goodness. Wow, that's fudged up. My baby. Oh, you're so cute. My kitten needs attention.
Than they are closer to Elon Musk.
I know. I know. All right, guys, I'm gonna take another quick break. Sorry about that. BRB, you sent a whisper link. Okay, good. And I'm so sorry. I have to like catch up in the chat. Hold on. It's time to go full Will Smith mode. I don't think so. If you're single and see a dating website full of pretty people, it gives a false sense of security and hope you meet someone like that. Or actually go out. You always have a joke. Once AI becomes sentient and humanoid are sentient, that will be the end of natural dating because men will knack anything. Oh, goodness. Probably for the best. They can, how do you say? Breed out the knacking anything types. Hassan is not that bright. You do not need people's permission to film them in the U.S. on the streets and sidewalks. Do you ever see Blade Runner? It looks like it's gonna become real life. Yes, Blade Runner. It reminds me of like Milo. I want some Blade Runner is giving, this is giving like Blade Runner. I have these fun filters. This one also gives Blade Runner. Kind of. Okay. BRB. Oh my goodness. My cat is like a child. Hassan is atheist. Why does he have a Christmas tree up? I know, eh? Hassan is an idiot and an irritating tool. Midwest people accuse you of talking like a Canadian. Really? You were trolling with that comment. With the Blade Runner comment. Whispered me, Elaine, gain of function is taking the flu and making it stronger and more. Oh. By making it better in a way. What the fuck? Why would you want to do that?
So yeah, as the eminent house owner, socialism is when no house. So we're gonna go visit real socialists. Take your Porsche to Skid Row. We're not. We're taking the Camry. But I mean, for two reasons. One, because I think it's definitely a weird look if I was to fucking roll up to Skid Row in a Porsche. And secondly, it doesn't have enough trunk space anyway for all the shit that we are bringing over there. So that's also gonna help the homeless directly. Just be a bit careful. Wait, what? Oh, we're working with a local organization, obviously. Anyway, as far as that chatter saying be careful, I don't think that chatter meant be careful because homeless people are violent. I think that chatter meant be careful with like how you film. Obviously, like there is like it's not going to be exploitative. That's something that I am like very worried about and very aware of. Don't film it, maybe. Shut up! You're the woke of the day. Isn't it inherently exploitative to film? No, you dumb fucks. The entire point is humanizing these people. That's the whole point. Can you just shut the fuck up, please? Can all of you just collectively shut your stupid fucking woke mouths up? Is that okay? Can we just shut the fuck up collectively? Sounds like a write-off. I am going to Brian kill me. I absolutely fucking despise the insanely cynical nature of everyone online.
So, this guy decided it would be a bad idea to take the Porsche to Skid Row, eh? You know, this actually seems a little bit bogus to me. Something tells me he thinks it will be a little bit easier to relate to the homeless if he drives up in his old Camry. I mean, the guy's gonna stick out like a sore thumb regardless, especially when he rolls up and tries to give the homeless a bunch of fashionista clothing. This guy should have really just listened to his chat and not recorded this thing. Hassan always has this problem with people not taking his generous actions seriously. And he thinks this is because people are always trying to find a way to see the worst in people online. But in reality, this guy is just doing it to himself. You just don't have to go to Skid Row and record the homeless population for a PR move and use them as content for your stream. You can show that you care without doing that, Hassan.
Yeah,
do
charity streams.
These people without doing that, Hassan. But we all know why you want to bring the camera. Let's be real.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
But at the same time,
we are
it's
currently
like
on a journey through the.
At the same time, like you want this is one way of making sure that like the charity actually gets to the the right hands, you know what I mean?
Treacherous Los Angeles.
Whereas, you know, you can do a fundraiser, but like I'm still waiting for an email. I'm still waiting for an email to make sure that they got the funds for the veterans fundraiser. Now I think that through this fundraiser, it was like when the people donate, they're paying directly to the group. What was the group called? Like some group thing, and then anyways, so it's like do I know really? Like, did that, you know, if the money goes, I can only hope that it goes to the right hands, or that it actually helps the organization that it's meant to, you know what I mean? So like I don't hate this, you know, like going to give, but you can do this. You don't have to film it, but at the same time, if your life is creating content, like you might as well film it.
Streets.
But let's see how it went.
To make our way to a retail store that I will not be naming, in order to purchase some much needed things for the unhoused population of Skid Row. If you noticed, there's also bags and bags of clothes back there. Those are some of my clothes. I mean, they're all my clothes.
Funny enough, not the most cramped I've ever been in your backseat.
Yeah, because we're in the Camry.
It's very spacious.
Toyota Camry. 2010 Toyota Camry Sport Edition V6 with the heated leather seats.
My
just
cat.
you know, nice. Yeah, just so you understand, this is I am a Toyota man, forever.
You see this right here? That's Hassan's special bag of Teddy Fresh merch that he has specifically separated from the rest for giving away to the homeless. Stay petty, my dude. Holy sh**. Like, I get it. You don't want to wear it anymore considering the fallout. And I get it. Like, hey, let's give it to the homeless for a good deed. It's not a horrible gesture, especially if it's not going to be worn by you. But the recording of all that seems intentional. Obviously, you knew your community would notice you handing out Teddy Fresh merchandise to the homeless. And I'm pretty sure you knew they would find that funny. But I don't know. To me, using the homeless people as a zinger or a f*** you to Ethan just seems a little bit messed up.
Hey, how's it going? What's going on?
Oscar, nice to meet you.
Hassan.
Hey.
Hi, Hassan.
What's up, Shade?
Nice to meet you.
Me too.
The bathroom was closed for cleaning, so I couldn't pee. But
Wow.
all right, let's do it. Let's go inside. Let's get some stuff, right?
Let's do it. Cool.
All right. So 8x10, and what else?
We'll do any of these sizes. Like, any of these will go. People will take anything. People will take as big as you want to go, but it's just harder.
Bigger ones.
It's been my experience that folks usually, what matters more isn't necessarily the size, but like the density of the material, because these, like with wear and tear, eventually things start tearing.
Heavy duty, no?
Yeah.
Like these are heavy duty enough? No, this is a reversible tarp.
People will use it for anything. Like,
Yeah.
people sleep on tarps, they put them over themselves, they use them as blankets. It's like a full.
Do you think we have enough?
Yeah, you'll be able to call that.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, or is it not enough? You be honest, it's fine.
Never enough.
The unfortunate reality is, right, like, you're never
I'm
gonna
wearing a
use
mask.
everything.
Oh
So,
yeah, like true.
like, we could give out tarps every day, indefinitely. If people
What's
are
up with
using
that? Like,
All right.
come on, guys. COVID's over. COVID's over, man. What the heck? What the heck?
Load.
Yeah. Well, you guys are gonna have to do the load.
Yeah.
My God.
Yeah, how much space do you guys
I
have?
have half a trunk,
Okay.
and then
Did you put anything in the trunk?
Yeah, it's full.
Oh, the trunk is full too?
I mean, we can probably like squeeze these in different places. But
Yeah.
no, do you guys have a seat?
no.
We can
Let's do this.
Yeah. We'll stack on top of ourselves too.
We'll start here. That's great. We'll give out a trunk of stuff. It's awesome.
I'm trying to do something nice. Why must you always minimize me? I am but a man.
You guys, let's all clap for Hassan.
No, don't do that. Stop, never do that. Never do that. Oh my God, I hate you.
Honestly, I think this is why Hassan wanted the camera here. He wanted everyone to see how much of a nice guy he is and to cheer him on. Gotta clean up that image and get remonetized somehow, right? And how awkward it was when Hassan was looking to those people for like approval to stop buying more stuff. This all just really isn't a good look, man. And it all could have just been so easily prevented by just not bringing a camera.
Okay, cutie Cinderella. You know who was supposed to come with us today, which I thought was shocking? Pokimane. She said she was down. Like she was originally supposed to be on the pod. And I was like, oh, we're going to Skid Row beforehand. And she's like, oh, I was like, what? You sure? She's like, yeah, I'd love to do that. but unfortunately she couldn't make it to either.
She heard that I was coming, and she's like,
yeah, she was like, ugh.
That guy.
Why would Pokimane bail on you, Hassan? I'm gonna take a guess. Probably because she smelled out how you were trying to run some sort of positive PR scam for yourself, and was probably warned by her management that this wouldn't come off as well as you thought. And what do? Call her out on stream. Sheesh. Well, Hassan is about to show up to Skid Row, and it's going to go about as well as you would expect. Especially when you, like, show up with a car full of stuff and start asking people that are down on their luck all these, like, weird questions while recording them.
How you doing? How you doing? How you
All right,
doing?
you mind if I film her?
Oh no, you don't got to do that, bro.
Yeah.
But you're doing stuff on the street. I want you to talk about what you're doing.
What are you, first of all, how you guys are doing? My name's New Money. You know what I mean? What organization y'all with, and what kind of project are you guys working on?
Well, we're here with Barbershop LA.
Okay, so what's the footage for today?
The internet. What do you think about Water Drop?
I think Water Drop is a lovely idea. It should be very much expanded.
What are some of the biggest news normally, aside from people coming in with cameras?
What's the biggest news?
News. Like one of the.
What annoys you?
Yeah, you know, not really too much annoys me. Because, you know what I mean, I kind of like cope with it. You get kind of like, you know what I mean, numb to it. You know what I mean? You kind of like grow understanding when it comes down to the environment and what takes place in the environment.
The cops give you guys trouble?
Constant.
Yeah.
That's a problem.
Oh, you don't want to be recorded? Okay, let me point this camera at your feet and live stream this entire conversation to 25,000 people, all while I ask some intrusive questions for content. Like, dude, just think about it for a second. You strolled up on this homeless guy with a camera and started live streaming him without first telling him what the hell you are doing. Clearly, that might make someone uncomfortable. And you don't even have to be homeless to be uncomfortable in that situation. But it's even worse when you are. But I guess that doesn't matter to Hassan. Or he's just way more out of touch than I thought. This isn't a zoo, bro. Show a little bit of respect.
So you can film her.
Yeah, you can film Hawk.
Yeah.
Hawk, we're filming.
Okay. Is that all right? Hawk, what's up? I'm Hassan.
Okay.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you guys first of all. I'm a homeless man in LA.
Kisses. Okay. What's your favorite color? Start somewhere
Sorry
else.
about that.
Oh, dude.
What'd I miss? What'd I miss?
Oh,
Oh yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
We got you tarps.
Okay. I need.
And clothing.
Okay. Let's go look at some.
Yeah, go shopping.
You wanna? Oh, we got tarps in there.
Wow.
I will remind you guys, I am 70 years old.
No way. You don't look a day over 40.
Watch out, man. Lying until you won't get you in.
You want jackets or hoodies?
I would like a hood.
Take a look.
You see this?
On this side.
Yeah, I'll go.
Make sure not to show a license plate. I got jackets and hoodies. They're big.
I like this.
So, like, Hassan's argument is that he wants to humanize homeless people. What makes him think that they aren't already, like, human? Like, what are you trying to say? You trying to say that the rest of us don't think they're humans? Like, what are you trying to say? You know what I mean?
That looks right. Do you want like a heavy duty one, or do you want like we got denim? This is a heavy duty one. This is like really
Like,
for the real cold.
projection much? Like, maybe you're the one who doesn't think they're humans, and, like, you feel like you have to, like, come in and be the rescuer. Is that a trend amongst the left? Is it just me?
That's real cool.
Yeah.
Is it just me, or is that, like,
Yeah.
what's going on here?
Should we have gone through this first?
We do like see a lot of like YouTuber merch.
That's
Because, like,
so weird. It's so weird.
Yeah, we had a lot of. Who was one we had for a while?
YouTuber merch.
We had some Paul Brothers merch and stuff, and then Kanye West handed
Teddy
out his,
Fresh.
like, remember this like White Lives Matter shirts? Or like White Lives Matter shirts for a while. It was bad.
Crazy push.
Hassan is not out here giving homeless people Itachi jackets. But yeah, that lady from Waterdrop said something a little bit interesting, honestly.
Those look cozy,
they apparently
though.
get a lot of YouTuber merch out there. And Hassan's cameraman said, oh, that's weird. I wonder if they realize what Hassan is literally doing while they record that conversation. Dude has a bag full of Petty Fresh merch ready to offload it onto some homeless people. I wonder what they would think about that if they knew.
Do you think?
I wonder.
Do you think it's like just all like for show? Like not for show, but like just to get back at Ethan or something?
If they would understand how petty Hassan is being. Because something tells me if they did know, the level of respect for him would drop significantly.
Yeah, we'll do. Well, first of all, if you want, we have a bunch of clothes and we have a bunch of tarps and stuff here as well. But we wanted to ask you about your experiences being in and out of the shelter structure. And if there are any, because there's some
My
common
cat
issues
is
that we hear
very
about
bored,
in,
I think.
with regular frequency, but it's important to get like a personal experience.
Okay. So what would be one combination that you would consider?
Sent a whisper
I
link.
think, well, some of the most
One
common are
sec.
obviously violence, theft, mismanagement in general. And then I think like the fact that you can bring your stuff with you in certain shelters and your pets. I feel like that's what I hear the most.
But there is one that you haven't said. What's your cooking anymore? Drugs.
Oh, that too. Yeah.
Mental health.
Yeah.
Those are two. That's
So
those
you
are the real issues that make it so complicated.
Yeah.
Because you have a whole street of people living on the street on any common block. They all get water, electricity, not a problem. But down here, something's different. Drugs is the number one. Those are the
I feel like those go hand in hand. It's like people self-medicating. It feels like
Just
after
look at
being out
VR
for a
chat.
very
There are
long time.
dozens of YouTube accounts that revolve around catching VR chat predators. Damn. That's messed up.
So what's your story, if you don't mind me asking?
Abuse of the kids, raising time, watching all these.
You don't want to butcher COVID gain of function and the bio weapon because it will be one-sided and biases from you. Read The Real Anthony Fauci by Robert F. Kennedy.
But even with all that,
but gain of function can be considered bioweapon research.
But how about your experience going in and out of shelters? Do you not realize how this guy can feel a little bit pressured to say things he might not want to because he wants some free clothes or something? Hassan, dude, you should really do better. The camera really should have been left at home for this dude. And on another note, why are you guys outside with these masks? One,
He's
you're
not wearing a
outside. Two,
mask in
well,
Home
offensive.
Depot though. Yeah, he should be wearing a mask inside. I mean, here's the thing. If it's cold, like, but where does he live? LA? Like, it shouldn't be that cold, right? Like, the mask I learned can be, like, super warm in the wintertime. But I don't know. I feel like it's like, I don't know.
I'm sorry. So I got these. You like them?
For me personally, like, I can't even find my mask, you know what I mean? Like, where even is it? Like, I don't even know.
I got these. What do you about these? You like it? There you go. Oh, you want something smaller? No, it's all my shit. So it's pretty big. I'm sorry. Oversized is the meta though. That's like. Wait.
Did he say oversized is the meta though?
Yeah, he just said that. He did just say that.
I got button-up shirts if you want that. I got a polo shirt.
What is this, the 80s? Early 90s? What was the meta then?
Sandwich? No, you don't like that one? Hold on. No problem. What about this one? Nope, you don't like that one? Alright. Still got the devil on it.
I think he thinks wearing a mask is the meta now. Do people who wear masks think it's the meta, but it's actually not?
Hey, how you doing?
You like it? Alright.
Dude shows up to Skid Row with a bunch of Hassan-sized clothing and his bag full of Teddy Fresh
Hassan-sized
Anything is a good gesture, I guess,
clothing.
right? But, maybe getting some proper-sized clothing and not offloading your bag of spite to the homeless would have been maybe a little bit more appropriate.
Bag of
I mean, you are a
spite.
multimillionaire and all, you could probably spare the expense. But I guess appropriate isn't exactly what Hassan was going for. Because he did decide to record and live stream his exploitative PR campaign to 25,000 people. Yeah, Hassan, I get it, dude. You need to brighten up your public image, but you should probably do better than this. This is not the one. You should have listened to your chat. Not only are you kind of an asshole for this, you are also petty as fuck with the whole Teddy Fresh thing.
Ice Spice, a popular rapper, has a spirit of Jezebel. In a viral video, she's prayed over, acts bizarrely, and ends with a disturbing hand gesture.
Hold hands, hold hands. Lord, thank you so much for bringing this amazing group together right now with this amazing stream and our amazing team, Lord.
Is this is this what I was talking about, kind of? I mean, it's a music industry, so...
Thank you so much for bringing all of us together, and I pray that you allow us
So who is
to grow
this?
on other
They
people,
mock
on
God
each
and
other,
get
and will allow us
instant
to bless other people
judgment.
with our work and our amazing craft. Help us enjoy this night in Jesus' name. we
Ice
pray.
Spice.
Amen.
Oh, this is Ice Spice. Struggles to contain demons
This
during
hand sign is
prayer.
a universal sign for Satanism. What's even
Yeah,
more
what's up with
shocking is
her?
that this
She,
isn't the
I
first
remember
time she's done
this.
it.
I remember this.
Even more disturbingly, she's
And it's
seen wearing
like-
an upside-down cross, openly mocking Jesus Christ.
There is actually the devil. There is actually evil spiritual forces.
Subscribe for more videos like this. Ice Spice, a popular rapper, has a spirit of
That's exactly what I was talking about. Or that's exactly one, exactly like one example of what I was talking about. Sorry guys, I'm just gonna check on my cat quickly. One sec. Hey, Marcus Daly, how's it going? Happy New Year! The fog. So, by the way, this fog that everyone is seeing, it is part of why a lot of these drones from afar look like orbs at first. It's because the fog, like the light from the drone, like, is basically lighting up the fog around it, right? So then it looks like, and that's also why, you know, nobody can seem to focus on these things properly until they're close enough.
Can see the fog rolling in.
Actually, I saw fog the other day. It was weird. It was like lit up, and we mentioned it, like I was with my brother and we mentioned it, and they're like, oh yeah, it's just fog. But it's like, I've never seen a fog like that, and the way it was, like, weird. So Marcus, what do you think is going on with this stuff? Drones, fog, orbs. Except I don't think they're orbs. Send another when you get a chance.
Right there's.
I should have filmed the fog that I was seeing, because, like, it wasn't like a normal fog.
And how long have you been doing adult content?
Like on the or like mainstream?
Both.
6 months, and then corn for 3 months.
Okay, and then you do it too, correct?
Yes, I just kind of started just to figure out.
Wait, Eric, we need to get her another booster, I think.
I think I'm fine.
Okay, you're gonna have to do a posture check whenever you're speaking.
Okay.
How long you been doing that?
Just about like 2 months. I just started.
You just started?
Yeah.
Okay. What got you into it?
If I'm gonna be honest, I lost my grandpa. He's very close to me, so I kind of want to go with his legacy, and I kind of want to do it for him. So, but that's a really bad idea because I think that's not a good way to come up with money and share that with my family. But I haven't.
Wait, you're saying you want to do OnlyFans to honor your grandfather's legacy?
Not in that way.
Was he like a corn star or something?
No, it's kind of like I've been wanting to kind of like keep his legacy going, but in that sense.
Hold on just a sec. We'll get back to that. What is it? Not going to trigger? Hello? Okay, I'll just read it. Martin, what do you get when you mix a comedian and a blank star? A blank star. Everyone knows that women aren't fun. Wait, did someone say this? Did you say this? Wait, what?
But I do stand-up comedy and corn. Yeah.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah.
Do you want to respond to him really quick?
I mean, you should come see one of my shows. They do pretty well, babe. I've got one on Monday.
Okay.
Yeah.
Martin,
Tanner would call her on that right now. My buddy Tanner, his opinion is that women aren't funny.
That's fair. A lot aren't, but I'm pretty good.
By the way, do you guys like the new TTS sound? I changed it away from the chatterbait fucking trigger. Okay. So I don't know if I just misheard you. You said you are. Yeah. Can you say it again?
Yeah.
So
by doing.
I haven't done much actually. I'm just trying to like trial and error basically.
It's the elites.
Like, he was a minister, so he didn't make much money, and I kind of want to help him out, and that's like a way that I thought would help out in the long run, if that makes sense.
Wait, but isn't he? You said he passed away.
Hold on. So like, I heard that like. I heard that like more than, I don't know, like I just heard more than 50%, like majority of creators on OnlyFans will only make like, or won't even make like 100 to 150 a month or something. So like you have to I guess you have to like really build an audience or like already be well known or something. I don't
Come
know.
out beyond the grave. I'm just confused.
Yeah, it's just an idea that I thought would be
like help your family.
Yeah, help my family in a way. Yeah.
Oh, help your family.
Financially.
Okay, I thought you were
help
like,
your family. That's
Yeah.
what you're saying.
Yeah.
You said he was. You said he was a minister.
Yeah. So he did like weddings, funerals, etc., etc.
Was he like a Christian minister? or-
It's kind of like a different religion. We don't really call it a religion. We call it a way of life. So instead of calling religion, it's more like more connection with like our God, I guess you could say. It's more like, how do I say this? Like you can manage your faith instead of like having Catholic people believe in like marriages, lesbian, gay marriages. It's basically like we accept those people.
Does this faith go by a name?
Yeah, Konkokyo. It's like a Japanese.
Say it again?
Konkokyo. It's like a Japanese religion.
Konkokyo?
Yeah.
What? Never heard of this.
Can we get someone in the chat? How do you spell it?
K-O-N-K-Y.
Wait, K-O-N?
Yeah. Oh, K-O-N-K-O and then K-Y-O.
K-Y. Konkokyo?
Yeah. independent faith with origins in Shinbutsu Shugu beliefs. If you put my grandpa's name,
Oh, that's a good logo. The religion, this religion, it's a good logo.
Yeah, thank you.
Eric, can you pull it up? Can you pull it up? Eric, Google this. Konkokyo. Konkokyo. Or Konkokyo. K-O-N-K-O-K-Y-O. Solid. The Japanese are great with logo design, I think. Look at that. That is a fantastic. Whoever their graphic designer were. How long has this religion been around?
Quite a long time. It originated in Japan.
Okay.
I'm actually going to go there this year. It's kind of like grounding me a lot to be able to visit my other side of my family and to actually see what my culture is about since I've never been to Japan.
Okay, so you're Japanese?
Yes.
Okay.
Is that Andrew without a beard?
Okay. Sure. So just explain, you started
Which
an OnlyFans
one?
to pay
This
homage
one?
to your now deceased grandfather, who was a religious man and minister.
Yeah. I also thought about being in the military because I think that's another way to save money. You can also pay for houses, your car. I'm very
You have to
interested in
have
areas when it comes to military. I thought
A1.
it was a good
You
chance
have
for
to
me
have
help my grandpa
A1
in the
coochie to make millions on OnlyFans. Top of the chain.
What ultimately made you decide on OnlyFans rather than the military?
Is that Andrew? Good excuse to make an OnlyFans. Weird excuse to make an OnlyFans.
They yell at you in your face, kind of break you down mentally, physically, etc., etc. And I'm a very emotional person, so I feel like it's hard for me to even stay straight face without having to break down. I don't want to embarrass my fellow soldiers.
So you're not in the military, or
I'm
you?
not, but I
okay.
thought about
You thought about joining.
Yeah.
Okay.
What do you think your grandfather? Do you think he would approve of the OnlyFans? Do you think he would disapprove?
I think he would support me, but I don't want to shame my family also because I'm very cultural and spiritual in all that sense. But I did tell him that I was going to join the military before he passed away. But
And instead, you're doing this.
What kind of content do you make on OF?
I
Is it
wanna
boy,
start-
girl, solo?
Just me.
Just you?
Just me,
Okay.
so-
Full nudity?
No. I
Okay.
want to do like workout videos and stuff like that.
Do what?
I like abs. Actually, that's a really cool thing. So like maybe
ABS, auto braking system.
Yeah, just workout abs. But
Okay.
yeah.
Just abs?
That's terrible, dude.
I can show my abs. I have
okay,
abs.
So you're, but you
How
do
much
have an intention
money
to,
do you
down
make
the
from
road,
abs?
Do nude?
Maybe in the future.
Because when I think, I
So
don't
you're
think
not
workout
doing
videos.
nude stuff right now.
Not yet.
So
Not
she's
yet.
so
You
she's
mentioned, that
she's
you
not
wanna bring
even
shame on
doing
the family. Do you think it
like
might possibly bring shame on them to do nude stuff.
she's
so.
that's
If
the
I
thing
deep
when
down
you
into
say
my
own
mom's,
own when you
opinion
say
about
this
it,
oh
she might be open to it. She's a really cool mom. So
can't
You can
even
tell what's
say
going
it
on.
anymore
I'm
apparently,
an adult
right?
company, so
Is your dad still in the picture?
I've never met my dad.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's out of the picture.
Sorry to hear that.
It's okay. I don't really need a dad. So.
You
I
don't
got
need a
myself.
dad?
Sorry?
You don't need a dad?
I don't. I mean, I think I could handle myself.
Sure.
Interesting. How much money does she make showing off her abs on OnlyFans? Like, you can see my abs on Patreon, guys. Just so you know. Except I have to, like, remember to post more regularly on my Patreon.
Hearing now from the Associated Press that investigators have reviewed video of 3 men and a woman.
$50 per abs, 25 for forehead. Y'all owe me 25 bucks right now.
So
75 for ass. That was over a year ago, so she probably
the hotel
escalated the content.
Carnage on the street. So you're right.
I
with
mean,
those 2 points, but now we're hearing this video of 3 men
just
and 1
abs?
woman placing items and it seems as though they are connected to the suspect. Tracy, what do you say to that?
What? This is very...
3 men.
Hold on, let's see this. What is
Reviewed
this?
video of 3 men and a woman placing explosives around, possible explosives around this area. Tracy, this is brand new into our newsroom. So what does that tell you? And to the point about the sheets, I think the sheets were also put up to shield the hotel guests' eyes from the carnage on the street. So you're right with those 2 points. But now we're hearing this.
Sheets were put
video
up?
of 3 men and 1 woman placing items, and it seems as though they are connected to the suspect. Tracy, what do you say to that?
This is very, very similar to the Boston Marathon bombing that was just brought up, and the Tsarnaev brothers, where
They
you had
don't
2 of
look
them, right,
like terrorists to
placing
me, is the
those
thing.
IEDs. This is not at all surprising because I do think it would have taken multiple
wait.
individuals to place the IEDs, plan on where that placement would be.
Where was
as
this?
well as
New
then
Orleans?
obviously use the
So hold
vehicle
on.
to
I
ram
thought
this crowd.
Hold on. There was a ramming. There was a vehicle, but then there was also explosions. Did I miss this?
What that also tells me as well is, look, I'm former law enforcement. I think law enforcement is actually doing an excellent job here. But it seems to me that there may not have been explosive sweeps that were done of the French Quarter and of Bourbon Street in particular as a result of securing this area, because part of me does wonder if that explosive would have been picked up by either a dog or a device. Again, I can't say for certain if that occurred, but part of me does wonder. There's no question they are now looking for these individuals and combing through particularly that digital evidence.
And Peter, I want to ask you about how investigators handle the IEDs. I want to drill down a little bit so you can explain to us how this works, because
This seems to be a few years ago.
and there are some
That
may
was
not
over a
be
year
true
ago. So
IEDs.
okay.
You know, what is the
100
process like? It's
for the
obviously a very
coochie.
dangerous
That's not
situation.
enough.
We know that robots are
Sounds
used
like
in
the
some
message
types of
parlor,
investigations
massage
with this.
parlor
Talk
you
us
went
through
to in
how
Thailand
investigators work with
while you were on
IEDs.
holiday.
Well, the most important thing is
Jeez.
the safety of the public and of
You
course, safety
remember
of law enforcement. So what they'll do is
IEDs
they'll
in
cordon off an area,
COD
and they will
Ghost?
use
What is
bomb
that?
squads, or the FBI and ATF both have special agent bomb technicians.
Why
They will
does
render
white
those
people
devices
like
safe,
use
which
terrorists
sometimes
on
means detonating
Caucasian?
them in
Is
place.
that a
And
phrase
then
only
what they'll
meant
do
for
is they will
Arabs?
look at those items, look at how they were manufactured, what components were involved, and they'll try to track down where those
No, it's not a
items
term
that were
only
used to
for
make the
Arabs.
ID were purchased in an effort to identify who helped manufacture these IEDs. But I mean, the most important thing, again, is public safety. And that's why sometimes these crime scenes take so long to process, is because it takes time for the bomb squad or for the special agent bomb technicians to go in there and render these devices safe, while at the same time trying to maintain as much of the physical evidence contained in these devices as possible. Because again, it's
I
evidence
think
they want to be able to present it
the
in court,
reason
especially if
may
they identify
be
additional co-conspirators. And
when
then
you
the other thing is
think,
they
I
look
guess,
at the
like,
signature of these
honestly,
devices to try to see if
9/11
they're tied to potentially other
basically
devices or even devices that are found overseas,
defined
so
what
they can see who is instructing
terrorist,
these people on how to manufacture these
you know,
devices.
even though on
So it's a
paper that's not like
painstaking
it just means,
but again, public safety is the
you
most
know,
important part of
whatever it means.
One thing that I
But
heard in Brian's reporting, the last thing he said
it's hard
was talking
to,
about
I
the
guess,
fear,
like
but
make
also the
people
anger,
forget.
that these
I
bollards
don't know.
weren't up, that the right
Blame the
protection
media.
didn't seem to be in place. They were working on it. That much we know. And for people who don't know what a bollard is, those are those short, thick posts that create a barrier. You know, we see them down on Wall Street. You've probably
We
seen
saw
them
the
outside
fake
of a
ones
bank.
in
Retailers,
China.
they use them so that people can't ram into a bank or a retailer. And we've seen them in some public areas. Not sure exactly. We've got the cars that Brian Enton talked about, police cars that were used to hopefully try to prevent something like this from happening. But, you know, now looking back at it, I mean,
White
this is
people
gonna be
get
a
called
huge
terrorists
part of
now
the
if
story,
they
Tracy.
speak out against left-wing
This is going to be a
politics.
huge part of the story, no question. And you know what's interesting, Laura, is
Not-
that these bollards were put up in 2017 in this area in direct response to a
Sometimes
vehicle
that
terrorist
might
attack by
happen,
ISIS
yes.
in Nice, France during Bastille Day. That's why they were put up. And they were refurbishing them, obviously, because of the Super Bowl and the other activities that you had mentioned. One of the things that they failed to do, the bollards, as you mentioned, at banks and the Capitol, all of those places have them, is they typically do extend through the sidewalks. And that's what they didn't have here. Those police cars did block off the street, but as we saw, this terrorist drove up and sign mentioned up
Hello,
and around
Mushroom.
the
Thank you so much
sidewalk.
for the
These
follow.
bollards didn't extend past there, these makeshift ones. And in my opinion, that was a security issue that was absolutely missed in this case.
Thanks so much for watching. Just go to joinnn.com to find news dates
It's
on
for
your television
fun. Like,
provider. And don't forget to
it
click the
would
red
be nice if this could be like a side income. It's it is like a tiny side income. But
On a dead body, I'm
like you could say I'm trying to make it like a job, but it's gonna be a while till that happens.
property. Can you tell if it's male or female? Female. I can see her hair black.
And I want to get back into gaming. I just have to set up my second monitor. Oops.
Hey everyone.
Oh
Welcome
yes,
back
let's
to my
watch
last
this.
video of 2024, and boy is this a video that you do not want to miss. I am going to be delving into a recap of what I believe is going on in regards to the child that we are being told is Lily, the alleged daughter of Harry and Meghan. If you haven't seen my video around the child that we are being told is Archie, go across and watch
Oh,
that.
sorry, I
If
forgot you
haven't
sent me a
seen it,
link. Hold
scroll
on.
to the end of this video. The link, the box will be there so you can click.
One sec.
Send the police.
Oh no. Why are we watching this? Why are we watching this? This is too sad.
The chips killed my friend.
February 16th, 2009. A day that would end in blood, violence, and tragedy.
So this is, hold on, this is, so wait, but this is for what? Did something happen recently about this?
Sandra Harold's
Because like I know about this story.
On that and watch that first. So without
Here,
further
I'll put
ado,
the link in
grab
the
your
chat
cuppa and let's get
for
into it.
those who are interested.
So like I've said, if you fast forwarded that bit and got to this bit, if you haven't seen my video in regards to the child that we are being told is Archie, go straight to the end of this video and click on the box that showcases the child that we are being told is Archie. Watch that first, then come back to this one.
Thank you, Bonner.
So to kind of go into how I feel,
I'm just currently on like a current events binge. I don't know what else to call it. It's like definitely, I'm just like, I need to know what's happening current events wise. Like what's happening here, what's happening there. Why do people think Harry and Meghan's kids are fake? Like, you know what I mean? Like what's going on there?
What is kind of going on with regards to Archie. Now, before Megxit, one of the things that I have said in previous videos is that
Side hustle.
A child, a real child. These were not
So did you?
photographs,
The FBI is now saying New Orleans and Vegas is not connected, yet they use the same app to rent the cars they did service at Fort Bragg. Both has the same type of IED, which did not go off in New Orleans.
Now, there is every chance of
people are speculating that they're connected.
Of course, that this child could be an actor that they brought in. But given that this was a royal tour, given the fact that the royal family were also would have been part of this, because these things don't just happen, they have to be organised, orchestrated, things put in place meticulously. So we have the fact that we did not see anything surrounding the birth of Archie, right? So we now
Mushroom,
have that. We have the fact
Happy
that
New
we
Year.
were seeing a child that was being
Thanks again for the
showcased
follow.
prior to Megxit. Since then, we have not seen that child in a real setting.
You didn't know if I'd seen it before?
Seen weird photographs,
I feel
weird
like
videos, etc.
I feel like I saw that, but then wasn't there another lady who was attacked and like her kind of she's like disfigured now. I wonder if that's the same lady who was maybe on the phone, but or if it was like a different incident.
So you have to firstly ask yourself, why was it okay to show the child, given that they're talking about privacy, etc. Now, bearing in mind how I believe a narcissist will work. A narcissist will
You just pray Trump doesn't get assassinated on Inauguration Day. Me too. Like, I just hope nothing happens. Let's just go back to normal, okay? Things
through various sources.
Can we just go back to normal?
The child that was Archie obviously was Harry's. I have gone into that in that previous video.
So she thinks
the child that we saw was the child that is.
So she thinks that Archie is Harry's son, but not Meghan's son. She thinks that he might be some kind of love child and or something like that. And then Meghan had to like go along with it or something.
I even think that's his real name. Now,
Oh yeah, and his name is maybe not Archie, it's maybe Harrison.
So told the one we're being led to believe is Archie. Now I'm not saying that I even think that's his real name. Now,
Anyway, this is all speculation, allegedly in game.
The real mother went with them. Now something happened on that tour that then led to Megxit. And so obviously they leave. And if you want me to do a video around Megxit where I kind of talk about that, then let me know and I will do a recap on Megxit and what I believe really happened. Now, you've also got to bear in mind a timeline. Now, Meghan is of an older age, so it's harder to get pregnant. So we've had the fact that she's got pregnant very quickly. This wedding and, to be fair, this relationship feels
You don't
very
trust
rushed.
the narrative. They want it
The
wrapped
wedding
up quick.
also, it might also explain the ill-fitting wedding dress. So then we have Megxit that's happened. And
That's the same story.
the fact that she went
Same
first,
with the Vegas
went to
shooting.
Canada,
They said it
and
was
then
one
we
shooter
had
and
the
nothing
Sangam
else was
Summit.
investigated. You know,
Then
two
she did the
people
weird
who
fake
got
pattern
shot
doll,
there.
which
It
was
made
very
no
obvious.
sense.
And I think that was to show the royal family that, you know what, I could expose you if I wanted
Why,
to.
like-
And then all of a sudden Harry then is going across to
Why is there got to be so much conspiracy around everything now? You know what I mean? Like,
Canada to be with her.
even.
And I think that this was
Anyway,
probably
I love conspiracies, so it's probably just me. It's probably my algorithm. Like, here's more conspiracies, conspiracy theories,
an arrangement that
whatever.
was going to be made where it's like, okay, you need to leave because you cannot keep this lie up here. There's just no way, especially when we see the royal children coming out and about all the time. There's no way that they could, especially if the mum has said,
I love her eye
I
color.
don't want Meghan any. What I have heard was Meghan was
So pretty.
told she's not to have anything to do with this child. So now Meghan is in a situation where she has pulled off, well, her and Harry, in a sense, have pulled off the con of the century. They're over in Canada, and then they're sort of making their way to Tyler Perry's mansion around this time as well. So we obviously have then the worldwide bug that happened, and I don't think they planned on that. That scuppered a lot of the things that they were probably planning to do. When
Sounds
they
like a
released it out, which is
Democrat
why they're angry, right? So,
Coco
again, I'm
lady
getting stuff.
story.
So
It
when
scares
you
you
have a
looking at
narcissist who
her.
has a child that's not theirs, they would be very, very jealous of this.
Well, I wouldn't be watching this unless there was like reason to believe these conspiracies, because she's not the only one talking about it. Hold on, let me just catch up in the chat here really quick. You were really invested into this before the election, but you had to stop because it was too depressing, starting to affect your mental health. Do I ever feel like that? In a way, like, in a way, but at the same time, like, there's like other things that are affecting my mental health, right? So this stuff, even though it's when you get to the truth, when you like learn and when you realize, like, you know, certain truths about this world, it's very depressing. But for me, it's at the same time, it's like it just seems like everyone needs to know these things, or I don't know. It's like or maybe it's just distracting me from the other things that are, you know, affecting me. I don't know. Like, for me, I just need to know more. Like, I need, like, what the fuck is going on? Like, what the fuck is going on? What do you mean? You know that gif? What do you mean? What do you mean? So it's because just as much information as there is like depressing you, there's like just as much information that is like interesting and not depressing. It's like, oh, like, because I don't know, I just like to learn as much as, like, I just enjoy learning, you know, whether that's bad news, good news, or just, you know, plain old science or whatever. If the rumors are true, a 20-something Prince Charles got Cammy knocked up. She had a kid and the Queen sent the baby off to shore with a staff member to raise. Camilla? So who's it? So who? Wait, who's the? Wait. But like, surely they still have connections to this kid, no? Because like, wouldn't Camilla want? I control the media consume, research it. So a shootout might be happening in my street, but you don't know. So if they did have a kid, Prince William is second in line to the throne. Oh, okay. Got it. No, actually maybe not, because wouldn't he be considered an illegitimate child, and illegitimate children are not allowed to claim the throne? Is that not the case? You're not saying you want to be ignorant, but you feel like you're stressing over things you can't control. But it's also like, I don't know, I feel like it's important to know. But the problem is when like nobody else in your life wants to, like, they don't notice or they don't want to hear about it. They're like, enough, you know, they just want to go on about their lives. So that can be kind of isolating in a way. Harry has always been a wild boy. Did you guys remember when he wore a Nazi general uniform as a Halloween party costume? No. Harry in Nazi costume. Harry, look what you're making me Google. Prince Harry, I guess. Prince Harry. Oh, this? Damn. That's distasteful. Oh, that's very... Oh my god. This entire photo is extremely distasteful. What the fuck? Not a good look. Not a good look. Damn. Not a good look.
Child. Now, so I truly believe that Archie being Harry's, she would be very jealous of this particular boy. Now, again, I understand that people have said
The
there are no
child
children,
that is
but like I have
suspected
said,
to be Charles' love
a
baby
narcissist
is
isn't
Simon Charles. Oh
or
shit.
paternal even. So for Meghan to sort of wake up one morning and go, do you know what, I want children, but not only do I want children, I want to lie about those children. I want to pretend to have children. I'm going to pretend to go with a surrogate. I'm going to pretend all of those things. She'll be the first narcissist in the history ever to kind of to do something like that. And especially given how much of a public persona she's got. There's too many variables, too many things that can go wrong. And a narcissist likes things to be controlled. So I don't believe for any second that there are no children. I do believe, as I've said, there is a boy, and I do believe the boy is Harry's, but this would create a jealousy within Meghan, because now Harry
He
has not
claims
only got a
to be
child,
the
he's got a child with another
son
woman.
of...
Now, albeit it doesn't matter that Harry's got a relationship with this woman, and it's probably very estranged, that doesn't matter, because in Meghan's mind, this child is now in the way that she would view this in the line of succession, and this child isn't hers. So she'll be very, very jealous of
my
that.
computer's freezing.
Plus the fact, as I've said, when
Getting
it comes
too
to a
close to the
narcissist,
truth.
if Archie was hers, she would be shoving Archie in our faces. This child would be presented to overshadow the Wales children. Anytime they come out, it would be, oh, look at this is my child, and the child is an extension of them. Now, I have heard that people say, well, surely, what if the child has got a lazy eye, or what if the child is this?
Camilla, Queen Camilla. That's so weird to say Queen Camilla.
They could do exactly the same thing in correcting the eye of
No.
of the boy,
Okay,
say. And
Camilla
the first chance she got of him having an operation, she would
Young.
absolutely have done that, because it's all about persona. But there is no chance in ever the first child,
Is this her?
if this officially was her child, that she
When
would
she
keep
was
this child hidden.
younger?
Not only that, we would have her merching toys, we would have her merching clothing lines, we would have her merching how she lost her pregnancy weight. It would be all about her. What an amazing mother she is. That is why a young child is an extension of them. We haven't seen that within when they alleged Archie was theirs. So then we have the fact that she's
Is
now
this
got a
her?
situation where they have pulled off a con. Let's be honest, they in their mind they have duped the world, albeit that they have seen probably a lot of the social media posts, but the mainstream media are not talking about it, which is the most important thing. Because
I'm just
no one
trying
in the
to-
major leagues, in a sense, have called them out and called them a liar about this child. The royal family, and I know that some people don't like to hear it, but the royal
Let's
family,
see.
you know, in the
Does
beginning,
this
they were
guy
really
have
suffering. They have to
anything?
know, to put a child in the line of success,
Does he
there's
look
no way that they've
anything
just
like
accepted
Camilla?
Harry and Meghan hiding the child away. Because
You know
royal
what?
doctors in the history of ever, this has never happened. Their birth certificates, I think, are sealed or something along those lines. The Queen would have wanted to at least be around at this time.
It's hard to say. What is this? What does he look like young?
There's too many spinning
Simon
plates. And again,
Charles
this is not something a narcissist would be okay
Young.
with, because they want it controlled. There are too many things that can go wrong. It's too messy. So what does track is what I've said in the previous video, and like I say, go
Is that
on back and
him?
you'll kind of hear what I've said about
Why
that.
does he look like
So then we've got a
Elon
situation,
Musk?
like I said, where she's kind of going, well, we've pulled off this con.
Why is this giving Elon Musk?
You've got Archie. I now want a child. I want a girl. I want a child of my
But
own.
is that him? Because if that's him, like that's definitely his mom's.
Because again, that would take the limelight away from her, because this child isn't hers.
This one, hold
There
on.
is no
This one
extension
here.
there,
Oh,
because
you
she
can't see
use
it.
this child because the child isn't with them. So if the child was living
This
with them,
one.
then she still probably would reel this child out. But it explains why when we
This,
see Dr.
her
Rabbit,
mouth
the child was in a baby
right
grow
here.
and with a full nappy. Again, this child would be donned in designer gear. There was absolutely no way that this would have happened, and the only reason it did is because this child is Harry's and not hers, and she
Like-
doesn't care about this child. She doesn't love this child. She doesn't want anything to do with this child, but she's just trying to go along with the line.
Could be.
So
Okay,
they're over in
nose.
America,
He
and
has
what
her
then happened was
nose.
then they decided to either go with an adoption or go with a surrogate over in America. The laws are very different.
Eyes.
So I think this is what was happening. I think Harry then went to his
Eyes are not.
grandmother
It
at the time
doesn't really
and
look
said,
like
"We'd like
either.
to have a child. We know, or you know, they either lied about the pregnancy at that point.
Is
and
this
said,
the
"I was
only
pregnant,
photo of
she's gonna
him,
have a
young?
daughter, and we'd like to name the daughter after you." Now this would have been, in my opinion, Mary, because the late Queen's name has Mary in it. So I think they wouldn't have taken.
I
the
feel like he
because
could.
Charlotte had
Yeah,
it.
he
So I
could
think
be
they wanted
related to her. I don't know
certainly
about
Meghan-
Charles though.
Harry might have been a little bit more mindful and thought, you know, well, Charlotte's already got this name, so we're not going to take that name. In all fairness, Meghan particularly wouldn't have cared, but she definitely wouldn't have wanted her daughter to have the same name as Charlotte, given that Charlotte is first. So I think that that's when they come up with the, you know, Harry going to us and saying, you know, we'll have Mary. The Queen said, absolutely, it's delightful. Mary will be lovely. And so this child was going to be called Diana Mary, or Mary Diana, I forget, because it's on the domain name. And I'll put that up here to show you. Just as I'm reading this, I forget. So this was around the certain time frame which tracks, in my opinion. Now, I was also then
He looks
given
like King
information, which
Charles
I
and
put in a
Prince
video way,
Philip.
way
Oh,
back
let's see
when,
if
that
Prince Philip.
something
Hold
went
on.
wrong. There was a discrepancy with the money. There was problems with the relationship with Meghan and the birth mother. And so
Oh.
what happened was there was such a breakdown in the relationship that the mother then decided to go with somebody
Prince
else.
who?
And there is a Mary Diana or Diana Mary born of the same similar time to when
He
Lily
got
was
the
originally
Windsor
born.
nose? I don't think so.
So this
I
scattered.
think
Now,
he
bear in mind,
has
around this
Camilla's
time, We've got Meghan
nose.
doing Oprah. We've got Meghan seen sort of out and about, but not a lot as much as she
I
was
feel
over
like
here.
he
And I think that was because
has,
in the UK,
at least from the
the
front.
media
I
has an
can't tell
embargo
about
or
from
a,
the
they were, in a
side.
sense, told to say nothing. And this is why a lot of the reasoning why I believe the royal family had to know, because Meghan and Harry themselves do not have enough power to then go to the media
If they
and say,
told
"We
the
want you
truth
to say
about
nothing."
history,
This has to
everyone
go
would be
down channels.
skeptical. You think
So at some
it
point, even if it's not at the
started
beginning,
when
even though I
Kennedy
do
was
believe
killed in
perhaps it might have
Dallas.
been,
They said
I think
a
they were put in
bullet
an untenable
can
situation
change
because
course
they had to look
midair
after the real mother, and so they then
twice
created
to
a situation
kids.
where the UK media couldn't talk about it.
Is that what they
Could
said?
not, and that's why
The
she, like I
child
said,
that
with
is
the moonbug fashion,
suspected
she
to
was
be
playing, toying with
Charles
the
Love
media.
Baby's
That's why even with the moonbug she was
Simon
wearing, she wasn't being really
Charles
careful. She
Dorothy
didn't care
Gay,
because
and
in her sadistic way, if it was exposed, she could come out being the ultimate victim.
he
to get
was
back at Harry.
a wild boy. He
So
was
then we have the
19
fact that in
then.
America, when she was pregnant,
It's
allegedly,
like
sorry,
he was
when she was allegedly pregnant the
19,
second
but
time,
he was
we
a
hardly saw her.
prince,
And
so
we saw
it's
her in a
like
controlled environment with Oprah, and I
somebody
think,
should have
correct me if I'm
approved
wrong,
his
we
costume.
really very
Let's just
rarely
say,
saw her. And why?
you know,
Because the
like
American tabloids
y'all are out here saying parents need to make sure kids aren't on the internet. Meanwhile, freaking Prince Harry at 19 is out here with a freaking Nazi costume. It's like nobody approved that, or like somebody like did they approve that? Maybe they approved it. Oh shit, maybe they just like, yeah, okay, yeah, go. Could you imagine? I don't know. I
are
don't
very, very
know
different. They will
what the
they
royal
will
family's
photograph
take
and possibly
on
get her in an
that
unflattering light which could expose the truth, which is she's faking another pregnancy. So that's why we didn't
whole
see her.
thing
In
is.
Oprah, again, we had this very strange where 1 minute she's looking very puffy, and again, I think she learned from the previous when people said, but Meghan did put on weight. If you look at the timeline, she put on weight right at the end. There was no weight gain prior. And then she sort of stayed with the weight gain afterwards. I think what she was doing was she was watching social media. She started to see a collective of people saying, she's not gaining any baby weight. There's no weight on her boobs. There's no weight on here, there, and whatever. And so rather than thinking, well, every woman does that, or she then went full into, okay, research mode of, okay, how do I create a fake pregnancy, say for a TV role? There are ways and means that women can create instant weight gain very quickly.
Have I ever
She
listened to
didn't
a
have
Hitler
business to
speech
help her, so she didn't
translated
have
to
the means do
English?
that. So I think that she learned from the first one, and so that's why in the second
Probably
one, she
in a
closed herself
movie
again
setting
right.
or
But if
something.
you look at when she's in the Oprah video,
He looked like King Charles and Prince Philip. Hold on, Prince
there's just
Philip.
something
Let's
about
check
the way that
Prince
she walks, the
Philip.
way she holds herself. It's weird. But then you also then have her in the chicken coop, which is supposedly around the same time,
Prince
even if you're
Philip
looking at, say,
Young.
weeks apart. That she looks huge.
Oh my
And when she
goodness,
bends
he
down
looks
in the
so
chicken coop, she's bending
creepy.
down again, and she's got this huge bump. which comes
Sorry,
right
I don't
under
mean
her,
to be
like her
rude, but
breastplate. And
okay, hold on, hold
also
on.
in a chicken coop, which is dangerous for a fetus. So all these things that she was doing didn't again track. But that's really all.
Jeez Louise, like
out and about anywhere else. So then all of a sudden, we then have the domain name changing.
Aging
and Diana, we then
sucks.
have a Lilibet Diana. So what I think happened here was that the birth mother, or the one who was
In-game
arranging the adoption,
allegedly.
etc.,
In-game
an altercation with
allegedly.
Meghan, had a problem with her. There was potential money
I
problems,
can't tell.
and so
Like
she
he's
changed her
not
mind, and she
smiling
went
in
with
any of his photos.
another couple,
Young.
and they kept the name Diana Mary. So now we have a situation where Meghan's like, okay, I just lied to the world. I have now, in a sense, stated that I'm pregnant with a girl, so I've got to find a girl. And like she did with Archie, I think she used her friend, who was friends with her at the time, and it's this person. And I put this out. This isn't just a new thing for me. When I was on Twitter years ago, I put this out. And I wish I'd kept the tweets, but when I deactivated my account when all the trolling and bullying was going on, I didn't keep the tweets. But I did put out that I'd gone onto Facebook and found a picture of this particular child in a baby grow that said, Mummy and Daddy are getting married. And this child is not Archie, but looks identical to the child that we saw in the Oprah black and white video. And I also believe that this was this Bryn person on that video. It wasn't Meghan. So I think that she used how she did this, or why the mum agreed to this, etc. I have no idea.
Oh no!
But this then started the precedent, I believe, of her duping the world, because as soon as she started to get away with it, she started to realise that she could. And so I think that that's what we've had since then. I think that she has utilised photo editing. She's used her friend Miss Anne Harriman to create false edited pictures. It's interesting that he's gone very quiet since that whole thing with Catherine blew up. He has gone very, very quiet. And there has now been a microscope underneath those two. And I think that's why they're
The Queen's
I think
husband.
that's why they're testing the waters with
Got
this come
it.
out recently. And I believe that
He
there
was
is
methed
no
up.
girl.
He was methed
I
up.
think that
Oh
in
man.
Meghan's mind, she's
What
kind
did
of
you
felt
think
that
about it,
she
ladies?
doesn't
If
want Archie
anybody
getting
tells
the,
you
limelight, so she wanted
W
a girl, and I
words
do believe she was
can't
attempting
make it
to
in
adopt a
life,
girl.
remind them
So that went wrong.
Camilla
It didn't happen,
est
and I
her
was given
way to the
information at the
royal
time when I put out
throne.
the video that this was the case, that the mother changed her mind given there was problems with
I
payment and problems
mean-
with Meghan. So she went with another couple. So then you have the fact that Meghan is a narcissist.
I don't know if that if it was that, or if like he just, because like if that's the case, like wouldn't he have been with like a lot of different women?
And
Like
she is
like
incredibly
why, like out of all, like out of, you're the king, out of all the ladies willing to do that, that's the one you went with? Like I just feel like it's must be, I don't know, like that's just must be, that's who he loved and that's that. I don't know.
spiteful. I also think
Or
around this time
maybe,
that, and I do apologise, I will just
who knows?
add this
I
in
don't
here
know.
because I do apologise for the fact that I am not like looking directly at the camera. I honestly cannot tell you why, because the camera is to the left of me on my phone. I'm looking at myself. Sounds narcissistic, but I'm looking at myself because my eyes are just, they automatically look at the screen. Because I almost like talk to the camera as if I'm talking to you guys. Now,
You
when I
got
look
the
at the
Windsor
screen,
nose,
because the
Philip.
camera's
The
here,
Queen's
I
husband,
am looking at how
Cammy,
to
is
sort
the
this out with
ultimate
getting another camera,
homewrecker.
etc. So I do apologise. This is irritating to some
Yeah.
people. I really am trying to
So
keep my
what
focus
you've
over
learned
here,
tonight
but
is
my eyes
that
just
if
automatically
you're an
go back.
attractive
So
woman,
yeah,
you
just
can
sidestep
slap
there.
on
So
top of your
I do
wig.
apologise. I know it's annoying for some of you,
I
but I
mean,
am
I
looking
don't
to
know.
correct
I don't
this.
know. Like
Anyway, I digress. I think also
I
around
don't
this
know
time,
if that's true, because like you got to think like you're not the only one doing that, right? So like you might do that and not even get anything out of it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't, no.
Her and Harry's relationship was really breaking down. Don't get me wrong, I think that they've had issues really for
Run for president,
long.
become,
I've explained about
or
this as well.
yeah, run for president, sure. Run for president. Become president,
But I think
it didn't
that
work
Harry,
for
at some
Kamala.
point, this was starting to really manifest.
Or
Whether
become
it
a
was Harry that was
rapper. That's the
saying,
more
"You know what,
likely.
he didn't really want to go ahead with this. He didn't really want a daughter with her. Didn't want to adopt a daughter with her. And so when it fell through, maybe he was just like, you know what, I'm actually quite glad about this. But Meghan being spiteful,
You must never
because they've
seen
already had an
attractive women
agreement
before,
with,
because Camilla
in
is
the sense of
not,
Harry going to his
and
grandmother and saying,
and is
can we
far.
take,
Camilla, let's just say Camilla has the face she deserves, right? And so does the king.
Mary, then
That's all.
I think in her true spiteful fashion, she then
they have
put
the
out a public
faces
statement, and
they
I don't think she
deserve.
even involved Harry in this, because regardless of how I believe Harry is or is not,
So
I do
all
not think
he's
a nice
doing is
person.
buying time
But
for
there is
William
that
to get
little part
ready.
of me that does
Every
believe
king
that
of
he
England has
knew what
B
Lilibet meant to his
kids.
grandmother,
It is
and
part of
I-
the
maybe I
history
want to
of
believe
that
that he is
royal
not
family
that
and
vindictive,
most
because
royal families.
His anger seems to be very much directed at his brother and his father. So he's never really showcased anger against his grandmother, to the point when after the Oprah interview, he was quick to put out a statement saying, you know, this isn't directed at Prince Philip, or, you know, my grandfather and my grandmother. So even though he's not intelligent clearly enough to work out that it's all under the same similar umbrella, and if you attack one, you're kind of attacking them all. But I don't believe that he would intentionally take the name Lilibet, especially given his late grandmother's wishes. Meghan, however, who is a narcissist, absolutely would. And I think that this was a real, almost like in the heart moment, you know, for her. And I don't feel that Harry actually had any say in that. I think that she put out a public statement, and once that was out there, they couldn't then go, oh, sorry, we
Oh my
made a
gosh,
mistake.
did
And
it
the Queen, then the
work?
late Queen and the family couldn't say anything, because then it would look petty, given the circumstances. So I think that was an intentional attack against the late Queen, as in like,
Did
you
it
know, I have got the control here, I can kind of do what I want, and because you're in the I'm never going to complain, never explain, you're not going to say anything, and I can pretty much do what I want. And I think that's exactly what she did. I think she put out this
Did
press
it
statement to say,
work?
this is
Oh
the
my
name of
God,
our
it
child, and of course everyone went, oh my god, that's amazing. Well, I mean, their
Did it
fan base, the rest of us knew what she was doing and thought it was abhorrent, but that's what she did.
Yes.
And so now, whenever you Google, because I've done it
I've been
multiple
trying
times,
to
whenever you
render
Google the
this
name
video
Lilibet,
for like
up
the
pops this
last,
girl. Doesn't
no,
look because the
24
late Queen doesn't
hours
pop up,
actually.
which she would have done before,
Yeah.
because it was such a kind of it's not a common name. It's like so
I had
she's
issues
monopolised
with
now.
it.
So anytime Lilibet is
First
Googled,
two
up pops
renders didn't go
her alleged
through.
daughter becomes the most popular. And so this is why she has taken
time's a
Lilibet Diane,
charm.
the two most significant female role models, in a sense of, you know, this sort of timeline is Princess Diana and Queen Elizabeth, the Lilibet name, and she took them. So that for me is very on track with a narcissist. Now
He
we have
has
a situation,
cancer.
though, where
Some
she has
rumors
got the
it's
child.
pancreatic,
And so this is why
which
I
there
believe that
is
she
no
has
cure.
utilised
So
the
all
pictures
he's doing,
of other, and other people's children. And again, it's plausible deniability, because not once have they put out a
he had a pancreatic surgery,
picture of
right?
the children where they've actually said, these are
But yeah,
our children. This is Lily.
I don't know what happens after that.
I might be wrong,
Every king,
but this is Lily, and
so
this
William
is
becomes
Archie.
king
Now, the
28
media,
years
whenever they've
sooner
seen a
compared to
picture,
his
like post the July
dad.
4th parade and things like that, have immediately
His
jumped
son
to, this
becomes
is Lily, or this is
king
Archie.
near the
And so
age
again, when
Elizabeth
this blows
did,
up, if it
so
ever
he
does,
will
they can
rule
go, "Well, we never
70
said that.
to
You guys
80
did."
years.
And even
if
though,
all
of course,
goes
that's
well.
ridiculous,
80.
but in a sense, it's kind of true. So I think that's what she's doing.
80.
They're constantly playing games with the public.
So
with
the UK might not
media.
have a queen
And that's
for
why we never see
100
that. Now, in
years
this
or
day
more.
and
That's
age,
crazy.
Come on, with everyone that has a phone, with everyone that has drones,
It's crazy
etc.,
because
why
like
has there been
they
no
had queens
footage
for how
of
long?
these two children outside in a normal setting, other than the only time we've ever
Y'all
seen
saying
them is when
she's
it's in a
not
controlled way that they have manipulated. Now I understand.
Who are you
people
talking
have said, "Yes, she
about,
looks like Meghan."
Bonner? Who are
Photos
you?
and
You
videos
talking about
can
Camilla?
be edited to such a degree that it looks very lifelike.
Maybe for you, Bonner.
Also,
Maybe
if
for
you
you.
look at a young Harry, there is a very there is a similarity between Harry and this and the baby that we are being told is Archie, even the eyes. And I think that's why I do believe this child is Harry's. Now, when you look at Meghan, a young Meghan, again, when we have photographs, then I think there's an overlay, there's an editing overlay, and I showed this in another video where I morphed Harry and baby Meghan sort of together, and they looked like the version of Archie that we're seeing. So I think that's what's happened. Plus the fact I also found, which I will put up here, a video or a photograph of a child actor that looks very much identical. If you look at these two photographs, they look identical to each other. One of them is the child we're being led to believe is Archie. The other one isn't. Their photos are heavily edited. The Christmas card photograph, I think the first one where you see this one, which the baby's crawling, that was so heavily edited. This child was the two people in the background that we are being shown as Harry and Meghan. It's not them. they were overlaid over the top.
This was heavily
And
edited,
I run that
eh?
through a software, and
Is
if I
that
can
what
find, because I did put this out at the time, but then
I want to
it
see?
was a long time
for
ago, so I might delete the
myself.
photograph. If I can find it, I'll put it up. But that's what they've been doing. And I know that some people have said that Stacey Schroeder, whatever her name is, her daughter looks very, very identical. So there is every chance that it's not a coincidence that the people that we are seeing as potentially being used by Meghan as their children, they're friends with her.
First
or they were friends with
Queen
her. Now, at some point, I think
Elizabeth
that,
I,
if it
Queen
was Stacey
Victoria,
or whether it was
and
August
Elizabeth
or whoever,
II
at
had
some
the
point that
longest
stopped. I
time
think
on
that
the
after the
throne.
situation with Catherine, and I think that's why it was done. I think when Catherine put that photograph out, I think
You
that they
can
would
pipe
they know
anyways.
that so I don't think that they quite expected the backlash that happened. in
That's
regards
what
to
your
social
name.
media and
Okay.
their fan base, etc. But I actually think it was done intentionally to stop them.
I don't know why, like, your name didn't register until just now. It's funny. It's
Using
funny.
other
It's
people's
funny.
children in photographs. And I think because of that, Miss Anne Harry
You
was
can't
gone
pipe
quiet.
anyways.
I think that this Bryn person, I think she was
Scott
like not doing this
Pippen
anymore.
might.
And I also
Okay,
think that
enough
whoever
with the
was allowing them
piping,
to use
guys.
the girl has
Like,
also done the same
out
thing.
of
So
all
that's
the
why we have
people
not
you're
seen
gonna
any
talk
photograph
about
of the two children since
without
then. When that photograph
using
seen a
that
drip feed of the children,
language, you're gonna talk
but
about
since that
Camilla.
photograph come out of Princess Catherine
When
and her
William
children, and it got
becomes
the
king, you
and
see
it got
him
the
pushing
backlash that
to
it did,
end
we
the
have not seen any
Commonwealth.
photographs or any pictures or anything of those children
You think
until the
so?
recent Christmas card one. And so what I
Hi,
think that was is
Tiru.
her
I came in. You
playing with
you
the media
can
again,
pipe,
putting the
and I'm
feelers out to see
slightly
what
lost,
happened.
but
I think
not
that what
mad.
she's done is she's taken an old photograph
You
that she had
can't pipe, okay? Not without
of the
consent.
child who we're being led to believe is Archie. She's probably stretched it or done something to create the child to look a little bit bigger. But they've absolutely
You also
messed up
see
when
him
it comes
pushing
to
for Scottish
Lily, because this child,
independence.
we are being told, is
Why is
what,
that?
2.5 is it 2.5 years old? No, wait. She was born June 21. Sorry,
Tiru,
3.5
Happy
years
New
old. If you look at
Year.
also in the way that this child now looks, like in the photograph, she is almost
Hello.
as tall as Archie in the photograph. And then you've
I
also got the
wasn't
fact she's
talking
got
about
long
piping.
brunette hair,
Somebody
so she's gone
else
from
was
having
talking
flame
about
red
it.
hair, which is the picture that we saw in the beginning, which is this one. Then at certain points, it's changed from flame red hair to blonde, mousy hair, and then now it's changed to long brunette hair. And she's wearing very similar clothing to the clothing that she apparently doesn't want her children dressed in. But again, no face, back of the head again, and it's done in such poor quality that when you zoom in, which is intentional, you get a grainy photograph, which is what we had when we had the July the 4th parade, one where Harry was carrying an alleged Lily. Again, grainy photograph. Now,
Thank you,
where are the patch
Tiru.
shops?
Thanks so much. What's
I'm sorry, but
the
Pat's
lots to
used
catch up on?
the most
Just
expensive
like
zoom lenses and cameras.
like the stuff that happened in New Orleans and Vegas. And whatever else is going on in the news. There's like weird fog going on. There's what else did we talk about today? What did we talk
where
about
we have
today?
seen crystal clear images of celebrities.
We talked about
whoever,
like
just from miles away, but crystal clear.
you know,
So you're telling me
Ukraine
that whenever they
and
have
Russia
allegedly
and
been
stuff
out and
like
about with
that.
these two children, that the only two photographs
Yeah,
that have been
current
made into the
events.
mainstream media have been two photographs that look like it's been taken from a phone that's from 1970 something. I mean, there probably weren't phones then, but you know, from one of the first phones ever invented that started taking a photograph, not from a pap shop, and somehow
You
that
can't
ended up in
pipe
the
a
media.
piper,
So
but a
someone
piper
took a
can
really
be
bad,
piped.
grainy photograph, even though it was close up.
Only
so
by
that
another
close
piper, I
enough, or a
guess.
zoom lens was used with a very,
He's
very
not a
poor quality
fan
camera.
of the history
Then
of
that
the
photo was
empire
then
in
handed to the media,
Scotland,
which was then
Ireland,
released.
and
Come on,
what his
are we
great-grandfather
really that
did
naive
to suppress
and
Republican
well,
revolts.
yeah, that's dumb
Oh.
to believe that actually happened. How is it that when they're out and about
Interesting.
at these July 4th parades, that funnily enough, no other photograph was taken, nothing was put on TikTok, nothing was put anywhere to go, oh my gosh, look, I've just seen Harry and Meghan and the children at the July 4th parade. Where was that? That would be everywhere. There's nothing. When this photograph of Catherine's come out, this was done intentionally, and I believe to stop Harry and Meghan using other people's children and pretending to have them as their own. And that's why we haven't seen anything up until this recent Christmas card list. And I think that again is Meghan, because I think she controls all of this, because there are more and more rumours coming out that these two are not together. But as I've said, I don't believe they've been together for a long time. And Meghan, not wanting to let Harry go, is going to reel him back in. And so if she can't do it in the love bombing, she's going to do it with threats. It's going to be like, I've created this Christmas card, I've put that out, and I've now put out a photograph that's going to be scrutinised. It's so obvious. And again, if the royal family are in on this, or Harry's in on it, and there's the potential of revealing that this child is there's another mother, that there's the real child.
You did it
then
You
in
did
terms
see a
they can
bit
to
of that
protect
in
this,
the
and they're going
news.
to double
World
down,
is
which
wild,
is what I think is happening.
very.
Now, I
You
have
know
seen
nothing
another,
of the
ones
UK
that have come out, so I've been
history.
sent emails of people going, oh my gosh,
I
have you
know
seen these
a
pictures
little
of
bit, but not
allegedly
much.
Archie and Lily,
But I am
and
interested in
creating
like
this
the
other Christmas
current,
card.
what's
Okay, so this is
happening
AI,
currently
and
with
this
the
is
royal
how scary
family.
this is now, because AI is becoming all of a sudden it's been around
But
for a
people
while, but all
think
of a sudden
that
it's
Harry and
now
Meghan's
very much at
kids
the forefront,
aren't.
and I feel it's quite dangerous. So this Christmas card
Either
is
they're
AI. It
not
actually says, if you
real,
scroll
or
down, it
they're
says that
actors,
some of their
or
fans created this. But
they
that
had a
shows you how
surrogate.
desperate their fan base is to believe
Something.
the narrative that is Harry and Meghan's children.
Something.
That they're now creating their own versions of this child. I have seen so many photographs that have come out that people go, oh my gosh, look at Lily, she's so gorgeous. And it's not her. It's not her. These two children are not, it's not them.
Yeah, see,
and
people
you
are
can see that,
putting
but
out fakes, and
the way things are going, it's almost as if they can get away with this, because this is what I believe Meghan has done. They've got away with it the
People
first
just
time.
believe.
The royal family do now know, whether
It's
they
the
knew in the
people
beginning
on,
because
it's
they
the
were protecting
boomers on
Harry or
Facebook
protecting
that
the real
believe
mother.
whatever they
I can
see
see that
on the
happening.
internet. Honestly.
However, Meghan, in her mind, is like, well, we got away with it the first time, let's do it again. So this girl is not theirs, not living with them. They don't have a girl living with them, and in fact, I don't believe they have any children living with them. I think, like I say, the boy is over here, but they have been allowed to keep this ruse up. But there is absolutely no way that they can take a child to school, go out and about with a child without there being someone
What about
with
when
a
the
camera
kids are
that's
like
taking a photograph,
18 and then
it would be on social media.
nowhere to
It's
be
never been.
found?
And no one kind of ever says, hang on a minute, where are the children? And like I have said, Meghan is a narcissist. If she had a girl, this girl would be an extension of her. The young child. This is what happens. If there's more than one, there is one that is an extension of the narcissist, and this child is usually spoiled. This child has to live up to a standard of what the parent, that's the narcissist, wants. And with women, it can be a girl or a boy, depends which one they are
William's
jealous
like
of,
his
which one
father.
that they are able to use.
Y'all trying to
She would be
storm
very
the
jealous of
Capitol
Archie
again
because Archie
last
with
year
Harry,
was
and
fun.
so she
It's
wouldn't want
like the
anything to do with
new
him.
Super Bowl
So
for
all
politics.
of her focus would be on Lily, and she would be
Who's trying to
monopolising
storm the
things. She would be
Capitol?
out
I'm
and
not
about.
trying to storm no Capitol.
She would be, I think, again, showing all the designer dresses that she wears. There will be pictures of her and Lily together in every way possible, and everyone going, "Oh my God, how amazing
She's
that
not
is. What
wrong.
an amazing mother you are, Meghan," because she would feed off that. Anytime we saw pictures of Charlotte, especially because her jealousy of Charlotte is very real, then she would absolutely be bringing her child out to showcase Charlotte. The fact that Charlotte is the only girl, in a sense, of the Wales children, she would very much be using Charlotte to take away the attention from her. So the Christmas card, for example,
William also
there
wants
would be
Andrew
the
out
focus,
of the
main
royal
focus would
family
be
completely.
Meghan and the
He
girl.
thinks
Archie
his
would be in the
dad is
background
not
with Harry. And that's
being
how she would portray
strong
this.
to
With them
remove
going out and
him.
about for the
His
Christmas talk, which was
title's
beautiful and
lens.
lovely, and I'm sure many of you have seen the footage. Then they would have their own version. They would have their
You're
own
about to
version
start
where they're
getting
going out with the children.
ready for
Going out
bed,
getting a
but
Christmas
wanted
tree
to
with the children.
say
They
hi real
monopolise the
quick.
media.
Thank you so much,
But all
T-Roo.
they
Oh, I
can
miss
do
you
is what
too.
she's
Thank
done,
you so
and
much for
that's
coming
create a
out
weird
or
photograph
coming by
which doesn't even showcase the
and
child.
for
I mean,
hanging out. I really appreciate it.
who takes a Christmas photograph?
Yeah,
Ask yourself as a parent.
hell yeah.
Anyone that's a parent or anyone that's got grandchildren or whatever it is, when you take
It was
a
so
family
nice to see you,
photograph,
T-Roo.
do you ever, when you're showing the photograph,
did
whether it's on
last
Facebook,
year?
whether it's to anyone that you know, do you ever pick the photograph where you see the back of the child's head?
If Diana was still
You know,
alive,
if you're
Harry
putting that
would
on your
have
family
not married
photograph album, or
Meghan.
you're putting that on a Christmas card to send out to relatives, would you choose the photograph
Why is that?
has the
Like,
back of the child's head right
butterfly
towards,
effect,
you know, so
or is there
literally
like a
you see
specific
side view of one
reason
child and
why?
the back of the other child's head? Would you actually choose that? No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. So the fact that they've done that is very
Well, she
intentional
like
for her, is
like
very
Diana
intentional.
would have had a say, right? Not that she would have had a say, but Diana generally would have had to have liked, you know, the person. And would she have liked Meghan? I think she would have, unless like Meghan, you know, showed her true colors, according to everyone who talks shit about her online.
Firstly, because, like I said, if the daughter was real, she would be showing this child. She would be showing what the child wears, just everything about her, and how an amazing mother she is. She's not doing that either, and not how she lost her pregnancy weight. She didn't do that in either of them. And she would be merching everything. Like I said, and then not only that, she would be taking the attention away from Charlotte in every which way possible. That is, more importantly, how you can tell that she's not a mother. She's not a mother to any children that are living with them. Now, I know that people have said that she's had a child previously and whatever. That doesn't matter to me, because what she's done in her past, that is when I'm looking at this and thinking, well, this is not a royal child. This is nothing to do with the points I'm trying to make. And if that is the case, then there is an innocent family, an innocent child in this. So this, what she's done in her past, in retrospect to like when she was a teen, that's not of an interest to me. It doesn't have, in my opinion, a bearing on what she's doing now. There's enough now, rather than trying to find out whether or not she had a pregnancy when she was 16, 17 or 18 or whatever it is. Now this matters to me because I've had people saying, why does this matter to you? Because these two children are in the line of succession, because they are royal children. They have taken royal titles. If they'd gone off to live a private life and they were just Archie and Lily and they were living as private citizens, then no, I wouldn't be doing these videos and I'd be finding something else to talk about. But when you are lying, and I do 100%, okay, 99.9% believe they are lying about these children, that matters to me. When I'm a British citizen,
She would have noticed her gold-digging ways since she was part of that Hollywood circle of users and abusers. Yeah, apparently she was a yacht girl, apparently.
Now, I do believe that they have been put in an untenable situation. I also do believe that there is every chance that they have possibly tried to get information in regards to Lily, which is why now they never mention her. They don't wish her happy birthday. They don't talk about her. She is never referred to. And that's because I think they now know that Meghan's lied. And that's why I think that photograph of Catherine was done. I think it was purposefully done to stop them from doing what they've been doing. And so I think that, the family are now very aware of what is happening. Now, taking the child out of the line of succession would then draw a huge amount of attention to that, and that's why if this was just about, say, Meghan lying, then there's every chance that they could do that. But then I think it then makes Harry culpable, it then makes them culpable, and then it opens up a Pandora's box of, well, hang on a minute, if you've been part of this lie, then what else have you been part of? What other lies have you been part of? And then it could then open up the Pandora's box about Princess Diana and other things. It's like, and I think the royal family probably are looking at this going, we've been through so much, we just don't want anything else, so we're just going to let this go, because the odds are they're never going to be king and queen. So in the great scheme of things, it doesn't really matter. But to people like us, it very much matters. Well, for me, most certainly, because I can't speak for everyone else, but for me, it matters. So this is what I think is going on. This is why I believe that there is no girl. And I think there was going to be. It was an adoption or a surrogacy that went wrong. And because she'd come out and lied about being pregnant, then she had to still go along with it. Now, going forward, like people have said to me, well, going forward, how can they continue this? Well, let's be honest. They've continued this for 5 years. Since the birth of this boy, whomever he is, they have lied. They have continued this lie. So going forward, who knows? Now, there is every chance that Meghan could be attempting to adopt a child now. There is every chance that could be happening. And then she's trying to say, look for the right one. Because if we did start seeing a child then out and about in real time, chances are they'd blow the child's face anyway. So that's the irony. The fact that when they do come out, they're saying that they want privacy for their children, but there is a law in California that says
how old am I? Guess.
So they could be coming out with children.
I'm how old? However old you think I am.
The pictures are blurry, but not because the media have blurred their faces.
I'm gonna give that answer from now on. I'm however old you think I am.
You couldn't zoom in on it because the picture become distorted.
The fact that I'm avoiding the question might give you a hint as to how.
Apart the children, their face, and going, how do they look like so and so, or this is different, or that's different. And there's so much sort of weirdness around it all that if they did then come out with
think to this day someone working for Prince Philip tipped off the paparazzi where Dee was having dinner, and the rest is history.
The children. It's like it's so obvious that this
what
is
it? So wait, Prince Philip has something to do with it?
All the other photographs on the thing very, very clear. A close-up of Meghan hugging a child.
Dee did the same thing.
All right, be at the back of the child, very clear.
Jackie Kennedy did when she fled to the arms of
one person in the media,
Aristotle,
or say like the mainstream media, so to speak, has gone.
She thought money would be her protection.
So because they do it and they get away with it, they continue. And I think that's what they'll do.
Are you talking about Diana? Wait. Hold on. What? Who fled? Wait. Who what?
You just won't see them, and eventually it was almost like we'll forget about it. And I think that then when they divorce, what we'll probably see then is them like they're coming over here.
You think I'm early 30s, but I look like I'm 20-something. Thank you. Yes, pretty much.
His son, I believe.
Pretty much.
And Meghan will be led to believe that Meghan has stayed in California with the girl, and people will accept that. They might, critique it for a little while, but eventually it will become the norm. And it's always going to be there. I think unless somebody breaks this story as this.
You still don't believe this woman speaking. Harry never loved the media. He has been quoted to say he believes the media killed his mother as far back as when he was 17. So it does make sense if he doesn't want to plaster his kid's face on the media. For sure.
I just feel that I am, and I think that's why my channel constantly gets shadow banned, because it's not
the thing is like, well, the thing is like there's a lot of conspiracy revolving the kids.
My channel has just come out of a shadow ban, and look, my views have shot up.
You always
Like
know
people,
when I'm in a
like
shadow
I don't
ban because
know.
my views, like this last video was 130-something
I
thousand
don't
views,
know.
and that's how, in a sense, my channel kind of should be. My subscribers have shot up again. Where I'm almost like not far off 80,000 now, which, given that I started at 50,000, is fantastic.
Hydrate. Thank you for
when
the
I'm in a shadow ban, you
hydrate.
can see because if you look at my videos prior to that, they are literally like 20, 30,000. It's not even reaching my subscribers. The amount of comments that
23.
I've seen where people have said, "Oh my god, I thought you disappeared."
23 or
Now,
something.
admittedly, some of that was my fault because I tweaked around with my name on YouTube, and I think it caused a confusion. But still, you know, like I say, it's not a coincidence. The unfortunate thing is the trolling has started again. So I think that they
Defla
thought I
to
disappeared and they
Al
realised I haven't, so
Fayad
they
and
decided
his
to
family
start trolling me
money.
again.
Oh.
Happy 2025.
I mean,
yeah, so it's,
I don't know.
I think it's all relative. and I don't know
I
if
feel
that's to do
sad for
with
Diana.
I'm
Like
saying specific wording that YouTube are picking up on, or whether they're really
she basically had to marry Prince Charles, right? And then like he didn't even, you know.
kind of censorship when it comes to
Love
trying to expose the truth, because if the
her.
royal family are
So
somehow
I don't know.
complicit in this, even if it's being an untenable situation that they were forced sort of into, they're still going to want this to be quiet. They're still going to want this to be kept
Like
under
I hope that like at some point she did like actually like fall in love properly with somebody. I don't know, but
they're not
I
going to
don't
want this
know.
exposed.
I don't
I'm
know.
not saying that I can expose anything because I can't, but I can certainly have an opinion on it. And I can
My
certainly say
leg.
this is through my personal thoughts and opinions, which I am entitled to, and I'm voicing them on a YouTube channel. I'm not saying to all of you, "Oh, you must believe this to be
Jackie
true."
fled
Because I've had plenty
to
of people in the comments saying, "I don't believe
Onassis
this. I don't believe there are any
after
children," or "I believe there is one
JFK
child and not
died
another,"
because he
or "I
gave
believe
her
there are
an
both children, they're
island,
just
a
hiding them."
secure compound, and an army of
It
private
doesn't make sense for them
security
to be
to
hiding two
keep the
children, and it
press
doesn't make sense when you've got
off
someone
of
that is a
her for
narcissist.
12
And
years.
even if you
Damn.
took her out of the equation, why on earth would Harry be hiding his two children? Because it just doesn't make sense. When he's going out and about and doing what he's doing, you can do things with your children and, like I say, blur their faces so people can't see. Even when he refers to the children, he just says his kids, or he doesn't even refer to them in a personal way. The whole thing is very, very bizarre, and it's an unnecessary drama that doesn't need to be there. You know, you could just there's no excitement factor in just being a father and like going out with your children. Nobody would care enough. Yes, it's lovely. Like when we see
There was
the,
a claim
the Wales
she.
children, it's lovely, but we're not kind of obsessed about it. So the reason we are
There's a claim she
effed
effed
the way they're behaving
the
around them.
S out
You
of
can't
her
take all your
butler.
titles and take the gifts that come with that, but then be like, but we're not going to show them to anyone. We're going to keep them hidden. This is a bizarre way to even treat children. Children, why are they not out and about normal? Like I say, going Christmas shopping, going. To get the
Okay,
Christmas tree.
so that's 3 guys in that we know of in her lifetime. You think that makes her sexually charged?
Because apparently they did that the first time they were out there, right? They shut down a whole tree farm place and went and got the tree with Archie. We didn't see any footage, but apparently.
Is there
that
any
happened.
other
Nothing since.
evidence to this claim?
Why was there not just even a natural Christmas card? If they're quite happy to put these cards out and showcase the children in a weird way, like they did in the beginning, like there was the fuzzy Christmas card, the one where they, like you say, his face and they were edited and it wasn't even them, but they were showcasing the face. Why have we not had any of that? Why were they okay to show, say, even Archie prior to Megxit, a real child?
Who's the butlers? What's the name of this butler? What's the name? He was a billionaire in the 1960s, owned the largest shipping and cargo fleets that transported oil from the Middle East to the US and Europe. He had more money compared to the Kennedys.
But then since then, nothing. It's all been weird and vague, and nothing makes sense.
But also at the same time, like when you're Princess Diana, when you're, you know, the president's wife, you're not gonna meet regular Joes anyway. Do you know what I mean? Like you're gonna meet people who are also, you know, high class, whatever. So you could say like they went for money. You could say that, but who are they gonna meet? Like what regular Joe are they gonna meet? And you know what I mean? Like, so I don't know, like it's like circumstantial maybe, like I don't know.
First of all, like I said, when you're dealing with a narcissist,
You guys are women haters, eh?
and there's more than one child, you will have
I'm
one
just
child
kidding.
that is like they obsess over and they put on a pedestal because that person is a mirror image of them. They have one that they don't, one that they put down, one that they ignore. And I
Paul
think the
Burrell.
ignoring child is the child that's the boy, and the child that's the girl would very much be front and center. It does not track for a narcissist to hide the child away. Now, this will change as the child develops, as the child then becomes older and starts to get attention within their own right.
This guy?
Absolutely. So it might track now with Lily becoming
Paul-
older, but
he
kept these
looks
children hidden, or they've created this thing.
too
from the word go.
young.
Well, sorry. since
How old
leaving
is he?
the
He's
exit.
66?
So again,
Wait,
it
how
just doesn't
old
track. It just
would
doesn't.
Diana have been?
So this is why I have said that I do
How
believe in any way that those children are living with them. I have
old
said I will
would
stand by and die on that
Diana
hill of
be
parties over here in the UK
today?
for your mother, and I do not believe there is any daughter that is
Oh,
theirs.
okay. So they were like same
and I
age.
don't
So
care
wait,
what
how much younger was
photograph
she
we've seen,
then? How much
because the video
younger
footage is weird anyway.
was Diana?
Photographs, like I said, they can be manipulated. I've proven that.
How
They have the
old
means, and that's just in the software that I've got, and that's the cheap
is
software. So you can imagine what they can do when they've got Miss Harriman in their pocket and taking weird edited
Charles.
photographs. Why have you created a photograph of
Charles.
Frogmore Cottage when they weren't even here? When I spoke to Angela Levin, she categorically said to me, the late Queen has not ever.
Why did I think he was like in his 90s? Like 80s. Why did I think he like okay. Like why did I think he was way older? 76 is like I don't know. I've seen some like 80-year-olds who look still looking not too bad, not too shabby. All right. So anyway, so she's like a few years how old was she? Okay, so like 13 years younger. Kind of a pretty large age gap actually. And then her butler, this is supposed this guy, former servant, young. I can see that. I can see that. They have a lot of photos together. I don't know. Speculation.
This whole thing of her wanting a photo.
You love women,
Lily,
especially
it never happened.
the one that
It never
poses
happened.
the skills
Lily did not
like
come
Queen
over here.
Camilla,
She was
but
not here
doesn't
for her
look like
first birthday.
her.
There was no daughter.
He is
There
the
was no
oldest
children on the manifest.
spoiled
Why?
son
Because
in
the boy was here
current
already,
world
and there is
history.
no girl.
Who is?
So that's just my theory. So
They
let me
date
know what
in
you
the
think
1% of the 1%.
and
Exactly.
As always, please, as I always say, please keep it respectful. We can all have different opinions. You do not even have to agree with me, but keep it respectful in the comments. There's no need to be bullying. There is no need to be derogatory.
Camilla
it's
has
just a difference of opinion,
skilled.
and this is how the world
Camilla
goes round. We
has
don't always need to agree with somebody, but we can
sucked the
do it
soul out
respectfully.
of
So I
King
just wanna say,
Charles,
I hope
hence
you all
why
had
he
a
looks
Christmas.
like
I know
he's
I did. It was
90.
amazing, and happy Tristan and Abby here from Australia, and it was just such a magical time.
You
Arthur
could
got spoiled,
hide
and thank you to
affairs in the
everyone who sent me
70s
some
and
amazing gifts and
80s,
cards, and it was just
unless
so
you
lovely
really
to
messed
feel
up.
that love from you all. And it wasn't just
True.
about the gifts, because I feel the love from you all in you watching and sharing and commenting on the videos that I do, and I absolutely
All right.
100% appreciate you and all.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Is there anything kind of more new? I need more news. Any more news? Actually, there is something I want to talk face to face with the alien. It's like maybe no alien stuff today. Maybe not today. But excuse me?
Okay, narrative.
Okay.
Breakers 2025 is not playing any game.
Okay, mysterious poison fog. It's not mysterious, okay? It's not mysterious, guys. They've been spraying shit in the sky for at least like the last 2 years. I've been talking about it since November, beginning of November 2024, here on the platform. Some people are like, you're crazy, chemtrails aren't real, blah 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 blah. And now we have mysterious fogs. It's
games with anyone. We now have reports of mysterious fog covering the entire globe and reportedly making people sick. I know it sounds like something out the X-Files. I initially wasn't going to report it, but it's gotten to be such a problem.
They've been spraying the sky, right? And they just like gradually like spray lower and lower. And maybe that's what these drones are. You know, because these drones fly lower in the atmosphere, so they are able to get this sprayed crap lower in the, I don't know.
That it actually
Now,
can't be ignored. Initially, we thought it started in the United States, but then we started to see reports out in South Africa, from the UK, and Croatia, in addition to a few other countries.
imagine
Thus,
breathing
bringing
that.
us to this video, we're going to find out where it come from, the implication of nanotechnology.
hold on. That guy put it under a microscope, remember? And it looked like it was kind of alive. Now that could just be something in the air. Sure, that could just be something in the air, but like.
And the White House now.
Bruh. How's it going? Thank you for the follow. TTCHCCNT.
Announcing that we're preparing for a new epidemic,
is every year
which
ending up
possibly
like an
might be
episode of
relating
the
to
X-Files?
sickness.
Is there something going on with this fog and then people getting
Call
sick?
you.
Because hear me out.
I'll call
About
you
4 or
TT.
5 days ago, I was on
That's freaking thick. What the hell?
TikTok, and one of my friends had posted that there had been fog in her area for the last 3 to 4 days before that.
Oh.
And I was like, that's weird. I wonder if she lives anywhere near me because I'm in southeast Nebraska.
I know what real fog looks like.
And it had been doing exactly that for the last 3 to 4 days. I believe she said she was from Houston or something. But then I look at her other comments, and people from all over the United States are talking about they have also experienced fog in these comment section, and people from Pennsylvania and Houston and southeastern Nebraska.
Nobody wanted to listen to me when I said they were spraying the skies. Nobody wanted to listen. Nobody wanted to listen.
Nebraska and Colorado are all experiencing this fog, and we are geographically in very different areas. That's strange.
It's all the NATO
now,
countries.
People, Oregon, Florida, like all over the place, are saying that they have experienced this exact same thing. I understand it's cold and flu season, whatever. This could be just a weird coincidence.
What the
but
fuck? That's Toronto. I don't live downtown, but like, anyway, I did see the fog the other day. I'm like, what the fuck? It was like a weird fog you've never like seen before. It doesn't act like a normal fog. It doesn't look like a normal. The way the light reacts with it is not the way light normally reacts with fog.
Really bad.
Fog made of water, mist.
I myself have been under the weather. I start seeing all these people on social media talking about they're all over the country and they're experiencing the same kind of.
Yeah, as you guys can see.
That
So
effing
that's
thick,
the first
that's
initial
what
video.
she
We can break
said.
into it, as you guys know we always do.
Adam
But
tuned
what
in.
makes
Thank
this
you so much for the
interesting and what really
follow.
gave
Thank you.
Well, gave me the backing to go ahead and make this video is that the White House just announced a video of us moving forward. Strange thing about that, the whole entire video depicts people in masks. So what are we moving forward to?
What
Because
the
when you
fuck?
say that, it makes us think reminiscent of
They're like, they just want us locked down for good. Do not comply.
2020. It feels like we're moving forward.
Why is Hassan the America's bad, then say that, but then he complies with this shit, like this mask wearing, like weird
Possibly to their propaganda, to their plan.
like he's not a real
Who knows?
person.
It's a very
people like
odd
him are
commercial.
not a real people.
It's
I
gotten
don't think.
everyone talking about it, and it's pretty strange for this to come out just 2-3 days after the initial reports of the
But
fall.
now you're gonna have to fucking be forced to wear masks because of this fucking bullshit in the air. They want us fucking locked down for good. It seems these mother effers.
It has to be documented.
These mother effers.
As you can see, it's nothing but
I don't think Biden wearing a mask is good for his brain, and I'm not even joking when I say that. Like, I'm being dead serious that I don't think it's good for him. Like he needs all the oxygen he can get. Hello, Adam. Hello. Oh, I love that emote. So cute. His audience are soy betas who get 30 boosters and wear masking in their homes and cars.
But people in masks, which has led to some Americans being somewhat worried about
Look, this guy's not wearing a mask. There you go. There's one.
on all this. Can we really blame them? Can we really blame
There's
people for being
one
worried?
person,
I mean,
and the lady in the
video
video is not wearing a mask.
I almost called him a can of pills. Looking at a vial of pills.
Oh.
It doesn't really look encouraging, especially since we're getting ready for a new transition of power. What are they preparing us for?
They're like, the new age of big pharma. Everybody be dependent on medication. Make sure you're taking your HRT. Make sure you're taking your antidepressants. Make sure you're wearing your mask. And make sure you're taking all your boosters.
What Americans are asking, ultimately.
Make sure
And
you're
who can be
dependent on us forever and ever.
mad at that? Who can be mad at individuals being confused when you send this vague messaging telling us we're moving forward, but
Don't
show us
do that.
videos and symbolism that reminds us of our past?
This is like some Canadian bullshit. You know what I mean? This is like this is something you should be seeing in Canada, because Canada's fucking woke and shit. Like, why? What? This is weird. Like, this is not
In Manchester,
it.
we've
It's
had nothing
not
but
it.
fog for 4 days now. 4 days in a row.
Fog.
Normally, just behind these buildings, I can see for miles out of my window, but I haven't been able to see past these buildings here, barely seeing this main road.
Is just
since
good
23rd
at
December. It's
marketing,
now the
and all he
27th.
does is
And I know what-
marketing.
Now,
You're
initially-
right, TT.
I'm thinking that it's just like, we're entering.
But like, you have to sell your
We're in
soul
January,
though.
entering
Like,
the era before we get to the spring.
not worth
Last
it.
I checked, we always are met with fog. But the only thing that kind of had my conspiracy theory light bulb go off just a little bit is the fact that I've been sick. I don't know if you guys could check
Biden
my recent
has
videos.
the
I was sick
ASL
as a
lady
dog, like I
wearing
never
a
get the flu.
mask during the
And I thought I had the
pandemic.
flu, but even now I'm still spitting up phlegm. Like I feel it in my chest, and it's nonstop. And I've talked to about 50.
What? What? Biden being a president is not good for his brain. It should be classified as OAP abuse. OAP. Speaking of lockdowns, they have a mystery virus going around in the Congo. Many people have died and people are ill, and the WHO has no idea what it is. I heard about that. The lady who does ASL wore a mask when Biden was giving speeches. So like she's not she's talking to a camera, number one, right? So she doesn't need to wear a mask. Number two, ASL, part of American Sign Language is using expression as like part of the language. You have to use expression to like kind of help convey what you're saying. So like that makes no sense to it was all about optics, everybody has to wear a mask. That's how good it is for you, that even the people who are not talking to other people and talking to a camera instead, and I don't know, like it's this is just conjecture, but you don't believe he had a soul to begin with. He was born uber rich. His dad was the CEO of a Fortune 500 company, and he grew up being the biggest person. Everywhere he went, he obtained this due to money and social influence, which are the two things he has now also. Well, I like to think that people born rich still have a soul, but like they are probably they are more influenced to lose it or sell it. I don't know. Because like it's like people who are rich or have a lot, it's never enough, right? They always need more. That's why you see people who are in power today, etc., capitalism, all
different
that
Americans
shit.
that's having the same problem, saying that they got this
They
phlegm
have rich
stuck in their chest
souls.
after recovering from.
No, I think it's the other way around. Well, it depends. Like, honestly,
He thought was a flu.
I don't know, guys.
The symptoms
Everything's
that people were
messed
saying
up.
that they feel from this fog,
We're
it
getting too
matches
deep. We're getting
what
too
I went
deep.
through to the T. And I walk my dog a lot, and I will admit
It
that,
doesn't seem
sometimes
like he had one,
about
though.
a few days ago before I got sick, it was a pretty thick fog that we were walking through. Straight coincidence. I'm not here.
I think I like to think that, kids are innocent, but some kids can be shittier than other kids, but I like to think that it's not. It's like kids can be shitty, right? But overall, I like to think that you're born innocent, right? At the very least, born innocent
adding
and with a
implications, but
soul.
I try to dive into the minds of everyone, and I think to myself, what brought people to this
And
conclusion
soul
to feel
can
like the
mean
government is
whatever it
touching our fault?
means to
As
you,
all things,
right?
once I
It could
started to dive a little
mean
bit deeper, I said,
moral,
well,
just
God
having
darn,
morals.
these people might just have something, because there are studies and reports that
Who knows?
Americans specifically should be getting prepared for something called smartness. It's a nanotechnology that supposedly can track human beings and control their
They're like, the people aren't taking vaccines. Let's just spray the shit all over them.
immune system.
Right?
We were told
That's
about
what,
this.
is that what this is? Like, people aren't taking vaccines, so let's just force it. This is happening in all the NATO places, right? The globalist places.
2021. You can check with The Guardian and check with all the other mainstream media that spoke about it. It's actually Smart Dust. Just look it up, called Smart Ducks, and we'll be breaking down into this.
What's it going to be next month? Last month it was drones, and this month it's going to be the fog.
Now, it might not be fog. It could be the Smart Dust we were told about in 2021, although it's not easy.
Wait, Smart Dust in 2021? There was Smart Dust? By the way, remember like what happened in Palestine? And then do you remember when like the sky was orange because of the Canadian fires? And what about those fires in Hawaii? And everything just seems super suspicious.
This mainstream media admitting that the heavy fog has pretty much made it hard to operate in Florida, which we'll get to that video. But please take everything with a grain of salt until the government gives us some type of confirmation or some type of invalidation for us to go off of. Because as of right now, it's complete radio silence. But what we do have are testimonies from individuals all across the world. This is not exclusive to the United States.
Fog is, and I've seen fog before, but I don't think ever in my life I have seen fog like this, like a blanket covering for 4 days in a row. It's not even like it's disappeared and then...
And fog, like, the particles in fog are way smaller than the particles people are seeing and capturing on video.
come back. It's literally just been like this constantly since the 23rd of December. Is it just me or is that not normal?
And for those
I mean, if it wasn't for the lights there and the headlights, I probably wouldn't be able to see that road at all. Earlier on today, genuinely...
And for anyone following, this is in Manchester, UK.
Couldn't see a thing. I literally feel like I live in a Stephen King film. But yeah, it's pretty weird. Has anyone else ever seen this before? Has anyone else ever seen 4 days, even longer, of fog continuously? Get it in the comments. But yeah, I've never seen this before. What is going on?
Fucking conspiracy theorist, but I am. And so this...
See what I mean? Like, that's not...
Here, piece to be American.
That's not... those particles are way too big for that to be, like, normal mist and fog.
I'm gonna turn my flashlight on. What is this? This is not fog.
Like I said, there are people that are refuting it, saying, hey, this is just regular fog.
No,
Take
it's
off your
not.
tinfoil hats.
It's not fog.
I'm not here to accuse these people or validate these people of anything. I'm just simply here to report what they are saying.
This is not...
Will again be closely monitoring dense fog that will impact plans.
So this is actually posted. You can check too on YouTube. This was posted just about 18 hours ago. And here's the news media, the closest thing we have. Like you guys know, I'm not pushing no information, misinformation. So be careful if you see people out here reporting saying that the news media have confirmed it. As far as I know from my diving, this is the closest thing we have to any type of acknowledgement of this fog by the media.
This evening, already the National Weather Service has issued a dense
How
fog
thick is
advisory
too
for
thick?
Charlotte
Talking
and
about
Lee
fog.
counties. It officially goes into effect at 7 o'clock, but we are already, especially in the western half of these counties, starting to see those visibilities deteriorate.
It's not so much
dense fog
about like the
advisory-
thickness of it. It's like, for me, when I saw, it was the way that the way that light reacted in the fog was like, this looks like not normal. Like, it's like, how can I explain it? Imagine you have a window, right? And then you have you have a clear window, and then you have like a frosted window, and then you have like I don't know, imagine different types of frosted windows. Okay, imagine some is more frosted than others, or I don't know. It's like, it was like a frosted window, or maybe, I don't know. It's like, it was just weird. Like, it's just like when something looks off.
Through about 10 a.m. and those
Sometimes,
could very
you know,
well be
you can
overspread. I want to show
tell.
you what we're talking about. Let's start off first here in Collier County, Marco Island. We've been in and out of the fog throughout the day. Right now, seeing a nice respite. Of course, so many folks taking advantage of that, enjoying that time on the beach. Let's head a little bit farther up toward the north. I want to show you this, our live look from our Margaritaville Tower camera. And as we overlook Fort Myers Beach, it's impossible to even see the remnants of the pier there. Just really goes to show that fog.
Now, mind you, everyone, we deal with fog on this planet, and honestly,
And by the way, I live in a foggy area, so I would know.
Fog that I'm looking at here, it doesn't look
like this looks like a blizzard, you know.
Fog with the mist. There's a huge difference between
supposedly
this,
there's
and that's
no
why
blizzard
it
happening.
feels like the smart dust is a little bit more accurate, because you have some foggy weather. Well, I can say this kind of looks similar to the same type of fog the dude in Manchester saw.
People from these high
But I feel
sectors
like
of
what's
society
really
tend to be
happening, that there is something
educated
serious
to
that's
be
going on,
mindful of
possibly some
public
isolated
optics
events,
at all
does
times.
lead
They
into
can break
hysteria,
out of that, but
people
doesn't
being
seem
hysteric,
that
or
Hassan
reporting
has,
on
since
normal
whether
overcast
he
fog,
wants
because
to
they're trying
admit
to
it or
correlate
not,
what they
he's
see
very good
with things
at
that they saw
bullshitting
online.
his way into making
So I
believe
feel like, just like all things,
he
you
is
have
something
truth
he
being
is
mixed
not.
in with misinformation, and they're not intentionally misleading people. But some things, without a doubt, it's just fog, and it's going to falsely be reported as the mist. What we have to do is be able to distinguish the difference between the two.
Is dense on Estero Island, Estero Boulevard, crossing over the Matanzas Pass. If you are in this area, please travel with extreme caution, especially with so many folks, so many
I
pedestrians
wonder
out and
if
about.
I
And
took
now let's take you a
video
little
of
farther
like
toward
the.
the north right
See,
here.
here's the thing: the fog, like actual real fog. It's just not like this.
Pine
It's
Island.
just not
This is
like
overlooking
this.
Pine Island Sound from the Tarpon Lodge, and as we overlook Pine Island Sound there too, you can.
Like it's not even. Like this is kind of like a haze. It's kind of like blanketing everything. Fog, you can see like the pieces of like here's a fluff of fog, and here's a fluff of fog, like, and when you're driving through the fog, you can see the different like layers and like almost cloud like, you know, mist in the air, whereas this is all kind of just like blanketing. I don't know. It's not
really
acting
see that
the
distinct layer of what we
same.
call sea fog. All of that fog continuing to move on shore. Even from the Sunseeker Resort, we can start to see that those visibilities are going downhill for now. I say visibilities are still at a couple of miles, but you can kind of see that fog bank there on the horizon, and that's exactly what our visibility map right here is indicating.
And like I said before, nothing about this to me. You guys could always come in the comments. You know, I'm always asking for you to come in the comments, give me some more information on what you believe, just to dive into your minds, because your comments help me create a conclusion myself. It just seems like fog on this one, but we have overcast fog, pretty thick, severe fog all across the United States, thus making it kind of hard to distinguish which one of these could be possibly the mist that's making people sick and just regular fog.
For parts of
And these are the things that, let's say if the government did implement this fog possibly right after the drones, it's perfect to have people to mix the information with this, because it invalidates the truth. When you have lies mixed around with the truth, and it completely invalidates the truth, especially if people are hunting for clicks and trying to create mass panic. I'm going to show both sides of the story, and I tell you, I do feel like at the bottom of my heart there is something strange going on, but only in isolated events. And we will show those isolated events here.
Sarasota County, across the Cape Hayes Peninsula, all of this will continue to work its way inland, and obviously even spots that weren't indicated there already seeing that fog. So helping you plan out the rest of this evening as you're out and about, please travel with extreme caution. Of course, we already have to be exceptionally careful on nights like tonight, but when we're talking about visibility is dropping to a quarter mile or less, it's going to be a huge concern, especially from 9 o'clock onward. And again, it's not until tomorrow morning that we're expecting that fog to clear out with a cold front. We'll be talking more about that in your 7-day forecast coming up.
But in the future, every square inch of...
So this is a video that appears to be 8 to 12 years old, even older than that, looking at the presentation and the overall pixelation of it. But that's beyond the point. What is the point is that they were speaking about smart dust. And there are plenty of videos to talk about smart dust. But what interests me about this one, that it's without a doubt, undoubtedly, one of the oldest ones. And from looking at that mist, it makes more sense of it to be the smart dust that's mixed into overcast fog. That's why you don't see it in all of the fog, but you hear reports of it all over the world. It's possible that the smart dust is being sent out when areas are having natural fog. that's why you have some people in the same country that don't see it, yet other individuals in specific states of that country do, because it would be targeted the same way that we have drones all across the United States. But Jersey was specifically targeted. We specifically had drones targeting Jersey, but after the Jersey drones, you start seeing reports of drones in Washington, D.C. You start seeing reports of drones in Texas and Virginia. I feel like the reason that is because those events outside of the isolated event in New Jersey, possibly they had one or two, let's say, go out and explore. But for the most part, it could have just simply been regular drone activity or regular military drone activity that would have been occurring before the New Jersey thing. It's just that the human consciousness of the whole scenarios has been enlightened, so they were looking out for any drone in the sky, thus making it news. What I'm saying, same thing with this. There was misinformation mixed in with real information with the drones, thus watering down the truth. The same could be said with the fog. Hey, we got people getting sick. We got reports of thick fog.
Let's say it's just moisture or precipitation. Certainly people could test it. If it's H2O and determine that it's nothing else.
Time and time again.
Somebody put it under a microscope and found something strange. What? I did subscribe to the guy. Let me just switch accounts here because it's on my other account. Now, whether or not he said there was water in it, I can't say. I can't recall. Let me just see. Mysterious fog worldwide on New Year. Is it really fog everywhere? Fog around the world.
On New Year's Eve, a mysterious fog rolled across the globe. It covered cities from New York to Paris.
So he mentioned chemtrails.
It's interesting that chemtrails, if you don't know what chemtrails are.
I've been talking about these frickin' chemtrails for a while now. To me, it's like
these are the mysterious aircraft.
I don't think it's the same thing as this fog stuff, but I think it's all connected.
Trails that some planes leave behind and others don't. If you know them, you might notice a pattern. Both chemtrails and this fog seem to appear mostly in NATO countries. So I cross-referenced eyewitness reports with live weather maps to see if something. A lot of them.
Let's see when it talks about.
I'm seeing live because my microscope is optical and not digital.
Microscope is optical, not digital.
But under a normal magnification of 2000, I saw normal water with some.
Okay, he saw normal water.
Small hard particles in it.
With some very small hard particles.
Now,
and these
it looks
are
like
the
this,
particles.
And I did my best with
and
my phone microscope, but it's not powerful enough to identify exactly what those solid particles are.
I've never seen anything like that. So have you seen something like that before?
Could they be tiny robots? I don't know. Well, if it were summer, I would say the chance is high. But during winter, fog tends to trap a lot of the pollution in the air. In winter, we've got cars running all day, and especially here in Europe, countless homes are heated by...
5 is not playing any games with any...
Okay, so I'm going to be the guy getting in your face, and you show Canada what you would have done.
Sure,
right?
sure.
Jugmeat, you corrupt bastard! You're corrupt! I'll vote for you!
This has just gone on for too long. It's gone too far, and the two-tier justice system is unbelievable. No wonder why so many people across the West have such little faith in their governments right now. I'm Jasmine Lane. This is Over Opinionated. We got a lot of stuff to get through today. We got some new taxes coming in 2025, some of which, by the way, were not even passed in the House, but somehow are still being applied. We are also going to touch on what happened in New Orleans. It's been all over the news lately. Absolutely tragic and very scary. And there is something that took place almost immediately afterwards that nobody's talking about for some reason. And I wonder why they aren't talking about it.
I don't know.
It does
You're asking the wrong
to
person.
things taking place here in Canada as well. So that's going to be very juicy.
New year, more federal tax hikes from Prime Minister Justin Trudeau in 2025. Payroll taxes up, carbon taxes up, alcohol taxes, you guessed it, also going up. So the payroll taxes in 2025 will increase by up to $403. So let's say you're a worker making $81,200 or more next year. Well, your total payroll tax bill in 2025 will be about $5,500. Your employer will also have to fork up $5,900. So Trudeau taking more money out of your pocket again in 2025.
And people wonder why the average wage has not kept up even remotely close to inflation and all of these things, and why people, you know, you're still making the same amount of money for a job that you would have been making 15, 20 years ago in some cases. I wonder why that is. And with the alcohol sales tax increasing, which is something
These are
that
the
Prime
questions
Minister
you'd
Justin
ask
Trudeau
yourself.
put into effect quite a while ago, where it doesn't actually need to pass anything in the House either. This tax will just keep on increasing annually. That's the way that it works, unfortunately. Kind of makes you think, you know, the whole GST thing. Oh, we're going to tax you less. We're going to take away the GST on alcohol sales until the new year when everything is going up again.
Carbon tax also going up. Trudeau is yet again cranking up his favorite tax on
this
April
is
1
Canada.
of 2025.
Like, why are we the ones being carbon taxed? You know what I mean? Like, go fuck yourself. He needs to carbon tax us because he needs to go on his little vacations.
On April 1, the carbon tax will cost about 21 cents per liter of gasoline.
And that's not including the other federal taxes on gasoline and provincial taxes on gasoline. Where I live, if I'm not mistaken, it may have gone up and I missed it, but where I live, there's also a 16% tax from the province on your gasoline as well.
25 cents per liter of diesel and 18 cents per cubic meter of natural gas. And before the government starts shrieking, what about the rebates? What about the rebates? Well, the Parliamentary Budget Officer, the government's own independent budget watchdog, has once again shown that the carbon tax is costing average families hundreds of dollars more than they get back in rebates.
And it's also not doing anything to our environment whatsoever. They're quite literally just punishing you for heating your home in the wintertime and being alive.
In fact, the carbon tax will cost the average family up to $477 more in 2025 than they get back in rebates. And some more bad news, the government also charges its sales tax on top of the carbon tax. So this carbon tax on tax will cost Canadians about $500 million next year, and the government doesn't even pretend to rebate that carbon tax.
You think U.S.
on tax
companies
money
also buy
back
carbon
to you.
credits?
So
because
you
they
might
have
remember
global
Trudeau
reach?
brought in a capital gains tax hike through budget 2024. Well, that is going after doctors, entrepreneurs, Canadians outside of government who are saving for the retirement.
You know, I posted a video a couple days back on social media platforms. I don't think I posted it on YouTube, but where I had said that most people, the average Canadian, is giving upwards of 50% of their income to the government. And I had so many uneducated people arguing me, saying, whoa, you have to be making over $1 million a year for that to be the case. And it's like, no.
Hey, Cedar,
no,
how you doing?
Actually, most people, the
Thank God
average
it's
across the country is
Friday.
roughly 43%
Hell yeah.
of your paycheck goes directly to the government
Unless
with
you're
all of the
Canadian.
contributions that you make. And then on top of that, the thing that people fail to realize is there's other taxes. You have GST, PST, HST, carbon tax, all of these other taxes
We're taxed
that
up
are passed
the
on to these big corporations or passed on to small businesses, whatever, who those people also, they make the consumer pay for it. They get offset onto the consumer. And if you think that you make any purchase whatsoever, anything that doesn't have a portion of it going back to the government in some way, shape, or form, you are overwhelmingly mistaken. And there were so many people who were like, that's not true. That's not true. It's like, really, go look into it, buddy. Please go look into it because, yeah, we pay so much.
Honey
to
needs
the
subs.
government.
Justin
Every
keeps
single
taxing
purchase
her
you
snacks.
make,
He's
every
taxing
single dollar
my
you
snacks.
earn, some
He's
of it
taxing
goes
my
back to the
taxes.
government. And for what?
He's taxing.
Do we have a thriving hospital situation? Do we have, a thriving
the air I
security
breathe?
situation?
He's
What in
taxing
our
the water
country
I
is
drink.
thriving as a result of all of these
They
taxes.
wanna tax us
outside, of
for
course, of the
rain.
net worths of all of our leaders who have just skyrocketed. Crazy how Jagmeet
They
Singh,
want
as
to
an
tax
example,
us for
his
rain, you
taxpayer-funded
guys.
salary working with the NDP is around $250,000
If it rains
per
on
year,
your property
yet his net worth has grown
and you don't have
over
any
$10
grass
million.
and that rain
How did that happen?
seeps
Can somebody just make that
into the
make sense to me,
sewage,
please? That would be great.
Investigating a deadly
the
car
sewage
ramming
system
incident. At least 10
like your
people have
driveway
been
onto the
killed
street.
and more than 30 others
Tax
injured after a driver rammed a pickup
tax
truck
on
into
you
a
because
crowd
the
during
water
New Year's
is
celebrations.
coming from
The
your
driver then got out of
from
the
the sky
vehicle and
onto your
started
sky
firing
that
a
we
weapon.
fuck with, by the way,
New
and
Orleans police chief
and spray with stuff.
says the suspect was hell-bent on creating carnage and damage.
So
What happened after this event will absolutely shock you, and boy,
this
oh
is
boy,
this
it
is
ever
the
an
madness
excellent
that
moment
we're
to
dealing with.
reflect on what is happening and what has been allowed. That two-tiered policing system that our governments have encouraged by not holding anybody accountable, by having no consequences for what they have been doing. So here's what we know first and foremost. So this took place on New Year's Day in New Orleans. FBI has said that this man acted alone. They say that it is an act of terrorism. A total of 14 people are no longer with us. Dozens others have been injured. And the man who ended
really
up
good at
also
wasting
being
money.
killed
It's
in
incredible.
a shootout
Yep.
of sorts involving police after the
They are
attack. He was
really,
actually an
really
Army
good at
veteran
wasting. Oh
from
my
Texas.
gosh! Like, did you hear what happened with our finance minister?
He had an ISIS flag in his vehicle. There was actually a number of videos that this man had shared.
She would rather resign than to admit how much money they lost or whatever
Prior to this
used
attack,
or
where he
stole.
said that he had joined the ISIS terror group. So to say that this was a lone man type of event, I think is pretty irrational. That's an irrational conclusion to make. Clearly, this is somebody who was radicalized.
Yeah,
Clearly,
we
this
were
is
just
somebody
talking about the
who was
fog. We were just talking about it.
Either maybe he was acting
Suddenly
alone, but there was an
fog
intent
everywhere.
with that
But
act
it's
of
like
it being
it
alone.
doesn't look like regular
either
fog.
that
That's
intent
the
being to
problem.
prove himself to the cause, or perhaps there had been people from the cause encouraging him to do this. And we've seen this a lot over the last decade or so, of more people who are Canadian born, American born, UK born, who are being radicalized by these groups. And it leaves you wondering, how is this happening? Why is this happening? This is crazy. We live in 2025 now. How can groups like this still go and radicalize people who are not even from the region that
Like
these issues...
Queers for Palestine? It's like, I'm not trying to say that people shouldn't, support Palestine. That's not what I'm trying to say. But it just seems like they're just kind of like, do they know, like they're fighting for, like they're fighting for people who you could say wouldn't fight for them back? Or like their religion or culture says that you shouldn't support queers. So it's like, okay, so how did that happen? But like so now they're, I don't know, like, but now they're being like, how like, do as Jesus did, which is to accept everyone, right? So like, but like they're not Christian though. So like what are they trying to get at? Like, why can't they just be themselves and not have to like fight for every cause, I guess?
Are taking place in? How does that happen? Well, all you have to do is take a look at what
And
has
I don't
been
mean to
allowed.
generalize here, okay? I'm just talking about the radicals. The
to
radicals,
happen on our
the
own
protesters.
streets right now.
Not to say that protesting is bad. For example, like the freedom trucker, whatever, like activists, like over activists, let's say.
Yep, not even 12 hours after this event took place, you had protesters, pro-Palestine protesters, just the peaceful pro-Palestinians out there who were chanting on the streets Antifada, revolution, calling for a global Antifada. And there's a lot of history here.
What does that mean again?
Let's start off first with this word, Antifada. What exactly does that mean? Well, let me refresh your memory. It means an uprising or a shaking off. And it has been used mostly to describe periods of intense Palestinian protests against Israel, almost always in the form of violent terrorism. So you had all of these protesters for Palestine coming up on the streets 12 hours after this vehicle incident happened, and they were chanting for a global Antifada, revolution. There are other clips as well of pro-Palestinians during these events who were saying that they were really happy about what took place in New Orleans. They were really happy about that. These are people who are living in our countries. These are people who were brought in as refugees and in some cases granted permanent citizenship, saying that they're happy that this happened to our country. They're happy that all of those people are no longer with us. Why are they happy about that? Well, because they've been indoctrinated. And if you think for 1 second that what is happening in regards to Hamas, Hezbollah, and ISIS isn't all connected, you are mistaken.
I support Hamas.
This video right here isn't directly related to what took place in New Orleans, but this is of a Canadian woman who is telling the world exactly what she thinks and facing no consequences whatsoever.
I support every decision. And you know what? What they did was history. Very proud. History was made that day. Palestinian. Shout out to Hamas.
Iran is actually considered the foremost state sponsor of terrorism, providing a range of support, including financial training and equipment to terrorist groups around the world, particularly Hezbollah. That is something that came out of the United States State Department. And you know what's interesting about this too, is when Donald Trump was in power, he knew all of this, and he had canceled a lot of funding that went in any way, shape, or form to Iran for these very reasons. And you know what? Now that I think about it, when Donald Trump was in power, we didn't have anything like this happening because the Iranian government was running out of money by all accounts. And then all of a sudden, Kamala, Biden, they get in. We have Trudeau, and they're doing things that are giving Iran money. And then we have these massive things taking place all over the world. And Iran has been pretty clear that they have been exporting their revolution abroad. And if you take a look at our streets, you will see, yep, they sure have. And here's the part that people really need to realize, because the correlation is there. The lines are there. They're actually quite easy to draw when you know this information. Iran is behind so many of these organizations. Iran is behind Hezbollah, Hamas. They've funded ISIS. All of these groups, all of the groups where all of this stuff happens is funded by Iran. And so look at how easily Hamas and Hezbollah were able to completely indoctrinate our Canadian-born youth here. Look at the size of these protests. And even in terms of where a lot of our immigration comes from, a lot of our refugees come from, many of them come from places that have been completely war-torn by this, places where there is these radical ideologies and massive indoctrination of their population. And when they come to Canada, it's not like they're given all of the tools needed to break out of that, this systemic thought process that they've been born with, that they were taught in school. They don't have anything at all to break them out of that. They're given some money and said, okay, good luck. Hopefully you vote for us. That's what they're given. And so, I think it would be a really different conversation, because I'm not in any way, shape, or form opposed to immigration. I am at the numbers that we currently have.
Trudeau
it's not
is the love
sustainable.
child of
But
Fidel
I'm not opposed
Castro.
to immigration
Yeah.
from people who come from countries where this is predominant.
Tell
I
me
am, however,
something I
opposed to
don't already know.
immigration.
No,
There
I'm
is
just
zero
kidding.
attempt whatsoever to have them assimilate and to get them the help that they need.
He does look
mentally
very
as
much
well, for dealing with and seeing the things
like
that they have.
It shows all the
Castro.
documented terror attacks since 9/11, and one thing really stands out: there is one solitary country in the heart of Europe with not a single red dot, not one terror attack in the last 20 odd years. And that country is Poland, my homeland.
Poland. I might move there.
Poland taken?
0.
And you're proud of that?
If you are asking me, if you are asking me about Muslims illegal immigration, none, not even one, will come to Poland. Not even one if it's illegal. We took over 2 million Ukrainians who are working, who are peaceful in Poland. We will not receive even one Muslim because this is what we promised.
Juncker, the Commission President, says that you're racist. You sound proud of the fact that you haven't taken any refugees.
Of course, because this is what our people are expecting from our government. That's number one. This is why our government was elected. But this is why Poland is so safe.
Europe.
This is
We're in Europe.
The reason why we had not even
Europe is
one
fucked up too.
attack.
No
Look
offense.
At the streets in Poland, and we can be called populists, nationalists, racists. I don't care. I care about my family and about my country.
The cultural melting pot doesn't work. It just doesn't. Can we have people from all over the world here? Absolutely, we
Polish
can.
media
However, you
very
can't
strong
have people
and
with
forceful.
radical
The Polish media,
opposition
Polish media is
to
strong.
what your nation was founded upon. Otherwise, you are going to
sent me a
have
whisper.
big problems. And you cannot allow, when problems like that start making themselves known, aka the pro-Palestine protests and marches that we've seen all over our country, you cannot allow things like that to happen.
On security. About a week ago, Justin Trudeau admitted that he broke our immigration system, and that brings new challenges. His own published documents show there are 4.9 million people here temporarily that are supposed to leave by December 31st of next year, 13 months from now. 4.9 million people. We asked what the plan was to track their departures, and yesterday his immigration minister said, we're just going to take people at their word. He admits that there have been 2 ISIS terrorists allowed into our country. What is the plan to protect our security and reinstate sovereignty over who is in our country?
So you
Do you want
take the
me
total
to
business
react on
investment of the
stream
United States
or
divided by the
check
total number
it
of workers in America is
on
20
my
grand.
own, like,
In Canada, it's
afterwards?
15 grand. The Canadian
4.9 million. What's population of Canada? Like 3 million or something? Or what was it before? What was Canada's population in like 2019, let's say? But we already were bringing in temporary people since before 2019, but they really like ramped it up. So, 37, did I say 3 million? 37 million, 37.5 million. So now it's probably like 40 something million. Watch it first, then you can decide. The GOAT. Jordan Peterson, he has some good points, but then he kind of loses people. Like, there's some things he says that is just like, well, you lost me. Like, yeah, you lost me. But anyways, what I am gonna do is I'm actually gonna end my stream here. I'm so sorry, but I'm gonna end my stream here. It is almost 7 in the morning and I have somewhere to be, and I wasn't supposed to stream for this long. Whoops. Maybe we'll get to these videos another day. But yeah,
Elliot Page was recently.
I have to go. It was nice talking with you too, C Death and Rip Haven. So Rip Haven, I will I'll check out your video, and then if I think I want to share it, then I'll share it probably when I'm live again tomorrow. I think I'm gonna be live again tomorrow. But yeah, thank you so much for hanging out. I'm gonna go because my cat is like literally going crazy right now. He needs some attention. Not a pro. You don't need to. There's no need to be a pro. There's no streamer is pro. All right, guys, I'm so sorry. I have to go. He's like literally going crazy. Bye, guys. See you next time. Thank you, thank you,